Chapter 898, Heavenhoof Ravine's plan. After giving orders to the group, Li Qie and Ming Yeshue went back to the master mansion in the city. They stood before the painting at the end of the hall. Ming Yeshue had a transcendent and ancient aura. Her whole body was radiant as if she had become a true goddess. How did it feel? Li Qie looked at the painting and asked. With unrivaled grace, Ming Yeshue gently nodded. With her immortal nature, I was the heavenly Tao in accordance with nature. Before I knew it, I became the ruler of a grand world, but unfortunately, it didn't stay that way. Ming Yeshue managed to break through and could directly reach the origin. However, Yi Qingqing's sudden mobilization of the city's power stopped her enlightenment. Li Qie smiled and said, "Very good, even immortal Emperor Bai Shi couldn't do so back then. You will definitely become the supreme ruler of the beast world." Ming Yeshue slightly tilted her head and asked, "You cultivated me for millions of years, was it for you or for me?" Li Qie smiled in response to this inquiry. "What do you think? I won't deny it if you think that I was being selfish and it was all for myself. However, would you rather be a stone for all of eternity, or would you rather become a supreme ruler?" Ming Yeshue contemplated this issue. She became privy to more information after going inside. "This is fate, I only expedited the process." Li Qie smiled, "In the end, whichever path you take is still up to you. Nothing is more important than being true to your heart. This is as true for you as for any other cultivator. For example, why did your immortal Emperor Bai Shi fail? It is because this was not his true goal. But you can be successful because this is your aspiration. To tread cautiously for eternal moons, to calculate across the ages, don't you think you are burdened with responsibilities?" Ming Yeshue sighed and recalled the past when he brought her around the 9 worlds to strengthen her. The world would never be able to imagine the experiences they had gone through. This is my true desire and my fate as well as my final destination. Li Qie chuckled, "Those below the high heavens, how many have actually been able to jump out of this restraint? How many will be able to surpass it?" He gently stroked her hair and said, "You were born here, so you should stay at this place. It has been a very long time and the beast world needs a master. This is not a desolate land, it is a great world with many mysterious locations. In the future, you will lead the beast world to a brighter era. The path of the heavens is not the only way. In the future, you will come to learn that this world is much bigger than you can imagine. At the apex, there will be a scenery unavailable to the rest of the world. At that point, you will naturally understand that invincibility is not the end but merely the beginning." Li Qie spoke with a rare tender voice. "I understand." Ming Yeshue nodded. She was resolute at this moment as she spoke, "I will keep treading on until the very end. Go, leave the troubles outside to me, there's no need for you to worry about them. Remember this, follow your heart. The Grand Tao is as vast as your heart's expanse." It was rare to see the overbearing Li Qie so gentle. Ming Yeshue nodded one more time while looking at the painting. She stepped towards it and turned around to softly speak, "Young noble, thank you for always being my friend all this time. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. No, I should be thanking you for keeping me company for so long. Go." Li Qie smiled and nodded in response. Ming Yeshue eventually stepped into the painting and instantly disappeared into the endless world within. After a long time, Li Qie finally looked away with a tinge of emotion in his heart. This was the feeling of seeing a daughter growing up and leaving. Li Qie noticed the many golems in the hall and insipidly said, "After millions of years, I gave your beast world a future. It is up to all of you to assist her and see how far you can go together. Do not let me down." In a corner of the hall, the guard commander came and prostrated before Li Qie, "Your Excellency, please don't worry. Miss Ming is our hope. If she succeeds, she will be our master. We will definitely do our best to support her in the future." Li Qie slowly exclaimed, "Good, the road ahead is still very long. All of you need to have the determination to fight till the end. Yes, our beast world will enter a new era. We will definitely not waste your millions of years of effort. The guard commander solemnly promised. Li Qiye gently nodded and eventually left the hall without turning back. In the Heavenhoof ravine, the atmosphere was heavy to the extreme. There was a huge debate going on in the ravine's main chamber because of the ravine master. Ravine Master Miao, who had resigned, came back. He convened this meeting with many ancestors and elders present. My personal opinion is that we should surrender. Ravine Master Miao stated his opinion. This was immediately met with the opposition of the elders. They would never accept such a thing. Surrendering was a great humiliation. They were a sect with 2 emperors, what kind of storms had they not weathered before? They still had living ancestors of the God King level, so surrendering was out of the question to them. Because of this, Ravine Master Miao's suggestion was met with great hostility. One of the ancestors even scolded, "Is your head fried or something? Our ravine surrendering to a junior? Don't even think about it. Surrendering is the best way to save our ravine. As long as the verdant hills remain, there is no lack of firewood." Ravine Master Miao deepened his tone. Miao Chan said so as well. We just need to lay low this generation. As long as we stay alive, there is still a chance to emerge in the future. The father and daughter left the ravine. However, Ravine Master Miao still thought of himself as a disciple of the ravine, so when this disaster was looming over the sect, he still chose to run back from far away without Miao Chan. Miao Chan is young and inexperienced. Virtuous nephew's death was a big blow to her confidence. An ancestor shook his head. Our ravine has stood strong for millions of years. We will never surrender to a junior. The Stony Edge Kingdom also stood strong for millions of years, but it was still annihilated in the end. Ravine Master Miao spoke seriously. This is not the time to save face. Plus, surrendering is not a shameful thing at all. Li Qiye is the only one to have 13 palaces in all of history. No one else will become immortal emperor besides him. Surrendering to the future emperor is not a shameful thing. Even an invincible god king like the Alpine Tree Father pledged allegiance to Li Qiye, so it is no big deal that we surrender. As long as we can save the ravine, there is still hope and a future. If not, a calamity will befall us just because we wanted to save some face, this thing called prestige and dignity. What will be left if our ravine is destroyed? Ravine Master Miao let go of past grievances and came back to persuade the ancestors to save the ravine. He was running out of breath from his efforts. Li Qiye is indeed extraordinary, but we should not belittle ourselves. Our true power is many times stronger than the Stony Edge Kingdom. They can't compare to us. A different ancestor shook his head. We have the protection of our emperors. No matter how strong he is or how many annihilations he throws out, we can do the same. The victor has yet to be determined. It is not that simple. Ravine Master Miao shook his head. Even an imperial lineage like the Beastmaster Citadel is willing to work for Li Qiye. He is not as simple as we think. He might even be related to that legendary existence. Why can't we surrender when even the Citadel is willing to do so? We should sacrifice a bit and exchange it for great benefits and peace. This is not an outrageous thing to consider at all. The ravine was established after the destruction of the divine beast realm. They did not experience the hell that is the war of the past, so they naturally didn't understand just how terrifying the Legion was. They knew even less about an existence like the Dark Crow. The new ravine master sneered, "What is this legendary existence? It is only a rumor. The Beastmaster Citadel simply values Li Qiye and believes that he will become the immortal emperor. Its monarch wants to marry his daughter to Li Qiye and hopes that she will become the imperial queen." He continued on, "Brother Miao, your attitude towards Li Qiye is very suspicious. You keep on helping him, praising his prestige and lowering our morale. This makes people wonder if there is something else going on." Bullshit. Lin, if I didn't resign, it wouldn't be your turn to become the new ravine master. Don't judge a gentleman with the mindset of a wretch. Ravine Master Miao immediately yelled, if I had any other plans, that golden crow brat wouldn't have been in a position to become the future ravine master. My daughter would have become the descendant and my seat would have been solidified. A junior like you thinks you are qualified to be ravine master. This time, Ravine Master Miao was furious and didn't care about his own status. He began to curse loudly. Okay, little Miao, I know that you only want what's best. Eventually, a God King level ancestor from the ravine appeared. His languid voice came about, surrendering is out of the question. We cannot shame our ancestors' prestige in our generation. However, we must prepare for the worst as well. Let our younger generation go with little Miao along with a portion of our treasures. If we truly can't go against Li Qie, then at least we will have left behind some of our seeds. Leave the war to protect the ravine in the hands of old bones like us. Juniors didn't dare to say anything else after this God King had spoken. Ravine Master Miao couldn't do anything as well and had to accept this decision in the end. Chapter 899, Alpine Treefather displaying his might. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. This was a period where everyone in the stone medicine world nervously waited. All eyes were on Li Qie and his every move. The ravine didn't escape the spotlight either. Rumble. A bronze chariot crushed the void and soared through the sky. This chariot was pulled along by 4 bronze stallions at a rapid pace. Their hooves slammed into the sky and left behind one hoof print after another. They seemed to be living beings as they flew in the sky with powerful muscles and perfect curves just like divine horses from the legends, full of power and speed. The sun's light shone on the 4 stallions, its reflection casting a bronze sheen on their long journey. This bronze light lingered for miles, seeming to pave a path of bronze in the sky. It seemed that a supreme existence was embarking on a conquest. As the chariot moved through the sky, a flying azure dragon, a dancing phoenix and a white tiger could be found leading the way with a Qilin maintaining the rear. This chariot emitted an extremely powerful martial aura as if it could enter countless battlefields and crush all foes. Madame Ziyan, who was adorned with a violet robe, held the reins to this chariot. She was elegant and dignified at the same time as she exuded a purple royal aura that perpetually protected her. Jian Wushuang sat on the left with the divine bow on her back. She was adorned in an archer's armor and had a noble aura like a battle-ready general. Long Jingxian was to the right. She seemed excited about the battle as she clapped her palms together. The Alpine Treefather cleared the way at the front as the vanguard. Beneath his feet, a green bridge stretched through the world while carrying an endless God King aura. The stars moved to his steps, as did the sun and the moon. This chariot startled the entire world. Myriad realms were shocked and lost their brilliance. Seeing a chariot with its divine beasts and a God King paving the way dumbfounded all the sects in the world. Experts felt suffocated after seeing such an exciting scene. Li Qie had his eyes closed while resting in the chariot. He was suddenly brought back to the past before he knew it. This was a time when he personally went into battle and swept through the 9 worlds. Enemies could only bow their heads in his presence while immortal emperors retreated from his path. Many were at a loss for words to see such momentum from just one chariot. Even an immortal emperor would not have a greater presence. Although there was no army, the unstoppable aura alone was enough to cause the world to back down. Tetrawar bronze chariot, just like the 3 behemoths, some very ancient existences remembered an old legend after seeing this chariot in the sky. When the bronze chariot comes out, myriad enemies shall fall. When the dark crow emerges, even immortal emperors retreat. The tyrant of the ages, the dark hand. Old existences were awakened by this scene. They had heard of this legend before and were shocked to see the bronze chariot in action once more. This is how a man should be. The younger generation felt their blood boiling as well. It was as if they were watching an immortal emperor on an expedition. Eventually, the chariot stopped right outside of the Heavenhoof ravine. All the spectators held their breaths at this moment and became tense. Each great power and imperial lineage had their heavenly mirrors ready to watch the ravine with their own eyes. Li Qie eventually opened his eyes, allowing light to flow into this world again. He glanced at the ravine and emotionlessly said, "Tree Father, begin. See if they want to surrender or fight. They only have one chance." The Tree Father stepped forward and stomped down in the air. Boom! The entire ravine shook. Although this stomp did not destroy a single leaf, it managed to shake all the territories within the ravine. In the blink of an eye, layers of defense were erected in the ravine. It became impenetrable like an unbreakable citadel. Tree Father, do not be so contemptuous. Your Alpine Mountain will face destruction eventually. A heavy roar carrying great prestige came from the ravine. At the same time, all experts inside the ravine appeared. The ancestors were watching over the key locations. As this disaster approached, heavenly kings were only foot soldiers to watch the passes. Ordinary paragons, grand era paragons, eternal existences, and god monarchs personally watched over the strategic points. Some god kings that had been sealed in blood era stones came out as well. The Tree Father didn't respond and only stood in the sky. At their level, there was no need for meaningless words. Save those heroic words after your ravine makes it through today. Li Qie lazily said, "Surrender or fight, state your decision." Li Qie, we can sit down and talk. An ancient voice came from the ravine. No disciples dared to say anything. It was easy to tell that this person carried a lot of weight in the ravine. The ancient voice spoke, "We can let go of our past grievances. Our ravine will compensate you for all the losses. Talk." Li Qie smiled and gently shook his head. Peace talk is for when the two sides have equal power. In my eyes, your ravine is not in a position to negotiate. It is not hard for you to keep your sect intact. Immediately surrender and make a blood oath to never come out as long as I am present. Then, hand over 2 immortal Emperor true treasures as well as your treasury. With that, I can forgive your ravine. Li Qie, your demands are outrageous, we give you an inch yet you want a mile. The ancient voice couldn't help but shout. This was an unacceptable demand to any imperial lineage. Li Qie smiled and said, "Leaving 1 true treasure for you is already very merciful on my part. If I chose to slaughter your sect, I would have flipped this land over and emptied this place. Very well then, let us battle. Our Heavenhoof ravine only has heroic soldiers who die in battle, no cowards who surrender." The ancient voice shouted. Li Qie chuckled, "Very well, since all of you have such courage, I will help you. Tree Father, commence the attack." The Tree Father didn't say anything as he stepped inside the ravine. Bang! 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 His steps shattered one mountain after another along with many layers of defenses. Divine rings emerged behind his head with 3,000 worlds hovering around him. At this time, his invincible God King aura truly manifested. His entrance was without techniques or merit laws. He used absolute power to shake the ravine. These strong barriers shattered one after another before his might. A God King is invincible after all. Many experts were shocked at the Tree Father's unstoppable advance. Die! Paragons who were guarding the key points of the ravine immediately formed a formation. With great speed, they flanked from 2 sides like the tail feathers of a swallow while aiming for the Tree Father's rib cage. The Tree Father did not move against this attack. He simply lifted his finger, causing a meteorite to fall from the sky. Pop! The experts taking part in this pincer maneuver were immediately crushed into bloody mists, including the paragons. This scene astonished all spectators. The strongest heavenly kings and even virtuous paragons were mere ants before a god king. They were easily crushed to death. Here I go. The Tree Father let out a battle cry as he stepped into the ravine's ancestral ground. This place was majestic with wondrous sceneries everywhere. It was full of sacred grasses and a thick, non-dissipating amount of worldly energy. Bang! 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 The location trembled once more. His steps shattered even more peaks and tore rivers asunder. Seals broke one after another, no matter if they were temples powered by paragons or caves inhabited by heavenly kings. Such a level of power could not stop the Tree Father. He entered the ravine's ancestral ground as if he was strolling into an unoccupied land. Many great powers quivered after seeing this. A god king could destroy a sect without any problem. Even a lineage with 2 emperors like the ravine was having a hard time stopping the Tree Father. Alpine Tree Father, halt your advance. A scream came out. 5 god monarchs from the depths of the ravine rushed out at this moment. They had imperial weapons and a formation ready in the sky. The entire area was sealed and the Tree Father was trapped inside. This new formation had imperial weapons as its vanguard. 5 god monarch controlled the formation, causing everything to blur. Divine swords of peerless height soared to the sky. Each of them could cut down the stars above. Zhang! Zhang! These swords came slashing down with an unstoppable momentum. They carried a power great enough to slay gods. Blood would spill with the appearance of these blades. Break for me! The Tree Father was still barehanded. He formed a mudra with one hand and a sword with the other. The Emperor's suppression art erupted like a storm. Even Grand Dao from an immortal emperor would be stopped by this technique. Bang! Bang! Each sword shattered from the unstoppable law as the entire formation dimmed. The Tree Father let loose his technique. His left hand turned into yin while the right became yang. Yin and yang came together to form a huge yin-yang fish. It swept by, destroying everything in its wake. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. This was a period where everyone in the stone medicine world nervously waited. All eyes were on Li Qie and his every move. The ravine didn't escape the spotlight either. Rumble. A bronze chariot crushed the void and soared through the sky. This chariot was pulled by 4 bronze stallions at a rapid pace. Their hooves slammed into the sky and left behind one hoof print after another. They seemed to be living beings as they flew in the sky with powerful muscles and perfect curves, just like divine horses in the legends, full of power and speed. When the sun shone on these 4 stallions, a bronze sheen was left behind on their long journey. This bronze reflection remained for miles as if it was a paved path made out of bronze. It seemed that a supreme existence was embarking on a conquest. As the chariot moved through the sky, a flying azure dragon, a dancing phoenix, and a white tiger could be found leading the way with a Qilin maintaining the rear. This chariot emitted an extremely powerful martial aura as if it could enter countless battlefields and crush all foes. And a special message from Bao for tonight: this is what I imagine ED battles to be like. Chapter 900, Solo against 2 God Kings. The yin-yang fish carried a withering destruction. Nothing could stop it, not even an imperial formation. The 5 god monarchs used their imperial weapon to power this minor formation. However, they couldn't unleash an imperial massacre, so they didn't last long under the Tree Father's emperor suppression art. In the past, the Tree Father was already strong enough to look down on the world. After obtaining the complete manual from Li Qie, his battle prowess went up by 2 levels. Just his art alone was enough to fight against imperial weapons. Boom! The yin-yang fish shattered the earth as well as the formation. The 5 monarchs wanted to protect themselves with their weapons, but it was too late. Ah! With shrill screamings, their flesh splashed everywhere due to the Tree Father's art. This was too unbelievable. 5 monarchs were still not a match for the Tree Father even though he was barehanded. The 100-life alchemy emperor who was watching this through his mirror was astonished as well. This is the legendary emperor suppression art. Empress Hong Tian is indeed one of the greatest emperors of all time. The emperor became a bit sentimental after seeing this. In the past, he personally witnessed Empress Hong Tian's emperor suppression art. One art to suppress myriad emperors. After that battle, he knew he would never be able to compete with her for the heaven's will. This art had left an indelible shadow in his heart. The Alpine Tree Father today couldn't compare to the Empress back then. However, he was still able to fight imperial weapons with his bare hands. This was indeed an unbeatable emperor art in his arsenal. After the 5 monarchs were killed, the imperial weapons instantly flew back to the depths of the ancestral ground. The scene became silent again. A god king was indeed capable of fighting against myriad realms, truly a frightening spectacle. Rumble. The Tree Father trod on further into the ancestral ground. Each step created a new world in an oppressive manner. Although there were many seals in this place, the Tree Father easily destroyed them despite the fact that they had been set up by an immortal emperor long ago. Boom! Boom! Eventually, 2 majestic auras erupted from the depths as 2 god kings stepped out. These 2 god kings were extremely old with withered lifespans and blood energies. They were on the verge of death, and there was no way for them to re-emerge afterward. Death was assured for them. One had a beast's horn on his head while the other had a pair of wings made out of light. The 2 god kings' power caused the stars in the sky to quake as if they were about to fall. After emerging from their reclusion, their eyes swept by like 4 star-slaying swords. Such powerful god kings could kill a virtuous paragon with a single glance. The Heavenhoof Ravine is finally using their aces. A big shot commented after seeing these 2 god kings. For any lineage, god kings like these 2 would not easily come into being because there was no way to reseal them in the earth. They could only die from old age after coming out. Even a lineage with 2 emperors would only go to such extreme lengths when there were no other options and they were facing impending doom. Alpine, although you are very strong, you shouldn't have come to my ravine. Even if you are a god king, this place will still be your grave. One of the god kings spoke with a deep voice. The Tree Father glanced at them. He was still very confident and smiled, so it is the Longhorn God King and the Actualization God King. I heard of your fame back during my leisure time back at Alpine Mountain. You 2 aren't the only ones with immortal Emperor true treasures. The Tree Father roared in the face of this oncoming onslaught. He leaped to the sky and a banner flew out to meet the attack. A dragon roar echoed in the sky. The Tree Father had the coiling dragon banner in his hand. He swung it around, making it resemble a golden dragon wagging its tail over an endless stretch of space. This banner met the attacks from the other 2 true treasures head-on. Bang! 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 The weapons fought each other while the God Kings exchanged blows. Under their destructive powers, black holes began to surface in the sky. All were blown back to their origin. Time broke and space moldered. Such invincible attacks left the sex in this world horror-struck. If the same attack was unleashed onto the ground, then it would sink an entire continent. Die! The Tree Father screamed. He held the banner while a golden dragon danced in the sky. The Emperor Suppression Art was activated at the same time to fight against the 2 God Kings. His opponents held nothing back. They channeled their heavens will secret laws while empowering the true weapons to attempt to kill the Tree Father in the next 3 to 5 moves. Despite using their most powerful and heaven-defying means, it was impossible for them to kill the Tree Father in such a short amount of time. The Tree Father couldn't reverse the tides in an instant against 2 God Kings, but he had a great advantage. These 2 God Kings had dried up blood energies and depleted lifespans. The more they used their true treasures, the shorter they would be able to hold on. Their exhaustion was just a matter of time. On the contrary, the Tree Father had plentiful blood energy since his lifespan was enough to live for the rest of this generation. Thus, a battle of attrition would leave the Tree Father as the clear victor. His biggest drawback was the lack of time in battling with the coiling dragon banner. The two had yet to reach a level of understanding, so he couldn't exert its real power. These two god kings were well aware of their fatal weakness, so they crazily unleashed their strongest attack to kill the Tree Father within the shortest time possible. The battle between the three god kings caused the entire stone medicine world to tremble beneath their auras. This mad skirmish revealed their true power. A battle between god kings. Some big shots were only watching this through their heavenly mirrors. However, the invincible auras still left them drenched in cold sweat and their hair standing on end. They realized that a god king with a true treasure would be able to sweep through this world without any opposition. Activate the formation. The god kings on the ravine's side shouted. This battle was too drawn out and they couldn't bear this much longer. We offer our ancestral blood to our great forefathers, use our lives to manifest into existence. After the god kings gave their commands, a huge group of old men with gray hair began to chant inside the ravine. All of them had a burning glow around their bodies. Elders from the Golden Crow tribe, they're going all out now. A great expert murmured after seeing this group of old men. After chanting their time-worn spell, a huge skeleton emerged in the deepest part of the ravine. This appeared to be a bird with an intact skeleton. The yin-yang fish carried a withering destruction. Nothing could stop it, not even an imperial formation. The five god monarchs used their imperial weapons to power this minor formation. However, they couldn't unleash an imperial massacre, so they didn't last long under the Tree Father's emperor suppression art. The Tree Father in the past was already strong enough to look down on the world. After obtaining the complete manual from Wuxia, his battle prowess went up by 2 levels. Just his art alone was enough to fight against imperial weapons. Boom! The yin-yang fish shattered the earth as well as the formation. The 5 monarchs wanted to use their weapons for protection, but it was too late. Ah! With shrill screamings, their flesh splashed everywhere due to the Tree Father's art. Chapter 901, 3 Emperors Formation. Once this huge skeleton emerged, it emitted a venerable aura as if it had come from the ancient past. During that untraceable era, it dominated over the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Pop pop pop. A series of little noises rang out after the elders of the Golden Crow tribe finished chanting their spell. Their bodies fell apart and turned into blood. These drops of longevity blood soared towards the huge skeleton like a river. Scratch. After gaining the huge amount of longevity blood, the bird's cry echoed across the 9 firmaments. The moment it spread its wings, endless refined sunfire poured down. Scratch. With another cry, it opened its mouth, causing the world to howl. The sun was dragged down from the deepest recesses of the sky and its endless sunfire cascaded into the bird's vicious beaks. The world turned dark during the entire process. It seemed that this bird was about to swallow the sun whole. Boom! A blast echoed across myriad realms. After swallowing a sufficient amount of sunfire, the bird's body was covered in towering flames that burned the sky. This gigantic skeleton had turned into a dazzling fire bird with 3 legs. It posed in the sky as if it was the real true god of the sun. 3-legged golden crow. Many existences in the stone medicine world were shocked after seeing this creature. One ancestor mumbled, there were rumors about the Golden Crow tribe's progenitor obtaining the complete skeleton of a golden crow. Moreover, it had maintained its divinity. It seems like this is indeed the truth. The Golden Crow tribe was known as the descendants of a divine beast, the Golden Crow. They claimed to have its bloodline running through their veins. Naturally, many were skeptical of this claim. However, after seeing this Golden Crow today, some felt that this was quite plausible. Boom! The 3-legged Golden Crow descended to the ancestral ground. Universal laws expanded and the imperial foundation emerged from right beneath its feet. The moment this foundation floated upward, countless immortal emperor laws wove together to form a grand formation. Everything became illusory as a new world was beginning to form. Boom! The formation sealed this area and locked the Tree Father inside. The two God Kings immediately rushed into the formation as well after seeing this new development. They took their respective positions alongside the Golden Crow. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the two Imperial True Treasures took their positions with other Imperial weapons rushing in as well. Something incredible happened next. 2 True Treasures and 7 Life Treasures in the formation empowered this endless domain. They seemed to be turning into unbeatable generals to guard the formation. Kill him! The two God Kings and the Golden Crow used the foundation of the ravine to empower this incredible formation. One weapon after another quickly surrounded the Tree Father. They no longer seemed to be mere weapons and instead resembled powerful God Kings or even stronger existences. Die! The Tree Father tempestuously evaded all of these attacks while his golden dragon flew around to weaken the formation. However, with the Imperial Foundation as the base and the Imperial weapons as the outline, he couldn't do anything to the formation and was trapped inside. Waves of powerful attacks continued to assault him like a storm, continuously forcing him back. The mythical Three Emperors formation. A knowledgeable ancestor couldn't help but murmur, an emperor from the ravine created this formation with a focus on 3 emperors and their weapons presiding over it. I didn't expect this to be real. This formation was the most powerful weapon of the ravine. Although it never cultivated a 3rd emperor, it had a substitute in the form of the 3-legged Golden Crow to take this emperor's spot. With that, the two God Kings and the Golden Crow worked together to trap the Tree Father inside the Imperial formation. Break for me! The Tree Father was at a disadvantage under the formation suppression. This made him quite furious. Although he had the dragon banner, he couldn't unleash an ultimate attack with it. He quickly transformed and revealed his true form. A huge pine tree anchored itself in the middle of the world. When its old roots pierced into the ground, an endless amount of worldly energy shot up and was absorbed by the Tree Father. This made him even more powerful, capable of bursting out of the sky. Aoo, the golden dragon from the banner coiled itself around the ancient pine. As the tree grew bigger, so did the beast. Rumble! The quaking from the continuous growth shook the formation. It was definitely not able to suppress the Tree Father any longer and was about to break from his gigantic body. So powerful! Anyone would gasp to see the formation failing to trap the Tree Father. As an enlightened pine tree, he was able to take root in the ancestral ground of the ravine, using its energy to empower himself. One God King from the ravine loudly screamed, "Open the divine ground." The lucky surviving ancestors from the ravine immediately began to chant. Their blood energy erupted and formed a huge imperial lock. With a clanking sound, the lock was opened. Boom! 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 A sealed ground in the depths of the ancestral ground was opened and appeared before everyone. A dazzling radiance shot up and strings of tangible rays cut through the sky. This place was full of wondrous energy. There was an old vine in the center of the place. It emitted a golden light as if it was cast from pure gold. Moreover, there were flowing red rays throughout its body as if flames were running within it. A calabash had also been growing from it for a very long time. It could ripen at any moment as it emitted waves of thunderous noises. It was clear from its appearance that this wasn't something ordinary. This vine root lazily spread across this land while 3 gigantic beasts could be found below. All of them emitted frightening and archaic auras, as if they had been sealed here for many years. Many people were startled to see this. Some ancient ancestors immediately stood up to stare at this place. Young vine. Li Qiye's gaze also turned serious while he looked at this old vine from his chariot. Demon forefather, please protect our sect and slay our enemies. One of the ancestors who survived heaved a sigh of relief and pleaded. However, the vine root and the 3 beasts continued to lie there as if they didn't hear the request. Eventually, the rest of the ancestors looked at each other and noticed that the Tree Father was becoming more and more powerful. They finally made a firm decision. Pop! 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 Their bodies shattered and their longevity blood rushed to this wondrous location. The three beasts opened their mouths to swallow the longevity blood, then they stood up at the same time. Roar! Their roar shattered the world as they all leaped in unison. They didn't bother looking at the Tree Father in the formation, but it was clear that their target was Li Qie riding his chariot. The surrounding thousands of miles shook from their leap. Their terrifying beastly auras engulfed the entire beast realm. The nearby creatures all felt their auras and were stricken with fear. They prostrated on the ground as if their ancestors had come out. While these three beasts went for Li Qie, the lazy vine also moved and all of the endless worldly energy in this place was suddenly trapped. The Alpine Tree Father could no longer absorb the energy from below the ravine. What is going on? Many people were surprised to see the three beasts and the vine root. They had never heard of these things before. Inside the Beastmaster Citadel, one ancestor took a look at the area and spoke. There is an unproven legend. It states that after immortal Emperor Jin Shi obtained the heaven's will, he had gone to a wondrous place inhabited by an immortal vine and three demon forefathers. He asked them to come to the ravine, and in exchange, he would use the ravine's energy from their land to groom them. As payment, they must help the ravine if a calamity were to befall the sect. Boom! Boom! The three beasts wanted to destroy the chariot first and commenced their assault. However, the four divine beasts protecting the chariot blocked any possible damage in a brief moment. Should we go out and fight? The moment she saw these three beasts, Long Jingxian was excited and ready for battle. Li Qie stood up and said, "No need, it's time to end this." With that, a death energy appeared. The death chapter rushed to the sky as his terrifying aura engulfed the world. It was as if he was a death god from the land of death, able to reap the lives of the endless eras. Chapter 902, Destruction of the Heaven Hoof Ravine. The death energy from the chapter sealed the entire world. This terrifying energy turned the surrounding millions of miles into a hell, the energy refusing to disperse. The death god, Li Qie, was now the ruler of the entire world. Just what is this merit law? All the big shots were shaking at the sight of this all-engulfing energy. Many ancestors that had been sealed for many years still couldn't recognize this law. Even Jian Wushuang was startled to see the huge amount of death energy. She was the first to be exposed to this technique. However, his energy back then was not as powerful as it was now. It was of an unimaginable level that could blot out the sky in the blink of an eye. Of course, she didn't know that after falling into the beast realm, Li Qie had killed his way out. Through that baptism of blood, he gathered a huge amount of deathly energy in his death seal. Boom! 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 Just when everyone was wondering what technique he was cultivating, the entire world suddenly quaked. Ower! The howling of beasts filled the sky, causing all existences to tremble. Terrifying auras of divine beasts suddenly surged and loomed over the entire world. Bang! The sky quickly collapsed. From this crack, one divine beast after another rushed out. Golden Dragon, Phoenix, Qilin, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, Kuanpeng, Nine-Head Demon, Gluttonous Fiend, all of these mythical creatures heeded Li Qie's summon. Oh God, is this real? Are divine beasts actually invading our world? Even virtuous paragons fell flat to the ground from fear. Their sudden appearance frightened countless powerful characters out of their minds. In the legends, a single matured golden dragon could oppose an immortal emperor. Now, all of these different legendary beasts appeared all at once. Even if an immortal emperor was here, they still wouldn't be able to fight such a force. This number of divine beasts could destroy the entire stone medicine world in an instant. An existence of the God King level saw through them and murmured, "No, no, these aren't living divine beasts. They are only corpses that have been dead for who knows how many years. They no longer have any traces of divinity either. Boom! These creatures came flying. It didn't matter whether they were alive or mere corpses, at this second, they seemed to have been reborn and unleashed their strongest power. When these creatures arrived, the three giant beasts that wanted to destroy the chariot were scared out of their minds. They were called demon forefathers, but compared to real divine beasts, they were not even worthy of being called juniors. Demons had an instinctive fear of divine beasts. If it was just one skeleton, then perhaps they could give it a good fight. However, the sheer amount of beasts destroyed even the tiniest dregs of their courage. They wanted to flee but were surrounded by these beasts in an instant. Not to mention them, even 3 god kings would quake in fear after being trapped by this battalion of beasts. These were legendary existences. After all, a single matured golden dragon was already able to fight an immortal emperor for some time. Aoo, they had no other choice and howled as they prepared themselves. Cornered beasts will still fight. They lunged themselves at these immortal beasts. Li Qiye only smiled as the death chapter continued to move and transform. The immortal beasts all cried out as well to kill these 3 beasts. Keep in mind that a phoenix alone was able to kill a god monarch back at the Alchemy Kingdom. With so many leading creatures like golden dragons, phoenixes, and kunpengs, even a god king would be massacred. Oh, the 3 gigantic beasts screamed as a horrifying tearing sound echoed in the sky. All 3 were ripped apart as their blood spurted from their bodies. No matter how they struggled, it was all for naught. Anyone, even god kings, would shiver and break out in a cold sweat after seeing 3 powerful creatures being torn apart like this. Jian Wushuang was speechless after seeing this. She had almost grown accustomed to Li Qiye's heaven-defying nature. Yi Qingqing's so-called incredible means were only child's play compared to him. What a shame that they aren't living immortal beasts. Otherwise, riding one would be even more awe-inspiring. Long Jingxian, on the other hand, was full of regrets despite her excitement at seeing these wondrous creatures. These summoned beasts were the skeletons inside the ancestral graves of the divine beast realm. The last time Li Qiye went there, he imprinted the death chamber into them, allowing him to summon this many of them in an instant. Rawr! After killing the 3 beasts, these immortal creatures headed straight for the ravine's ancestral ground. Such a force was unstoppable, even god kings had no choice but to accept their deaths. What, is there any justice in this world? Li Qiye doesn't need to do anything himself, he can already massacre an imperial lineage. He is only using the ravine for entertainment or a little exercise. Any sect or powerful existence would find this whole string of events utterly terrifying. Bang! 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 A supreme formation like the 3 emperors formation couldn't withstand the assault of so many beasts either. It broke apart in just a moment. No, under the attack of the divine beasts and the Tree Father, the 2 god kings from the ravine were murdered. They couldn't accept this defeat even at the very last moment since they believed that with the emperor formation, they could kill even a god king. They would have never expected this result. Screech! Next was the miserable scream of the 3-legged golden crow. It was torn apart by the divine beasts as well. Its endless refined sun fire splashed everywhere until eventually returning to the sun. The imperial formation, 2 god kings, and the golden crow were all annihilated. This left the surviving disciples of the ravine in a state of despair. At this moment in a faraway location in the stone medicine world, a particular altar could be found. Someone was chanting an incantation to call back the imperial weapons. If anyone could see the people on the altar, they would definitely be surprised. One was Ravine Master Miao and the other was the famous Scorpion God, an ex-general of immortal Emperor Jin Shi. Back at Bayan City, the old Scorpion was very wily. He noticed that the situation wasn't looking optimistic and was the first to escape without any regard for his reputation. Because of his actions, he was the only one who left the city alive. After receiving the summons, the 2 true treasures and 7 life treasures wanted to escape. However, the divine beasts quickly trapped these 9 weapons. Li Qiye came out from his chariot and stood before them. Boom! The 2 true treasures wanted to open a supreme domain. 2 majestic shadows emerged from the weapons. At the same time, the 7 life treasures also erupted with bright lights. The imperial aura emitting from these 7 weapons made the 2 shadows even more terrifying. At this time, the entire world trembled. This powerful might seemed ready to crush the entire world at any time. People stood with bated breaths while watching this unraveling battle. However, Li Qiye remained carefree before such might. Boom! His 1,000 hands appeared along with the 13 palaces. They controlled his wondrous weapons that included the yin-yang mirror, the mountain bell, the pentagate, and the green lamp. Every single one of them exuded an aura that would frighten anyone. Many people stared at this scene in palpitation. They wondered if this battle was going to crush the entire world or not. If you spirits want to fight, I'll be happy to oblige. Li Qiye smiled at the 2 majestic shadows. I'll give you 2 choices right now. 1. This true treasure shall obediently stay behind for me, you will unlock your heavenly seal and obey me forever. 2. I'll destroy all of you indiscriminately, even if it means that I won't get a single weapon. If you all don't believe me, just try me. Having said that, he pointed at one of the 2 true treasures. He wanted to forcibly keep this one since he viewed it with high regard. The 2 majestic shadows were flashing inside this tight encirclement. Many people drew deep breaths when they saw Li Qiye threatening these existences that others worshipped as deities. However, after having thought about it, hadn't Li Qiye also threatened the coiling dragon banner 3 days ago? In the end, it quietly surrendered. This only stunned the crowd and solidified their opinion on just how Li Qiye was too heaven-defying and scary. Chapter 903, Don Vine. Li Qiye chuckled at the 2 flashing shadows and said, "My patience is wearing thin. If you make a decision quickly, I'll show some benevolence and let you bring away your surviving disciples. Of course, you can also choose to refuse, then I'll let the world witness the destruction of a true treasure." Eventually, the true treasure chosen by Li Qiye extinguished its endless light and imperial aura. Next was the clicking sound of the heavenly seal unlocking. It fell into Li Qiye's hand and made an oath of loyalty. From now on, it would be his true treasure. A wise man is a real hero. Li Qiye smiled and put away this treasure. Eventually, Li Qiye let go of the other true treasure and 7 life treasures. Even though the lucky survivors from the ravine left, all of them were lugubrious. It was over for their ravine. From now on, the Heavenhoof ravine would no longer exist in the stone medicine world. You want to leave? Not so fast. When Li Qiye was trapping the imperial weapons, the yang vine in the sacred ground saw that the situation wasn't looking so optimistic. It wanted to run away with the sacred ground. However, before it could flee, opposing roots appeared out of nowhere and blocked its escape. Soldier Tree, Ginseng Ancestor, Reincarnation Soulvine, Immortal Injury Peony, Silkworm Dragon Soulgrass, these powerful immortal medicines immediately rushed out to stop its retreat. Even the alchemy fowl came out. It hovered on top of the sacred ground and was ready to attack at any time. All of a sudden, the yang vine was caught in an impasse. Its light flashed left and right, but it had nowhere to go. It was definitely strong enough to handle any of these medicines in a one-on-one face-off. However, the numbers were completely against it. Even if it was stronger, the outcome wouldn't change. At this moment, the 2 sides started to heat up. The yang vine couldn't escape while the alchemy fowls group didn't dare to attack without Li Qiye's command. After putting away the true treasure, Li Qiye went before the yang vine. How does this make sense? My sect has been striving for 800,000 years and we don't even have a single immortal root. How does he have so many all to himself? Many were envious, but even more were jealous. Many ancestors were at a loss for words as well. Countless great powers carefully cultivated immortal medicines as if they were their parents, but Li Qiye was different. He actually treated these medicines like henchmen. This degree of extravagance was something others could never achieve. Li Qiye stared at the vine embedded in the sacred ground and lightly smiled. Surrender now before it is too late. Crash! The young vine that was lying on the ground immediately rose like a tree and emitted a powerful aura. Li Qiye looked at it with one eye and shook his head. Under this type of situation, even a true immortal medicine wouldn't be able to threaten me, let alone you. Dragons coil for me and tigers crouch before me. You are indeed a bit out of the ordinary, but the only thing that I value is the calabash growing on your body. The young vine cautiously stared at Li Qiye. It had seen even immortal emperors before, but this brat ahead was much scarier. My patience is limited. Li Qiye lazily said, if you submit and follow me, I won't mistreat you in the future. Otherwise, I can let them have a go at you. A young vine is definitely very nutritious. The choice is yours. After hearing this, all of the immortal plants began to eye the vine as if they were about to jump and cut it into pieces at any time. Even the alchemy fowl was circling above it. It would be the first to aim for the calabash growing on the vine after Li Qiye gave the order. The young vine became dejected from all of the glares. It lied down on the ground once more and spoke, fine, I surrender. You have to make an oath to surrender. The silkworm dragon soulgrass immediately added as if it wanted to make a contribution. The vine had no other choice at this juncture. It vowed its loyalty towards Li Qiye. Ha ha ha, this is not a bad sacred ground at all. Not bad, not bad, if I take root here for a few tens of thousands of years, I can definitely transform for the 12th time. The soulgrass was salivating while looking at the sacred ground. The young vine hugged his sacred ground even closer with a reluctant appearance after seeing the soulgrass expression. Bah, what are you saying? The mud block from the alchemy garden flew out from Li Qiye's palace and yelled at the soulgrass, don't use my field any more then if you dare. Huh, brother, I'm just kidding. You are definitely the best in this world, it's just that this sacred ground really isn't bad. It just happens to complement what I'm lacking for my 12th transformation. The soulgrass immediately smiled in response. It had transformed successfully 11 times so far. If it could transform one more time, then it would be an unprecedented soulgrass. This scene left many people salivating. An 11th transformation soulgrass. Just a 9th transformation soulgrass would already require quite a bit of luck for a great power to obtain. However, this soulgrass before them was at the 11th stage. Moreover, it was also a silkwork dragon, the best type of soulgrass. Even the alchemy kingdom might not be able to have this type of soulgrass, but Li Qiye could easily take one out. This was such a jealousy-inducing event. Okay, the alchemy field and the sacred ground can complement each other. The young vine can also grow on top of the alchemy field so that everyone will benefit. Li Qiye ordered. Li Qiye's words left all the medicines happy. The young vine looked at the muddy field for a bit and found that it really wasn't weaker than its sacred ground, so it readily accepted the decision. Now here is a task for all of you. Dig out the secret treasury of the ravine for me. Li Qiye issued another command. Understood, we are the best at finding treasures buried underground. The reincarnation soulvine immediately cried out and rushed underground to obtain this meritorious contribution. The other immortal roots also rushed into the ground. Even the young vine participated in this competition. The tree father chuckled helplessly at this sight. Only Li Qiye would be able to display such a grand gesture, having so many immortal medicines as his errand boys. The ravine was a great location. It occupied this land where the worldly energy came together for so many years, creating sacred springs, treasure trees, and other amazing locations. After receiving his order, these medicines acted like bandits. During their excavation, they conveniently took all of these earthly treasures into their own pockets. I should have joined in as well. The four-eyed basilisk in the distance was also salivating after seeing this. But how could he dare to compete against a group of immortal medicines? It would be like trying to snatch food from the jaws of a tiger. As for the majority of the ancestors in this world looking at the looting, they became very envious as well. They felt itchy inside, but they wouldn't dare to compete against the medicines even if they were 100 times bolder. Right now, who would dare to oppose Li Qie? Destroying the Stony Edge Kingdom, then the Heavenhoof Ravine. A disaster would strike those who provoked the fiercest. While the looting was going on, in a distant location in the stone medicine world, a true treasure and 7 life treasures safely arrived. Ravine Master Miao couldn't help but turn quiet after seeing the loss of one true treasure. It could be said that after this battle, their ravine had been destroyed. They lost their ancestral ground and one true treasure. The dejected Ravine Master sighed and murmured, "I am too ashamed to face our ancestors." The Scorpion God was next to him and gently shook his head. War follows the cruel laws of the jungle. At the very least, you managed to save immortal Emperor Qilin's direct branch. After a very long time, the lucky survivors of the ravine arrived. After looking at the meager number of survivors, Ravine Master Miao screamed in sorrow, "One battle ended our sect, the world will no longer have the word Heavenhoof." Miao Chan's vision was correct. She is much better than us. The Scorpion God lamented as well with a sigh, "I underestimated Li Qie too much. If I didn't support the Golden Crow tribe and sided with you instead, then perhaps the ravine would still be here today." The Ravine Master only sighed. With a dark expression, he eventually told the lucky survivors, "Take your time recovering. From now on, we will no longer be the Heavenhoof Ravine. Nothing is more important than surviving right now. Live on. This is all that we want to accomplish." The surviving disciples were full of regrets, especially the 2 lucky elders. They were completely ashamed. If they supported the Ravine Master back then this wouldn't have happened to their sect. Miao Chan can take up the role of leader. The Scorpion God suggested, "If Miao Chan is in charge, perhaps we can still revive our ravine and have a place in this world." "No, I don't want to push Miaoer into another pit." The Ravine Master had become discouraged and lacking in ambition. "Miao has worked hard enough. I only hope that she can live happily ever after. This is more important than anything else. As long as I am alive, I will spend the rest of my days protecting your branch so that it can continue on." Eventually, the Scorpion God gently sighed. This was the final leg of a lineage with 2 emperors. Even an old general of an immortal emperor was powerless to alter their fate. "We won't oppose Li Qie in this generation. He will surely become the immortal emperor. If we remain unrepentant, there will be no place for us to live in the 9 worlds after he ascends to the throne." The Scorpion God gave one last warning to the lucky survivors. Li Qie chuckled at the 2 flashing shadows and said, "My patience is wearing thin. If you make a decision quickly, I'll show some benevolence and let you bring away your surviving disciples. Of course, you can also choose to refuse, then I'll let the world witness the destruction of a true treasure." Eventually, the true treasure chosen by Li Qie extinguished its endless light and imperial aura. Next was the clicking sound of the heavenly seal unlocking. It fell into Li Qie's hand and made an oath of loyalty. From now on, it would be his true treasure. A wise man is a real hero. Li Qie smiled and put away this treasure. Eventually, Li Qie let go of the other true treasure and 7 life treasures. Even though the lucky survivors from the ravine left, all of them were lugubrious. It was over for their ravine. From now on, the Heavenhoof Ravine would no longer exist in the stone medicine world. Chapter 904, Stealing the Creation of the Land. While the immortal medicines were searching for the secret treasure trove, Li Qie controlled his death chapter and recalled the death energy. Boom! The divine beasts tore the sky apart and instantly disappeared. They went back from whence they came, the ancestral graves. The shocked and envious crowd didn't know where Li Qie found so many divine beasts after seeing this scene. This was still an extraordinary event, even if they were only skeletons. What was even more frightening was that Li Qie cultivated this type of sect-destroying merit law. He had no need to do anything. Just think about it, he could summon so many divine beasts like that at his whim. This was more than enough to destroy an imperial lineage whenever he wanted. Li Qie told the Treefather after sending away the beasts, there is still room for Treefather to grow. Compared to other god kings, your advantage is huge. Although you chose the path of the Grand Era, there is still great potential in your future. Young noble is right. Without going out into the world, one wouldn't be able to understand the immensity of the heaven and earth. In the past, I was trapped in a lone corner and my vision was limited. My current peak and new enlightenment are all thanks to you. The Treefather nodded. In the current world, the majority of those at the God King level from previous generations were old. Some were even on the verge of death, thus it was difficult for them to break through. It was different for the Treefather. Cutting off his main route was the same as starting all over again. He managed to leave Alpine Mountain. Even though this meant that he had lost his eternal life, he would be able to go very far in this generation since his blood energy was plentiful. In this regard, the Treefather had an absolute advantage against the God Kings that were sealed for countless years. In the past, the Treefather back at the mountain had no ambition. He was content to stay in one place, thus his Tao heart reached its limit. But now, coming out with the will to compete in the world let him break through the restrictions that chained his Tao mind, especially with the recent battles. His future potential was incredible due to his blood energy. In the future, if he couldn't become an immortal emperor assailant, he would still be at the highest peak of God Kings. At the same time, his battle prowess increased quite a bit as well thanks to having the coiling dragon banner now. If he could work well with his banner, then it wouldn't be a problem at all for his battle power to increase by 1 or 2 levels. Rumble. The earth cracked. The immortal medicines broke the underground seals and threw out a huge treasury. With its appearance came a flood of immortal energy that filled the air. Clearly, there were many great treasures inside. This secret treasury was much better than the Stony Edge kingdoms. For an imperial lineage, a regular treasury was the storage for treasures and merit laws. As for their secret treasuries, these were the stores left behind by their ancestors. Moreover, it was not easy for future generations to open this secret treasury. When a sect wished to open their secret treasury, this meant that the sect had clearly declined and needed the help of the treasury for revitalization. Of course, this was the intent and purpose of these secret treasuries in the first place. We found it. The immortal medicines were very excited since they knew they would gain some good stuff from it as well. People's eyes reddened from greed. The sects were full of greed for the secret treasury of an imperial lineage that had 2 emperors. There were definitely incredible treasures inside that would allow someone to easily establish their own sect. The materials within could erect a gigantic dynasty. Well done. Li Qie nodded and smiled. With a blaring sound, he stored the treasury inside his fate palace, then told the medicines, "Everyone, come back for now." The medicines went back into the palace. They began to discuss moving from the alchemy field to the sacred ground, while the opposite was true for the Yang Vine. This was because the 2 places complemented each other. It wasn't only good for the medicines but also beneficial for the 2 locations themselves. Li Qie stomped on the ancestral ground of the ravine. After some measuring, he finally went to stand at the top of a peak. "Open for me!" He screamed while his 13 palaces soared to the sky. They began to line up to form something. At this time, they seemed to be above the high heavens. He opened a palace and the Terra's root jumped out, then quickly embedded itself into the ravine's ancestral ground. Thus, many were curious to see what the 13 palaces would turn into. This was about to be an unprecedented event, a new common sense, a new system, all built by Wuxia. In the future, the limit of cultivators would no longer be 12 since Wuxia had a 13th palace. The vast emptiness blotted out this entire area. Eventually, a figure emerged amidst this nothingness. It was Wuxia. Time stopped and myriad laws stood still when he made his appearance. All the stars and celestials in the sky lost their brilliance. At this time, Wuxia was not an immortal emperor, he was above one. He stood above the high heavens as if he had already rose to prominence before the primal chaos. It was as if he had already crossed over time itself. Inside the vast emptiness, there were faint scenes of Wuxia opening a world. He created the sun and moon and gave birth to all things, he was the creator himself. Because of him, the world was born. Because of him, all things existed. Because of him, there was life. As he stood proudly in the center of everything, all things came into existence because of him. As he loomed in the core, all things faltered for his sake. He was the world, he was myriad existences. There was no way to describe this feeling at this time. Is that Wuxia? Jian Wushuang murmured while looking at the Wuxia in the vast expanse. I don't know. Even the tree father couldn't see through it. He gently shook his head and added, it might be him or a future self or just a rendition created by the 13 palaces. Nirvana heavens. Wuxia gently sighed inside the emptiness. His sigh became an eternal mantra, an everlasting melody. Nirvana heavens. This title laid out everything for the 13 palaces. From now on, there will be another law in this world. 13 palaces to form the Nirvana heavens. Finally, the vast emptiness disappeared along with the tyrannical Wuxia. The ancestral ground of the ravine once again appeared before the world while the real Wuxia was standing on the same peak. Crack. The ancestral ground had many cracks. It was withered with its rivers dried up and mountains broken. Only a dead silence loomed over this land. Wuxia put away the Terra's root, ending his devouring process before insipidly saying, I shall leave behind a little bit of worldly energy for the citizens of this land. He did not drain the underground worldly energy completely and instead left behind a majority of it. The citizens within the ravine's territory would be unaffected. However, future cultivators or descendants from the ravine would never be able to create a new sect or revive the ravine on this land. From now on, Heaven Hoof is no more. A person murmured after seeing the complete collapse of the ancestral ground. Everyone knew that as long as there were survivors, people from the ravine could still revive the sect. However, Wuxia had sucked the worldly energy from this ancestral ground, rendering the task impossible. The absence of worldly energy meant the absence of everything. Chapter 905, Destroying the Physique Tribulation. Some felt that this was too wasteful after seeing how the ancestral ground had withered. If Wuxia didn't drain this place of its worldly energy, they could establish their own sect here. After all, this was a wonderful land. A big shot from the previous generation murmured, this is quite merciful already. Wuxia was fully capable of draining all of the worldly energy from this land. However, he only did so for the ancestral ground of the ravine and left the rest of the territories under the ravine's jurisdiction untouched. This allowed for the citizens and their land to remain unaffected. It was quite a benevolent decision. Compared to Wuxia, the so-called number 1 Yi Qingsheng was much more vicious. He sucked the blood dry from all of the Stony Edge Kingdom's citizens, turning them into dried corpses. He even drained all the world energy in the kingdom, turning it into a shattered land of death. Under such circumstances, even if the citizens of the kingdom were still alive, they wouldn't be able to stay on that withered land. There would be no other choice but to leave their homeland. Bang! Bang! When Li Qie was recalling the Terra's route, waves of thunder resounded. Countless tribulation clouds gathered in the sky. What tribulation is this? Many were astonished to see the clouds in the sky. It came too suddenly without any warnings. Before everyone's eyes, the clouds quickly turned into a pond of lightning. An ominous gate opened in the sky and countless generals from hell descended along with thick bolts of lightning the size of mountains. All of these things seemed to want to destroy this entire land. A great ancestor recognized this tribulation and exclaimed, "A physique tribulation, of an immortal physique. Is this minor completion?" In fact, many people knew that Li Qie cultivated an immortal physique. However, no one knew which one exactly since his physique was too bizarre. How many immortal physiques are there? The 100-Life Alchemy Emperor was the only person who knew some inside information. His curiosity was at its peak. Others might not know Li Qie's origin, but the Emperor knew it too well. Li Qie had groomed the Black Dragon King who had 2 grand completion immortal physiques, thus the Emperor wondered about the number of physiques Li Qie trained. Li Qie only smiled in the face of this descending physique tribulation from the sky. His chest became resplendent as an inner physique flew out. The moment the soaring immortal physique came out, time seemed to have halted its beat. The hell-suppressing physique could instantly suppress all tribulations. All the evil energy was crushed in just the blink of an eye as if it was nothing before its might. The void imperfection physique made myriad laws rescind. All devils were instantly purified, so the tribulation itself was heavily affected and its light quickly started to flash from instability. The Sky Destroyer physique tore apart everything with an unstoppable sharpness. The inner physique flew to the sky and killed all the devils and gods in its path. Boom! 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 The 4 inner physiques soared into the sky to meet the tribulation head-on. They carried an unstoppable momentum, intending to annihilate the tribulation completely. No, this is absolutely impossible. A virtuous paragon dropped to the ground after seeing 4 inner physiques shoot into the sky. 4 physiques, how can this be? Even the most arrogant genius would gasp at this sight. None dared to believe their own eyes. The legend is real. An old virtuous paragon had heard of something and murmured, "People say that the Black Dragon King had 2 grand completion immortal physiques. It seems like one truly can cultivate multiple physiques in this world." In just a second, countless people were shaken. 13 palaces had already broken common knowledge, so the 4 inner physiques wasn't able to be readily accepted as the truth by these people. 1 inner physique for 1 cultivator was the law, there was no way someone would have 2. However, Li Qie had 4 of them right now, scaring everyone to death. The existence of 13 palaces was easier to accept since it was adding 1 more fate palace. However, how could the inhabitants of this world accept 4 inner physiques? This was 3 more than the norm. Even the most brilliant genius wouldn't be able to accomplish such a feat despite striving for such a thing for the rest of their life. Just kill me now. Someone pitifully screamed, "How can I live while being in the same generation as this demon's pawn?" At this time, all geniuses had to bow their proud heads and become dejected. No matter how amazing they might be, they wouldn't be worth mentioning before Li Qie and his 13 palaces and 4 inner physiques. Can I also do it? Even the always conceited Maonan was stupefied. If 13 palaces shook her confidence, then the 4 inner physiques completely smashed it all over the place. The talented Maonan suddenly didn't know what she had to do to compete against Li Qie. Her 11 palaces. They became powerless against his own. The 4 physiques would crush everything else from her. She was in a state of total bewilderment. Even Long Jingxian, who had a natural immortal fate, was listless. In her eyes, Li Qie had transcended everything. He was no longer human. No one could compare to him. Even the strongest in all the eons would only be at this level at best. The 100-Life Alchemy Emperor was astonished as well. He couldn't help but sigh and feel strangely sentimental. He pitied those who were born in this particular generation. It was a predestined tragedy. Boom! In the midst of the crowd's stupor, Li Qia's 4 inner physiques swept through the tribulation. Even a stronger tribulation would be ground into smithereens when faced with their might. The pond of lightning was instantly destroyed and the tribulation as a whole collapsed. The sky cleared as the 4 inner physiques returned to Li Qia's body. There was a change to them, resulting in a dazzling radiance. It was as if nothing could be stronger than the 4 great physiques. So simple. Everyone was at a loss for words at how the 4 physiques made short work of the tribulation. Naturally, 4 great physiques would be able to surpass the physique tribulation. The alchemy emperor quietly added, "This is 4 immortal physiques at minor completion. They would be completely unimaginable at grand completion in the future." Just imagine, the Black Dragon King had dual physiques at grand completion and reigned supreme for 3 generations. Even when immortal emperors met him, they acted cordially. In the end, he even assailed immortal emperor Ta Kong and tore apart the heaven's will. One day, if these 4 immortal physiques reached completion, then even if Li Qia didn't become an immortal emperor, the emperor of that generation could only watch him from afar. The 100-life alchemy emperor was not the only person with such thoughts. Many ancestors from great powers and overlords sealed for many generations famed for their invincibility began to ponder as well. 4 immortal physiques and 13 palaces had never appeared before in history. If, one day, all of Li Qia's physiques reached grand completion, just how terrifying would it be? Even if he didn't want to compete for the heaven's will, would anyone else dare to do so against him? What would an immortal emperor do when they met an existence like Li Qia? This will be a tragedy even if someone else becomes immortal emperor in this generation, something far more tragic than immortal emperor Ta Kong. An old ancestor murmured, 30,000 years ago, there was the Black Dragon King. Now, there is Li Qia. Although immortal emperors were known to be invincible in their generation, it was different for the last 3 immortal emperors. Immortal Emperor Qianli, Immortal Emperor Yin Tian, and Immortal Emperor Ta Kong were the 3 most recent emperors. However, there was one person who stood strong during their generations, the Black Dragon King. Everyone knew about the Black Dragon King being revered for 3 generations. An existence like him cast a shadow over the invincible immortal emperors. It was better for Immortal Emperor Qianli and Immortal Emperor Yin Tian. It was rumored that the Black Dragon King had a great friendship with both of these emperors. Some even went further and said that they were the best of friends and had fought together. However, only tragedy was left in store for Immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Not only was he in the same era as the Dragon King, the legend states that they did not get along. Eventually, they fought a world-shattering battle that caused the heavens' will to be torn apart. The end of the Black Dragon King's era left everyone relieved. However, before they could become excited again for the new generation, this Li Qia came out of nowhere, someone who was even more frightening than the Dragon King. A few pessimistic ancestors said, "Does he want to reign supreme for 10 generations or something?" Someone like the Dragon King reigned for 3 generations. Li Qia would most likely be even stronger than the Dragon King, so 10 generations seemed quite plausible. Boom! Different thoughts ran rampant inside the minds of the spectators. However, the area around Li Qia dimmed as if the sky was turning to night. A very bizarre scene appeared in the sky. It turned into a strange, demonic shade of red, causing others to feel a chill despite not being cold. Zzz. The red clouds in the sky suddenly came together to form a mirror. This mirror reflected the red and demonic ray of light from the sky directly onto Li Qia's body. This light stuck onto him like maggots sticking to bones. It was impossible to evade the light no matter where he went. Chapter 906, Destroy the Life Reduction. Many ancestors focused on the scene in the sky. The appearance of a life reduction interested many, even causing glimmers to appear in their eyes. Perhaps, they were hoping that the life reduction would be able to take care of Li Qie. However, they knew better than to wish for the impossible. Even Yi Qingqing was able to surpass his life reduction, let alone Li Qie. Nevertheless, they continued to hold on to this fool's hope. Even if it was the most minute chance, they craved this miracle. Zzz, Li Qie's body immediately aged after the crimson light in the sky shone on his body. His hair turned white while wrinkles appeared on his skin. Boom! Li Qie unleashed all of his blood energy to fight the life reduction. His life will appeared and the yin-yang sea of blood rushed to the sky. It carried an endless tidal wave of blood energy to stop the changes in his body. Life reduction was one of the two great disasters for cultivators. Moreover, it was even worse than a fake calamity. Many powerful cultivators couldn't surpass this particular tribulation, and some even chose to hide from it for the rest of their life. Li Qie's life reduction was more overbearing and faster than anyone's imagination. Zzz, the torrential amount of blood energy that erupted from Li Qie's body instantly dried up under the effects of this tribulation. Li Qie channeled his sea of blood once more and created another ocean full of energy to blot out the sky. The entire world shook due to this flood of blood energy. He even channeled all of his longevity blood at the same time. This force would cause any great power's ancestor to quiver since it completely surpassed virtuous paragons. However, even this prolific amount of blood energy instantly withered when faced with the demonic crimson light. This scene was spectacular. People say that the ocean cannot dry up in one day. However, Li Qie's ocean-like blood energy indeed evaporated in an instant. One could easily imagine just how terrifying this event was to the spectators. To the dismay of the crowd, even his longevity blood became torrid right away. Zzz, Li Qie immediately became weak and feeble and took on the appearance of an 80-year-old mortal man. It seemed that all of his vitality had been sucked from his body. This is so horrifying. Both geniuses and ancestors alike had never experienced such a terrorizing life reduction, a calamity capable of drying up someone's blood energy in the blink of an eye. This was too scary to even think about. However, Li Qie's life reduction did not stop there. The high heavens itself mustered all of its might to deal with Li Qie. The life reduction even devoured all the worldly energy in this region. The area around Li Qie quickly became a wilted world. Even time and space were drained and crushed. There was no worldly energy, no power of the Grand Tao, and the force of time and space were extinguished as well. Li Qie fell into a terrifying darkness devoid of time. This was a dead space void of even the Grand Tao. However, the high heavens took it one step higher. A dead space would still have the power of darkness and evil, but the forces of darkness and evil were not here either. This entire territory had become a desolate zone. Such a life reduction exists in this world. All forces of nature are completely dried up. Even the alchemy emperor was shivering in fear. Everyone knew that when a life reduction descends, it would accelerate the aging of cultivators. Their blood energy and lifespan would quickly dry up. If they couldn't withstand this trial, then they would die from old age. However, Li Qie's life reduction was not this simple. All other forces in the area were ravaged as well. To deal with their life reduction, cultivators could only use the power of the Grand Tao to fight it without their blood energy and lifespan. But now, Li Qie had nothing to work with. What would he use to fight this tribulation? It seems like the old heavens could stand it no longer. So this young man is heaven-defying to a rebellious level. The old heavens will not spare him. A few geniuses were secretly happy to see this scene. This terrifying life reduction simply wanted to end Li Qie. At this moment, Li Qie was still learning the profundities of the vessel of life. He had some understanding of the general outline from the vessel of Genesis. Only the vessel of Athanasia was without its own profundities. At this time, Li Qie had opened the vessel of life. He was gifted the power of life from countless existences in the 9 worlds as well as their life energy that was pouring down from the vessel, resulting in an unbelievable spectacle. For Li Qie, one thought was enough to form myriad physiques while his 13 palaces were only minor pioneering creations. However, the 9 ants law was the real creation that would surpass all else. Of course, he was still relying on the foundation laid out by previous experts in this field. The torrential blood energy engulfed the stone medicine world. This huge realm became like a little wooden boat lost in a stormy sea. All existences were trembling at this second without exception. This level of blood energy was just too domineering. Boom! Eventually, the life reduction in the sky could no longer bear this massive amount of blood energy. The entire tribulation was overwhelmed and burst apart from overconsumption. After its destruction, all the phenomena disappeared. The vessel of life also withdrew its insane amount of blood energy. In a brief moment, peace returned to the entire stone medicine world. The calm sky became sunny again and all was well. You can actually survive it like that? Everyone was astounded. No one thought about surpassing the tribulation in this manner. They had no comments. Since the ancient ages, there had been many methods to defeat this type of tribulation. Some chose to meet it head-on, some chose to avoid it, and some would get caught up in a long struggle with it. However, to use a huge amount of blood energy to destroy it, this seemed to be the only occasion of it happening. Breaking the life reduction from feeding it too much blood energy? No one would dare to imagine such a thing. Even a god king would not have enough blood energy to attempt it, but Li Qie was able to destroy the life reduction in this manner. Mommy, a few people that were praying for the life reduction to kill Li Qie cried out. They fell butt first to the ground, completely devastated. No one can claim the imperial throne as long as Li Qie remains in this world. Even the most brilliant geniuses became depressed and lost all hope. The name Li Qie had cast a shadow in their hearts that would become an uncrossable blockade for the rest of their life. Life reduction, many ancestors became focused and stared at the scene in the sky. Life reduction made some people interested with glimmers in their eyes. Perhaps, they were hoping that the life reduction would be able to take care of Li Qie. However, they knew better than to wish for the impossible. Even Yi Qingqing was able to surpass his life reduction, let alone Li Qie. Nevertheless, they continued to hold on to this fool's hope. Even if it was the most minute chance, they craved for this miracle to occur. Zzz, Li Qie's body immediately aged after the crimson light in the sky shone on his body. His hair turned white while wrinkles appeared on his skin. Boom! Li Qie unleashed all of his blood energy to fight the life reduction. His life will appeared and the yin-yang sea of blood rushed to the sky. It carried an endless tidal wave of blood energy to stop the changes in his body. Chapter 907, Crystallized Sea-Sex Destruction, Boom. Right when everyone was still paralyzed by Li Qie's great blood energy, a thunderous blast resounded in the deepest recesses of the blue sky. This sound was not particularly loud. However, numerous people in the stone medicine world were shaken as if their souls had left their bodies under its ringing. Even a god king felt this reverberation in their heart. An instinctive fear overwhelmed them after hearing this sinking sound. Many powerful ancestors looked towards the sky and the heavens. However, very few were able to see it clearly. There was a divine prestige that couldn't be sensed by any. In short, that place was able to suppress everything in this world, it was above all else. The fury of the high heavens. An ancestor eventually found a clue and murmured, "This is the fury of the heavens in the legends. When the heavens is enraged, it will send down its wrath in the form of a heavenly punishment. Even the strongest would not act carelessly before such a scene." This was because fewer than few people were able to see the wrath of the heavens. Those who managed to see it with their own eyes would absolutely develop a fear of it. Some extraordinary grand characters took deep breaths. Just how heaven-defying was Li Qiye to be able to incite the anger of the heavens. However, he used his blood energy to break the life reduction, so it would be rather strange if this didn't bring down the heavens' wrath. Li Qiye lifted his head to stare at the heavens while standing in the same spot. However, the wrath of the heavens did not descend. Li Qiye smirked and snorted. He no longer cared for the heavens and gathered his blood energy like a withered tree giving birth to its branches. His aged look disappeared as his blood energy returned, letting him assume the appearance of a young man again. At this time, his blood energy was countless times stronger compared to before the life reduction. Li Qiye still looked ordinary at this moment, but when he flexed his blood energy, it gave the sensation that it was able to push away mountains and flip over seas. There seemed to be a dragon hidden inside his small frame. Zzz, the four inner physiques in his body became blindingly bright. They emitted an unstoppable divine aura and their power soared exponentially. Waves of laws were exuded from his physiques just like a peacock spreading its tail. Absolute speed, absolute power, absolute weight, and absolute purification. With his great momentum, Li Qiye was opening a whole new domain in this world. It was vast and obscure like the inception of a new world. A sun and moon rose as the celestials hovered around him. New life was created. At this moment, each of the four physiques gave off the feeling that they had an absolute domain. Immortal physiques at half completion, and four of them at that. Someone murmured at this scene, "Virtuous paragons can only prostrate before him now. Who can stop him and his physiques at half completion besides god monarchs and god kings? Perhaps even an eternal existence would not have the strength to do so." Half completion was a common term for cultivators. In fact, immortal physiques essentially had no changes. However, on a certain level, they became more powerful and laid out a foundation for invincibility in the future. Half completion was not the breakthrough of a realm for immortal physiques. It was just that prior to life reduction, immortal physiques were considered minor completion and afterward, they would be at half completion. Surpassing the life reduction was the same as gaining a second life for cultivators with sufficient blood energy. Outside of those with already feeble blood energies, the majority of the people who could surpass their life reduction would have even stronger blood energies afterward. Thus, cultivators thought that it was best to defeat this tribulation as early as possible. Of course, one had to be powerful enough for this to work. For immortal physique users, if they could defeat the tribulation without suffering any setbacks, then their physique would be considered half completion due to their augmented blood energy. Even though the physiques themselves were still the same, the rise in blood energy made them much more powerful, perhaps even several times so. Most importantly, only immortal physique users who had surpassed their life reduction and obtained half completion would become invincible in the future. Because this achievement meant that the user was still young, their energy would be like a rising sun and would allow for them to cultivate their physique much more easily. This would render the physique's potential limitless, allowing them to go even further in the future to exert the true strength of their physique. Cultivators had this particular understanding. If one couldn't reach minor completion before their life reduction, then even if they reached grand completion in the future, their physiques would be limited. Some even said that grand completion physiques without going through the half completion step wouldn't be perfect immortal physiques, they wouldn't be able to assail immortal emperors. Only a perfect physique would be able to assail immortal emperors in the future. This theory was widely accepted by the old sages. Because of this, everyone who cultivated immortal physiques paid great attention to the half completion level. Thus, people divided immortal physiques into minor, half, and grand completion. But for Li Qiye, half completion wasn't even a consideration for his immortal physiques. For him, everything was as smooth as a flowing river. He had already laid down a strong foundation. More importantly, he cultivated the physique laws from the physique scripture itself. His smooth process assured that he would at least be at minor completion before the onset of life reduction. Otherwise, one wouldn't show up. Countless people were envious of his 4 half completion immortal physiques. This would allow him to sweep through absolutely everything. Talents and aptitudes were all meaningless before four immortal physiques. Li Qiye withdrew his physiques and took a look around. He eventually sat back in his chariot and commanded, "It's all over now. Let us go." The Tree Father made a path while the rest of the group was quiet. The madam took the reins and the four bronze stallions pulled the chariot across the sky. It quickly disappeared into the horizon under everyone's gaze. Only silence could be used to describe the feelings of the onlookers. In just 3 short days, so many shocking events had occurred. First was the destruction of the Stony Edge Kingdom, then came the end of the Heavenhoof Ravine. Both of them were imperial lineages. The ravine even had 2 emperors, but it was still annihilated in the end. The entire stone medicine world fell into tranquility in the face of this brilliant battle record. Many people were lamenting the fact that there was no one else comparable to him among the younger generation at this moment. Just think about it, Yi Qingqing spent a countless amount of effort in planning back then to earn the moniker of number 1. He had fought ancestors and defeated his competition before. His battle record was quite exemplary as well. However, his most noteworthy fight was nothing compared to Li Qiye. It was one thing when Li Qiye chose to remain idle, but when he made his move, it resulted in the destruction of imperial lineages. And when people thought that this turmoil was finally over, a piece of earth-shattering news came from the alchemy realm. The crystallized sea sect had been destroyed. This news spread from the alchemy realm across the entire world in the shortest time possible. Many were dumbfounded after hearing this. A third imperial lineage had been destroyed. This world was changing too quickly. Soon after, the great powers managed to find more information. It turned out that the Beastmaster Citadel, the Jian clan, and the Jianlong clan suddenly rose up. In just one night, the 3 imperial lineages sent out their armies and trampled the sea sect with haste. Before anyone found out about it, the shocking battle had already ended. The great powers quivered after receiving this news. Everyone knew that these behemoths chose to stay away from the rest of the world. However, they mobilized in just one night to destroy the sea sect. This development left everyone with trepidation. Many ancestors understood the reason why and murmured, "Li Qiye." This thought left them with cold chills. The Jianlong clan, the Beastmaster Citadel, and the Jian clan, all of these monsters were willing to work for Li Qiye. Wasn't this a bit too frightening? Why did these monsters that had been reclusive for generations come out for Li Qiye? Anyone who came up with the real reason would be scared out of their wits. To the dismay of the world's inhabitants, 3 imperial lineages had been destroyed in just 3 short days. Countless great powers recalled their traveling disciples and closed their sections. Many great ancestors told their disciples, "Everyone who meets Li Qiye must back down. Offenders shall be expelled from the sect. If you offend Li Qiye, then cut off your head and beg for forgiveness, do not involve the sect." These great powers were scared out their minds since they were nothing compared to imperial lineages like the ravine. Thus, in order to steer clear of Li Qiye's conquest of this generation, these great powers chose to close their doors and recall their disciples. They didn't want to bring about a catastrophe upon themselves. Chapter 908, Mao'nan's chance. The destruction of 3 imperial lineages in a few short days left the stone medicine world in a state of silence. The name Li Qiye became a spell that echoed across the entire sky. It rendered many great powers breathless. After destroying the sea sect, ancestors from the Jianlong clan, the Beastmaster Citadel, and the Jian clan came to meet Li Qiye. At the same time, they also brought the complete secret treasury from the sea sect as well. Li Qiye only gave it a quick glance before speaking, punishment for sinners and rewards for contributors. Destroying the sea sect is a great merit, thus your 3 houses may share this secret treasury. Thank you for your reward, Your Excellency. The ancestors bowed and didn't dare to say anything else. The ancestors from the Jianlong clan and the citadel all knew Li Qia's identity at this point. The ancestors from the Jian clan were catching on as well. None of the three lineages dared to slight Li Qia, the legendary tyrant of the ages. They all understood that even if the dark crow Li Qia didn't do anything, his brave tiger legion alone could sweep through the 9 worlds. Your Excellency, my Jianlong clan is ready to obey. Where your decree points is where our war banners shall head. Would your Excellency be willing to accept our service? An ancestor with a frightening origin from the Jianlong clan quickly asked after seeing Li Qia's good mood. Li Qia smiled and said, Tu Xian, after so many years, you finally stopped being foolish and have a clear mind again. This ancestor couldn't help but wryly smile after hearing this. Your Excellency is right. In the past, we youths were arrogant and wanted to provoke your Excellency's prestige, resulting in the great offense. This ancestor was a scary figure. He had an unbelievably high position in the Jianlong clan and was an existence that had been sealed for many years. He could be considered invincible to the rest of the world, yet he was acting very carefully in front of Li Qia. Today, all the people here had been unstoppable during their respective generations. They were the most powerful ancestors from the 3 imperial lineages. Today, the secret that is Li Qia remained unspoken. They naturally didn't want to reveal this to outsiders and kept it to themselves. I don't blame you for that. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. For tens of millions of years, countless people have challenged me. If I kept every single person in mind, I wouldn't have enough time to even sleep. The only reason I sealed your Jianlong clan is because you shouldn't have participated in that ambush. We know of our sin. Ancestor 2 quickly bowed again. Their clan was persuaded by the divine beast realm back then and became involved in that great war. The result was easily imagined. Empress Hong Tian massacred the battlefield while the brave Tiger Legion trampled over the divine beast realm. One god king was massacred after another. That battlefield was a scene of carnage where rivers of blood turned into an ocean. Eventually, these imperial lineages who allied themselves with the beast realm lost completely, resulting in the pleading of the 100-life alchemy emperor. They were forgiven at that time, but all were sealed with a blood oath. None of them came out into the world afterward. Forget it. Li Qia nodded. Your Jianlong clan in recent years has been sensible with your reclusion. I can forgive the Alchemy Kingdom and the Beastmaster Citadel, so why not your Jianlong clan as well? Bring the blood oath here, I shall pardon your clan. We are grateful for your Excellency's benevolence. Our Jianlong clan will go to hell and back at your command. Ancestor 2 quickly prostrated in exultation. This was a once-in-lifetime opportunity for their Jianlong clan. Eventually, Li Qia waved his sleeve slightly and said, all of you can leave now. Let Maonan come see me. Ancestor 2 was startled after hearing this and hastily responded, Your Excellency, my child has no sense of propriety. I hope that you won't pay it any mind. I will take her back and re-educate her well. It's okay, Tu Xian, I won't make things difficult for her. Let her come in. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. Ancestor 2 couldn't do anything else. He gently sighed and left with the other ancestors. After a while, Maonan came in. However, prior to her entrance, Ancestor 2 warned her time and time again to not do anything foolish, lest she involves the Jianlong clan and becomes a sinner of the clan. She only stood there after arriving. She opened her mouth several times but chose to stay quiet in the end. She wanted to challenge Li Qia in the past, but after witnessing Li Qia's invincibility, she felt despair. For immortal physiques and 13 palaces, what was she going to use to fight against these things? Thus, she was at a loss for what to do right now. She couldn't act arrogant before Li Qia since her confidence had been completely shaken. I know you want to challenge me. Li Qia smiled, I have also promised your master to give you a chance. But now, a fight between us won't be very fair. There is still a long path ahead of you. Wait until you are truly prepared in the future, it still wouldn't be too late to challenge me then. I understand. The once bullish Mei Aonan spoke without any confidence. She knew that she was not a match for him at the moment. Li Qiye noticed her appearance and gently shook his head. There's no need to be so down. Just accept the reality that all geniuses living in the same generation as me are doomed to this tragedy. His words were very arrogant, but Mei Aonan didn't feel that he was being outrageous at all. She could only bitterly smile in response. I know your talents are incredible, but with regard to the Tao heart, you are not a match for your big brother. Li Qiye continued, determination, ambition, and zeal are all good characteristics. However, you are not as accepting as your brother. It is fine to compete for the heaven's will, but there is no need to force yourself to do so. Follow your heart and the Tao during your cultivation, this is something you require. If you push yourself into a dead end, then you will walk down a very narrow path in the future. Think of it this way, success is fine while failure is also acceptable. Just be true to your desires. If you treat the competition for the heavens will as binding chains, then it will become your biggest obstacle as you vie for the peak. In the future, not to mention challenging me, I'm afraid you won't even be able to compete with your brother. Li Qiye sincerely commented. This made Mei Aonan quite surprised. She looked at him in a strange manner after realizing that he was lending her a hand. Why are you helping me? A life of invincibility can be a bit lonely. Li Qiye chuckled in response, if there won't be anyone who challenges me in this world, wouldn't it be too sad? Although you are not as brave as Jian Wushuang and not as brilliant as Jing Xian, what you have is ambition. A heart that reaches for a future of greatness. Are you trying to recruit me? Mei Aonan was not a fool, so she asked for further clarification. It can't be considered recruitment. Li Qiye said, I spent a great deal of thought on Wushuang and Jing Xian. To tell the truth, I'm tired of personally grooming people. If you are willing, I would rather let you do as you please and develop on your own. You can act as my nemesis or work under me. I just want to see how far you can go. He paused for a moment before continuing, also, I have seen your brother and I personally hold him in even higher regards. He has a clear and free Tao heart. Unfortunately, he has no ambition and I'm sure he wouldn't be interested in fighting against the world and sweeping through the 8 planes. However, you are different, you will be a great general. This has been proven by your praisable execution with the imperial edge. Mei Aonan asked, why should I work for you? Li Qiye smiled and replied, it's entirely up to you. I won't force you at all, I am simply giving you a chance. You have the Beastmaster Citadel, the Jian clan, and even my Jianlong clan, isn't this enough? Mei Aonan stared at him. She was at a loss when it came to his intent and ambition. For any genius, having these 3 behemoths under them should have been more than enough to make them proud and satisfied. That is a different matter. As long as they don't oppose me, I am more than happy to have as many generals as possible. Of course, I would also be happy to stomp down on those who want to oppose me. Li Qiye revealed a faint smile. Mei Aonan slowly uttered, is that a threat? Li Qiye laughed in response, if, say, I wanted to threaten you, then you wouldn't be standing here right now. I don't mind if you want to challenge and compete against me for the heavens will, just remember one thing well, once you embark on the journey for the heavens will against me, think well about your ultimate fate. If it is a gentleman's battle, I'm sure the results won't be too bad. However, if you want to go all out regardless of the means, then I have to remind you, those who have chosen to do so against me all had very ugly ends. Mei Aonan looked at him and began to contemplate. After a long while, she still carried a royal aura and slowly asked, killing, conquering, and recruiting others, have you never considered friendship in your life? Friendship? Li Qiye smiled, should I befriend someone like you? Do you understand me? Do you know of my thoughts? Can you shoulder the long and torturous years with me? No. That is why I will befriend people, just not you. Chapter 909. Before the departure, Li Qiye paused for a bit before looking at her and said, "If you think acquaintances are friends, then we can be considered friends right now if you don't oppose me in the future." She stared at him and responded, "So I am still of use to you." "Of use?" Li Qiye gently shook his head, "These words are too much. I have always treated my followers well. Plus, if I wanted to exploit someone, I wouldn't pick you. Why wouldn't I use your Jianlong clan or the Beastmaster Citadel instead? It could be said that if I said the words, your clan and even the Citadel would be more than happy to work for me. I have no doubts of the Jianlong clans and Citadel's loyalties towards me, and I do not deny their power either." Li Qiye lightly said, "However, what I really need is a legion that I don't have to worry about, a legion that is completely loyal and will wait for me forever. Do you think your army is suitable? Are you lacking personnel?" Miaonan regained some pride and confidence at this moment. However, she had to admit that Li Qiye had many talented people under him. Li Qiye smiled, "How should I put this? It can go either way. If I only needed workers, then to be honest, I'm not short on people. However, I have a different definition of talents and workers. For example, Wushuang and Jingxian are generals that specialize in offense and formation breaking as well as taking the heads of enemy generals. As for Yeshue, she is a strategist. If I were to categorize you, you would be a combat general meant for the battlefield. Of course, I am not saying that I must recruit you. It is merely an interesting thought at this moment." Li Qiye continued, "The last thing I want to say is, keep your ambitious heart. The world will be very colorful in the future. Storms will rise in this magnificent era, and you shall have a stage to show your might." Miaonan thought for a second before meeting Li Qiye's eyes, "If I can't become the immortal emperor, I don't know what could be worth struggling for." She was determined to pursue the heaven's will, but her Tao heart was shaken at this moment. She was also confused because she wanted to surpass Li Qiye, but she didn't know what she could use to do so. She used to think that she had the best ace, but the means that she considered to be the most powerful were not worth mentioning before him. "No," Li Qiye gently shook his head, "for someone with your level of ambition, nothing mattered besides reaching immortal emperor. However, that is all in the past, things are different now. If you are willing, you will come to find just how vast this world is. There are many things beyond your imagination outside of the 9 worlds. As for whether you will have the fortune to see them or not, it is up to you to grasp the opportunity." "Elaborate." Miaonan's eyes turned serious as she asked with a slightly changed expression. Li Qiye took advantage of this situation. He didn't explain it clearly and only smiled, "You should be asking your master about this matter. In short, I welcome you to challenge me anytime when you are ready. I won't make it difficult for you since I have promised your master. Of course, this is also contingent on the manner of your challenge and schemes." She stared at him for a while before turning around to silently leave. Li Qiye returned to the beast world afterward. He only said one thing at this time, "The treasure hunt is over. Everyone, leave the Bayan beast world now." After this command came out, all the remaining cultivators on the beast world quickly left. His words right now were an ironclad law. No one dared to go against them nor did they dare to oppose him. The ravine and the Stony Edge Kingdom were the perfect examples. Thus, whether they were willing or not, they all left without question. Eventually, Li Qiye could be found in the master mansion of Bayan City in front of the painting. His eyes gained a profundity, as if they were capable of seeing through all things. Compared to before, there was a substantial change to the painting. It seemed to be full of life and joy. An indescribable atmosphere came from within as if this world was welcoming its new master, the Hope-Bringer. Li Qiye looked at the painting for a while before taking out the Bayan immortal rod. "Go, a new generation is coming. The beast world is welcoming its master, so it is time for you to accept your master as well." With that, he threw away the rod. Buzz! The rod flew into the painting and traveled a very far distance. Eventually, it fell into Ming Yeshua's hands in the deepest location of this domain. Li Qiye eventually turned around and gently sighed. Ming Yeshua had grown up after so many years. It was the bittersweet sentiment of watching a daughter grow up. Your Excellency, there's no need to worry. We have felt it now, Miss Ming has been accepted. The time she comes out is the moment when our beast world will have our new master. We will do our best to assist her. At this time, the golem stood up and solemnly voiced his promise. I do not doubt your words. Li Qiye gently nodded and looked at the golem. Has your beast world readied itself to fight till the very end? Perhaps you don't know who or what your enemies are. Of course, you can ask that old geezer for more information. Are you talking about the traitor? The golem deepened his tone. I don't want to meddle with your feud. Li Qiye said, however, he is indeed wholeheartedly working for the Bayan beast world. His mistake does not mean that he betrayed the beast world. In the future, he will be of help to all of you. After all, he knows things not privy to the rest of you. The golem took a deep breath and bowed towards Li Qiye. We will bear your Excellency's proposal in mind. If our new master pardons him, we will not pursue it any further. Li Qiye nodded and eventually told the golem, go prepare, I want to use that portal in the city. I know that it isn't easy for you to open it, but this isn't up for negotiation. The golem quickly bowed with gratitude. Your Excellency, bringing our new master to us is a kindness even greater than giving us a new life. Just opening this portal for your Excellency pales in comparison. Li Qiye responded, very well. Go prepare then, I will set off in a few days. The golem didn't say anything after agreeing. It really wasn't easy for the city to open that portal. However, they were more than happy to pay the price due to Li Qiye's important favor of bringing them their master. After leaving the master mansion, Li Qiye called for Madame Ziyan's group. He looked at the girls and said, it is time for me to leave. I plan on visiting the Drystone Courtyard before going back to the Mortal Emperor world. Drystone Courtyard. Long Jingxian immediately became spirited and cheerfully asked, how about I go as well? No, I cannot take you with me. Li Qiye shook his head, plus, you have many things to do right now. Do not forget your promise to me. She couldn't help but pout in dissatisfaction after hearing this. Li Qiye smiled, of course, as long as you work hard and meet my requirements, I will take you to somewhere very fun once you come to the Mortal Emperor world. She stared at him and quipped, you better keep your promise. Li Qiye responded, others might trick you, but don't worry, I absolutely won't lie to you. However, let this be a warning, if you don't meet my requirements, then I will be sorely disappointed. As for the consequences, you should be ready for them. Bah, smelly Qiye, you really look down on people. There is no merit law that I can't learn. She unhappily glared at him. I do not doubt your talents. Li Qiye chuckled, but I do question your determination. Without my supervision, who knows if you will become lazy again. Humph, what's so special about you? Long Jingxian retorted, just you wait, I will definitely surpass you. 13 palaces isn't much, I'll take you down the next time we meet. Li Qiye only smiled at her confidence. He looked over at Jian Wushuang and said, you have changed your longevity treasure and improved your Tao of archery. The fusion art between you and Jingxian is worthy of praise as well. This is a technique that can be considered unique across the ages. This is the time for both you and her to solidify what you've learned. Go back to the Jian clan and train before you eventually depart together with Jingxian. I was the one who came up with the fusion art. Long Jingxian was very proud of this technique from the two of them. It was indeed true that only someone with a natural immortal fate like her could create such an invincible technique in that short of a time. Li Qiye agreed but also reminded her, yes, I have to admit that your ability to create techniques is formidable. However, don't forget that you also need Wushuang's Tao of archery. What was surprising this time was that the two of them did not bicker like before. Eventually, he told the madam, I can't bring you with me to the drystone courtyard either. Go back and train at Giant Bamboo for now. Wait until those two leave, then go together with them. Yes, young master. The madam responded. Li Qie nodded, leave the imperial Draco Bull at your country as well. It will need your country's assistance in some areas, but bring it along on your next trip. The madam took note of his order. Li Qie paused for a bit before looking at her and said, if you think acquaintances are friends, then we can be considered friends right now if you don't oppose me in the future. She stared at him and responded, so I am still of use to you. Of use? Li Qie gently shook his head, these words are too much. I have always treated my followers well. Plus, if I wanted to exploit someone, I wouldn't pick you. Why wouldn't I use your Jianlong clan or the Beastmaster Citadel instead? It could be said that if I said the words, your clan and even the Citadel would be more than happy to work for me. I have no doubts of the Jianlong clans and Citadel's loyalties towards me, and I do not deny their power either. Li Qie lightly said, however, what I really need is a legion that I don't have to worry about, a legion that is completely loyal and will wait for me forever. Do you think your army is suitable? Are you lacking personnel? Miaonan regained some pride and confidence at this moment. However, she had to admit that Li Qie had many talented people under him. Li Qie smiled, how should I put this? It can go either way. If I only needed workers, then to be honest, I'm not short on people. However, I have a different definition of talents and workers. For example, Wushuang and Jingxian are generals that specialize in offense and formation breaking as well as taking the heads of enemy generals. As for Yeshue, she is a strategist. If I were to categorize you, you would be a combat general on the battlefield. Of course, I am not saying that I must recruit you. It is merely an interesting thought at this moment. Li Qie continued, the last thing I want to say is, keep your ambitious heart. The world will be very colorful in the future. Storms will rise in this magnificent era, and you shall have a stage to show your might. Li Qie gently shook his head, you should be saying that you will break through the Tao chains. The next generation will exceed your imagination. You must have that strength if you want to help me sweep through all obstacles. For you, becoming an emperor assailant is not some far-fetched goal, it is something completely within your reach. Assailing an immortal emperor didn't mean that one could defeat an emperor. At the very least, they must have the power to fight against an emperor. For example, it was mere boasting when someone like the unbreakable emperor claimed that he could fight against one. Even though he had the crystal physique, he simply didn't have the chance to fight back and could only be suppressed by the emperor. The Tree Father couldn't help but look at Li Qie and smile, young noble, you will surely become the immortal emperor in the future, yet you want me to become an emperor assailant. Are you telling me to challenge you? Li Qie smiled in response, Tree Father, you think too little of me. In my eyes, immortal emperor is only the beginning, the very first step. Plus, me wanting you to become an emperor assailant is not to challenge me. Your targets are the deities in the heavens. The deities. The Tree Father's eyes narrowed as he repeated these words. Of course, the Tree Father understood that the deities mentioned by Li Qie were not god kings. There will be a bloody battle beyond your imagination in the future. Li Qie solemnly proclaimed, it will be a majestic and magnificent era that this world has never seen before. At the time of that true battle, your current achievements won't be worth mentioning. Even if you become the strongest god king, it still wouldn't be enough. You must break the Tao chains and become a god king capable of assailing immortal emperors. If you can't reach this step in the future, I'm afraid you will only be an insect in the eyes of others. They will crush you into pieces. Li Qie spoke with severity. Such words would leave others in disbelief. For everyone, god kings were already supreme and could be considered invincible. However, Li Qie wasn't satisfied with that and even considered them as insects. This was truly astonishing. The tree father didn't ask who they referred to. He took a deep breath and said, "Rest assured, young noble. No matter how hard the chains of the Grand Tao might be, I will risk it all to shatter them." Li Qiye's words had incited his ambition. He was willing to take the gamble. "Very well." Li Qiye nodded, "Only at that height will you be able to see the true colors of this world. It will be even more brilliant than 500,000 years ago. Once you can fight against the deities, you will understand what invincibility is." The tree father nodded with sincerity. At this moment, he already longed for that day, the day he stood at the peak and looked down at the great era. That would definitely be an unbeatable scene. After taking care of everything, Li Qiye planned to leave for the drystone courtyard. He didn't let anyone see him off, including the ladies. He chose to go alone. The golems in Bayan City had prepared the portal for Li Qiye. Li Qiye took a quick glance at the painting in the master mansion one last time before he left. "Your Excellency, you can set off now." The golem asked, "The drystone courtyard is right beyond this portal, are you ready?" Li Qiye said with a nod, "I know how frightening the courtyard is, but don't you worry, I have prepared very well for this." The golem led Li Qiye to the portal. In front of the entrance, Li Qiye looked at the mysterious spatial portal and commented with a tinge of emotion, "Since the ages, those who could build a portal that remains stable are few in number. Outside of a couple legendary existences, only a user of the space scripture would be able to do this. This portal is indeed wondrous, but it cannot go to that legendary location." The golem lamented. Li Qiye insipidly said, "This is normal. Outside of immortal emperors, no one can go there. It is impossible to freely travel to that place." The golem stated, "However, Your Excellency is an exception. You can go up there and come back down." Li Qiye only smiled. He naturally wouldn't divulge this secret to someone else. He simply commented, "Don't worry, you will also be able to see it in the future. Just be patient." The golem nodded and didn't say anything else. He would wait for that day to come. "Well, you still have a lot of time. I won't be chatting too much now since I have to go." Li Qiye glanced at the portal then stepped inside without any hesitation. He disappeared right away. After Li Qiye left, the golem closed the portal. He returned to the master mansion and transformed back into a statue. No one could tell that he was a living being. On the other hand, Li Qiye appeared before a courtyard's entrance after entering the portal. He silently stood there as his body slowly began to petrify, issuing cracking sounds every now and then. However, Li Qiye was prepared. He summoned an item and mounted it, dispelling the petrification and leaving him unaffected. If someone else saw the thing that he was riding, they would definitely not believe it. It turned out that it was a completely white wooden horse. He traded a longevity fruit for this wooden horse back at the golem square. However, this wooden horse was bigger now than before. While riding the horse, he analyzed the courtyard before him. It had a very ancient look, as if it had experienced countless moons. There was a plaque on top of the gate with two ancient words. Ordinary people wouldn't recognize these letters. However, Li Qiye was able to read them, Drystone Courtyard. Drystone Courtyard, still unchanged after so many years. Li Qiye sighed in front of the courtyard. Eras shifted with time, but this place didn't have the slightest change. Chapter 9:11, Entering the Drystone Courtyard. The Drystone Courtyard was one of the 12 burial grounds. However, when it came to these places, many people would think about the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground or the prime ominous grave. Very few would think about the courtyard. The reason was that the courtyard was even more mysterious than these two places. Anyone could try to enter the heavenly corpse burial ground, but this was not the case for the courtyard. Even those who could arrive at the courtyard would be limited to its entrance. The place was only a yard. Of course, as for how large it was, no one in history could truly say. In fact, very few who went in ever came out again, with the exception of immortal emperors. Only a minority of god kings ever made it out alive. Some even said that the courtyard was the most dangerous among the 12. Li Qiye did not reject this notion. However, in his opinion, as long as one had the right methods, the courtyard was much safer than the others. Clop, 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 Li Qiye rode the wooden horse inside and immediately saw many stone statues. These statues were lined up near the entrance with many different expressions. Some were scared, others were drowned in despair, and a few were turning around to flee. These statues were very vivid and lifelike as if they were real. They were enlightened beings who were lucky enough to enter the courtyard. Alas, their cultivation was not strong enough and they were instantly petrified the moment they set foot inside. The drystone courtyard isn't for just anyone to enter. Li Qiye only shook his head after seeing this scene. This wasn't his first time seeing this. In the past, he had visited the courtyard multiple times before. The amount of statues would increase after each subsequent visit. He didn't stop here after glancing at them. Losing their lives immediately upon entering meant that they were weak, not someone that could be called invincible. There was only one danger in the courtyard, petrification. No matter what type of existence one might be, they would be affected by this power of petrification. Moreover, the deeper one went, the stronger this force would be. At a certain depth, even god kings would turn into stone indefinitely, a fate no different from death. As for what kinds of treasures and secrets were within, this remained a mystery to future generations. However, this didn't deter many experts and invincible existences from coming to the courtyard to find out. The majority of these people lost their lives here. Nevertheless, it wasn't difficult to solve the problem of petrification. It was very simple to come out unscathed even if one wasn't an immortal emperor. They only needed one item to be unaffected by the petrification process, the wooden horse. Of course, this type of wooden horse was very rare. No more than 5 were available throughout history. Plus, their whereabouts were unknown, very few knew about the existence of these wooden horses, let alone their effects. In the eyes of the bidders back in the Golem Square, Li Qiye trading a longevity fruit for the wooden horse was simply insanity. Only someone like Li Qiye knew the value of the wooden horse and how great of a deal it was. He continued deeper into this place. It was a dangerous ground for others, but to Li Qiye, this was a courtyard with decent sceneries. Here were waterside pavilions with decorated mountains and springs. Lakes and streams could also be found surrounding the central area. It didn't look like one of the 12 burial grounds, more like the abandoned garden of a wealthy family. The trees continued to grow older below the lonely moon and sun. The creeks continued to flow without the presence of fishes and other aquatic creatures. Only silence could be found here, there were no signs of life in this place. This was a tranquil reserve that would last for millions of years. Li Qiye continued on his wooden horse and its clopping hooves. This sound seemed to be everlasting, only his horse was moving in this place. Any first-timer would be hard-pressed to believe that this was the drystone courtyard, one of the 12 burial grounds. The courtyard was huge, but no one could describe its exact size. Some even said that no one had ever seen the entire location. Of course, this was true for outsiders. Li Qiye had been to the entire courtyard before and had seen areas thought unexplored by others. There were fewer stone statues in the later parts of his journey. However, these statues were all famous people with no lack of god kings. Sky Rain Venerable, quite amazing and worthy of his fame. To be able to reach this place, Li Qiye was able to recognize a few famous existences as there were very few who made it here. Sai, Remembrance Goddess. So brilliant back then, swooned even an immortal emperor. What a lamentable fate to eventually become a statue. Li Qiye met a female statue along the path. One couldn't really discern her features anymore due to the petrification, but her elegance and past beauty were still quite apparent. Idle Gen Beast, what did you run here for? Don't you remember? Your dwelling caused so many people to salivate. Li Qie continued on and couldn't help but smile when he saw a beast that resembled both a dragon and a serpent as well as a dog. One sword to reach divine investiture, an incredible sword. Being petrified for so long yet the sword energy still remains. Li Qie saw a sword-wielding statue deeper inside. It was still emitting a terrifying sword aura, so even he had to voice his praise. Upon his arrival, golden shimmers suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless glittery lotuses floated down as a person descended from above. He was accompanied by many phenomena, including a golden dragon with a haunting immortal hymn. Each of his steps created lotus flowers while golden springs oozed among the clouds. It was an old man with immortal energy floating around him. Although no one could see his real face, he carried an oppressive divine atmosphere as if he was an eternal immortal from above. Anyone would be stunned to see this, they would absolutely believe that they had met a legendary immortal. Little friend, where did you come from? This immortal-like old man had a very kind voice. Okay, old geezer, your illusions might be able to trick others, but don't try this little ruse in front of me. Li Qie smiled and said, you can't even see me yet you still want to beguile me? After millions of years, your methods are still so lousy. Who are you? The old man with his immortal aura quickly changed into a tempestuous god. His divine aura engulfed myriad domains, causing others to have an impulsive desire to prostrate to him. Old geezer, you're so old that you can't even sense it anymore. Li Qie gently shook his head while riding the wooden horse. I kindly traveled endless miles just to visit you, yet you can't even recognize me. How disappointing. It's you. Eventually, the person recognized Li Qie. Everything disappeared, including his deity and immortal forms as well as the golden lotuses. The only thing left was the cliff and the unfathomable abyss below. It's you, the goddamn crow. Eventually, a shocked voice came from the abyss. Impossible, you tried for so long without any success, but now you've actually reobtained your body. The drystone courtyard was one of the 12 burial grounds. However, when it came to these types of places, many people would think about the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground or the prime ominous grave. Very few would think about the courtyard. The reason was that the courtyard was even more mysterious than these two places. Anyone could try to enter the heavenly corpse burial ground, but this was not the case for the courtyard. Even those who could arrive at the courtyard would be limited to its entrance. The place was only a yard. Of course, as for how large it was, no one in history could truly say. In fact, very few ever came out after entering the courtyard, with the exception of immortal emperors. Only a minority of god kings ever made it out alive. Some even said that the courtyard was the most dangerous among the 12. Li Qie did not reject this notion. However, in his opinion, as long as one had the right methods, the courtyard was much safer than the others. Clop, 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 Li Qie rode the wooden horse inside and immediately saw many stone statues. These statues were lined up near the entrance with many different expressions. Some were scared, others were drowned in despair, and a few were turning around to flee. These statues were very vivid and lifelike as if they were real. Chapter 9:12, The person at the base of the precipice. Old geezer, you are wrong about that. Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. It is not that I couldn't reclaim my body. It is only that I didn't want those around me to pay the heavy price. This is the difference between you and me. I won't do the things you are willing to. Ha ha ha. You are killing me. Damned crow, even though I haven't walked on this earth for a long time and know very little of its tales, don't forget I am the person who read your sea of memories before. How can I not know what type of person you are? After so many years, I'm afraid one wouldn't be able to count the number of people killed by your hands from the massacres you committed in the 9 worlds. A sneer came from the precipice. Old geezer, you are wrong again. To be exact, you and I have shared our memories. But I know even more of your secrets. At best, you only know a few early secrets of mine back during that distant era. Li Qiye smiled in response. The old man snorted. He was clearly unhappy with Li Qiye's answer. Li Qiye continued on, plus, old geezer, you're mistaken about something else as well. Yes, I am a mass murderer. I can massacre billions of existences for the 9 worlds. I can extinguish a race for the sake of the human race. I can sacrifice many things for the human race, but I would never sacrifice them for my personal sake. Otherwise, I would have obtained my physical body long ago, there wouldn't have been the need to wait until now. The voice below the cliff sneered and retorted, Humph, who knows what you are thinking? Who knows what schemes you're concocting in your mind? Who knows of your ultimate goal? Perhaps one day, you will commence a blood sacrifice that involves the entire world. Li Qiye chuckled, old geezer, let the feud from back then drop. You still can't get over when I tricked you back then during that ancient era. Don't forget, you started it first and destroyed my body. I'm already very magnanimous for letting it go. Ha 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 ha, the person in the abyss laughed gleefully after this past event was brought up, damned crow, even if you were immortal, you still had to drink the water I washed my feet with. People will always mature. Back then, I hadn't been the dark crow for too long and was too inexperienced, this was the only reason why I was caught by you. However, even though those years were like hell, they were worth it for my training. Li Qiye smiled, your sea of memories connected with mine as well, allowing me to learn many, many secrets. I received more for less, so in reality, I was the winner. Humph, there's no need to gloat. If it wasn't for that existence back in the immortal demon grotto messing with your sea of memories, I would have taken them all away instead of having to resort to the other method. The person was outraged. Nevertheless, amidst his wild state, he was still quite content with himself, but you damned crow, even though you stole so many secrets of mine back then, there is still one memory that you will never get. I know. Li Qiye replied, soul connection is not the end-all be-all. Because of its shortcomings, it not only allowed me to trick you to steal your secrets, it also let me escape from your place. Old geezer, even though you destroyed my body back then, that disaster taught me how to strategize. Even if you rise again, I will still out-scheme you and take everything away from you. But to tell you the truth, outside of that eternal secret, you don't have anything else to lose anyway. The person under the cliff coldly spoke, damned crow, you can keep on being complacent. One day, I will destroy you even if the 9 worlds no longer exist. It doesn't matter that you are indestructible, I will still grant you an eternal death. I know you can do it, old geezer. You have already destroyed everything once, there is nothing else that you can't do. Li Qiye smirked, but don't forget, after so many years, what do you actually have? Nothing but your empty hands. He continued on while stressing each word, no matter how high you stood back then, no matter how many followers prostrated before you, what do you have now? Nothing, you're only a lone soul remnant. Those closest to you and those most loyal to you. I'm afraid at the very last second, they were stricken with regrets. Blood ties and undying loyalty, you didn't deserve any of these things. Crow, what about you? What do you have after these tens of millions of years? You are just like me. I don't care what you have done, and that includes protecting the human race and the 9 worlds. What do you have now? You are just like me, you're just a lost soul. The person sneered. Yes, I don't have much left. Throughout these millions of years, people left me one by one. Those who loved me, those who were always loyal and willing to give up everything for me. They have all left and returned to the earth. Meanwhile, my deeds are also disappearing in the river of time. Li Qiye gently sighed after saying this, but old geezer, I have never let my people down. I have never let them taste regret as they followed me and fought to the very end. They didn't disappoint me, so I didn't disappoint them. Old man, this is the difference between you and me. You can sacrifice everything for your own sake. You do not have a bottom line. Li Qiye continued on, I do not deny that I have messed up and lost many things and that I've made some mistakes, but no matter what happens in the future, no matter what my own desires are, I will never cross my bottom line. Not even a single step. The person said in a carefree manner, so what? Myriad ages turning into nothing, yet I am without regrets. Li Qiye chuckled, I am also without regrets since it differentiates me from you. Even though you were unbelievably heaven-defying back then, in my eyes, you are nothing more than a bastard. Both of them were without regrets. However, the regrets they were talking about were different. Huh, that's right, I am a bastard, but in my eyes, you are one as well. The person responded, that year, you killed your way to the very end of that location. You could have done an even more incredible job, but if I'm not mistaken, you gave up an incredibly good opportunity because you wanted to stay true to that so-called bottom line. I know, but I have no regrets. Li Qiye chuckled. Humph, one day you will regret it. When that day comes and you are truly facing the consequences, you will regret the fact that you were not cruel enough. The person at the base of the cliff sneered. Old geezer, you are mistaken. I have faced the consequences before, and I am still alive today. Even though the process was very arduous, almost unbearable, I am still without regrets. One day, I will rise again. On that day, no matter what happens, I still won't cross my bottom line. It is that simple. Li Qiye spoke with a faint smile. This was met with a long period of silence. It seemed that the person didn't want to say what was on his mind. After a while, he changed the topic. Your trip here this time was not to see me, right? Heh, or maybe you still haven't given up and want to obtain that secret. Li Qiye smilingly said, you know me, I am someone who is sentimental about friends. No matter what happened back then, at least we still got to know each other, yes? It wasn't easy for me to come here, so I just had to see an old buddy at least. Don't give me this nonsense. Just spew your shit. The person sneered. Li Qiye leisurely responded, old geezer, what's the rush? You still haven't died after so many eras, and you won't come out either. We still have a lot of time left, so why don't we take our time to chat? Plus, how many generations does it take for someone to actually come to this place? Chat. About what? About that secret? The person chuckled. Li Qiye replied, you should be thanking me for coming to chat with you. For millions of years, you can't even find ghosts here. This is a once-in-lifetime opportunity to have someone to talk to. He smiled and went on, of course, if you want to talk about that secret, I would be happy to listen. The person down below couldn't help but laugh, haha, damned crow, you still haven't given up hoping for that thing. Okay, I can tell you, but you have to drag me out of this accursed place first. Drag you out? Li Qiye started to laugh as well, old geezer, you are just daydreaming. You know better than anyone else that that is impossible. As long as the high heavens remain strong, you will never see the sun again. You went too far back then, so there is no chance in hell that you will ever be able to escape from the suppression down there. Ha 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 ha. The person down below crazily laughed, Crow, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you say there was nothing in this world that you couldn't do? What about now? Are you afraid of failure so you are giving up already? Old geezer, your words are meaningless. In fact, I have failed many times in the past millions of years, too many times to count. Li Qiye slowly said, however, I actually do have a way to solve your problem. The issue is that you should already know there is no way I would actually do it. I would rather not know that secret than let you out. Ha, releasing you? The price is too high for me to pay. Chapter 9:13, distant past the person below the cliff jeered at this response, oh how admirable you are, Crow. Heh, don't forget though, many people in this world want what I have. Even immortal emperors would not be able to resist the deadly temptation. Is that so? Li Qiye chuckled, old geezer, do you think you can succeed? We won't talk about the past, but recently, don't think that I don't know about you trying to tempt immortal Emperor Ta Kong. But in the end, did he save you? Not even mentioning whether he was capable of such a thing in the first place, even if he did. Ha! Li Qiye snorted at this point. Crow, how long can you remain arrogant for? Watch it or you'll be dragged down from your pedestal before you know it. It would be a shame if you were to be destroyed by an immortal emperor eventually. The person below sneered as well. Yeah. Only an immortal emperor. No matter which one it might be, if they dare to cross my path, I will kill them. It is not like I haven't killed immortal emperors before. With that, his eyes turned cold as he slowly said, you should have seen what I have done back then. Immortal emperors and deities, if they violate my principles, I will slaughter them. Old geezer, don't think I don't know what you tried to make immortal Emperor Ta Kong do. Unfortunately, he could only play nice when I was guarding the mortal emperor world and the other 8. He was free to continue being an emperor, but if he didn't respect us, the person below sneered and said, huh, Crow, do you dare to let me out? We can play again in this generation. I know that you are the tyrant across the generations and that your supreme name has been engraved in the eons, but do you want to try the taste of defeat? Li Qiye calmly responded, old geezer, I don't know if you are being serious or not, but I'll be frank. You think too highly of yourself and still think of me as the crow of back then. Even if you can leave this place, you are no longer my match. I was able to escape and trick you back then, so now, I can definitely lead you to your death. Humph. The person below snorted and then coldly said, well, in that case, you and I have nothing to say. Li Qiye also didn't care, he only leisurely said, old geezer, I came this time not just to see and chat with you about the old secret, it is also to say goodbye. You know that I have reobtained my body, so this means that it is time for me to go big. Millions of years of calculations are finally about to bear fruit. Success is fine, but failure is fine as well. When I kill my way back there again, I will become eternal and won't return, so I'm here to bid you farewell. Regardless of our grudges and whether you are a bastard or not, how should I put this, back during my first attempt, I used a few moves from you, so I should be thanking you for that. Without those secrets of yours, I would have had to waste a lot more effort. Just let the past go, everything will come to an end with the upcoming war. Alas, it is a shame that you might not be able to see it. With that, Li Qiye rode away on his wooden horse. Damned crow, Li Qiye didn't make it far before the person down below spoke, do you think you can win? So what if I lose? Li Qiye nonchalantly smiled and replied in a carefree manner, for others, becoming an immortal emperor is their ultimate aspiration. But for me, I only want an answer. Neither the deities nor the villainous heavens will be able to prevent my search. Me and those who were with me have spent too much effort on this path, so we need an answer. Along the river of time, you aren't the only one who spent a tremendous amount of effort. Keep in mind that no one has been successful before. The person raised his voice. Perhaps someone has been successful before, it's just that you and I don't know about it, that's all. Li Qiye chuckled, this path is paved with bones. Countless people persevered with a dream only to fall along the way, and yet, no matter the consequences, I will keep going even if it means defeat. Li Qiye laughed his heart out in response. The person at the base of the cliff pondered for a moment. After a while, he slowly said, Crow, I won't tell you the secret, you have to find out for yourself. However, I can give you a hint, everything is hidden in my memories, it is all inside my secret. Thanks. Li Qiye turned around and looked at the cliff to say, old geezer, goodbye for now. May we never meet again. This last remark was full of sincerity. With that, he departed without stopping and disappeared along the path. The endless river of time, how interminable and insufferable. Back then, I was the sole sovereign above all others. A sad lamentation could be heard from beneath the cliff, indestructible and everlasting. Ha! Old villainous heavens, I will wait for the day of your demise. Eventually, the abyss became silent again. No one knew that there was an unbelievable secret below that the world would never find out. Li Qiye left the cliff and roamed inside the courtyard. There were many amazing landscapes and many incredible events. However, Li Qiye had grown accustomed to them. Newcomers who could make it to these places would never forget them for the rest of their lives. However, these things couldn't be any more ordinary to Li Qiye since he had been here many times before. There was no one in the current times that understood the courtyard more than him. He seemed to be carefully searching for something at each location. There were many pathways in the courtyard that led to all the different directions. It was not easy to see the courtyard in its entirety. After going from one place to another, Li Qiye still couldn't find the thing that he wanted. However, he was not in a rush and continued searching in a meticulous fashion. Nothing was impossible for a willing heart. Li Qiye eventually stopped near a lake. This calm lake was neither big nor small. The lack of fish was evidenced by the lake being as still as the courtyard itself. Li Qiye glanced at an inconspicuous corner of the river, then he rode his wooden horse over. In the middle of that corner full of weeds and bushes, there was a tiny stone nest. It was made from stone grasses woven together. Inside was a duck. Of course, it was made out of stone as well. Despite resembling a carved statue, it was very animated due to the unbelievable craftsmanship. There were also 8 stone eggs inside the nest, all different shapes and sizes. Some were flat while others were round, some were even square. Some were blue, green, and also white. All 8 were right below the squatting duck, so people would think that this duck gave birth to them. Li Qiye leisurely smiled and murmured after seeing the duck and eggs, "Truly incredible. You really do move your nest once every generation. Worthy of being a peerless existence. For millions of years now, you have been toying with so many people in this world. If anyone were to see Li Qiye talking to a stone duck, they would think that he was crazy." No matter what Li Qiye said, the duck remained a statue and didn't come back to life. Li Qiye ignored this and reached out to touch it. It felt like stone and was definitely not an illusion. However, whether it was made out of stone or not, Li Qiye knew full well. There was also a big secret here unknown to the rest of the world. Li Qiye then touched the 8 eggs instead. They were also rocky and completely inseparable from the duck. It seemed that the eggs and the duck were rooted to the earth. There was no way to move these things away. Li Qiye was not surprised at all to see this. He touched the eggs one at a time, then commented with a smile, "Extraordinary. You were actually almost successful. Once this is accomplished, it will be frightening as hell." But no matter what he said, the duck and the eggs had no response. He was just talking to himself. Li Qiye leisurely continued, "I will definitely seize the heavens will this generation. Are you considering coming into being this generation, or perhaps the next?" Chapter 9:14, Talking Stone Duck. Li Qiye just spoke his bit without caring for the unresponsive duck. "If you don't answer, I'm going to take it as you coming out this generation. If that's the case, you will be my rival, so should I be thinking about breaking you right now? This is not a bad idea, what do you think?" The stone duck did not respond. Li Qiye rubbed his chin and smiled, "Very well, if someone thinks that I'm just messing around, we'll just have to see which rock is harder. Let's give this a smash." With that, he opened his fate palaces and took out his own stone egg from inside the 13th palace. This stone egg had an incredible origin. He held it in his hand and prepped it to smash the duck. Buzz. However, right before he smashed the egg down, waves of light began to float around the duck. Its stone form finally melted away and a very ordinary-looking duck emerged. "Brat, you win. Just spit it out if you have something to say." The duck spoke with a coarse and old voice as if it came from a different space. "This is more like it, now we can have a nice chat." Li Qi laughed, then looked at the stone egg in his hand while saying, "It seems like my egg is a lot harder than you." He obtained this unfathomable stone egg from the heavenly corpse burial ground. It had swallowed an unreasonable amount of myriad star water. There were also many earth-shattering secrets hidden within it. At this time, the duck was also gazing at the rock in Li Qi's hand and grunted, "Humph. Out with it." Li Qi put away the stone egg, then took out a different rock to say, "I have this piece of rock right here, I'm sure you will want it." "Where did you get it?" The duck's eyes narrowed. There seemed to be a radiating star inside its pupils that flashed a blinding brilliance. "Oh, I just picked it up somewhere." Li Qi smiled and ignored the blinding radiance from the duck. This rock came from the Golem Square's auction. It was said to be left behind by immortal Emperor Wanshi, but the world didn't know its uses. Li Qi looked at the duck and leisurely said, "You have 8 stone eggs right now. If I'm not mistaken, you are missing one. I just checked earlier, the one you are missing is the primary soul." "Well, interestingly enough, the rock in my hand just so happens to be the primary soul within the 3 souls." The duck continued to stare at the stone in Li Qi's hand without saying anything. Li Qi smiled, "How about we negotiate? I will give you this stone for just 1 item. I'm not asking for much." "Huh, brat, I won't negotiate with you so carelessly. If you know my identity, you shouldn't be bargaining with me, am I right?" The duck laughed. Li Qi chuckled in response, "You are mistaken. Even if it was the deities in the heavens, I would still be able to negotiate with them. I know you are very heaven-defying, but how do you think you compare to the old geezer beneath that cliff? In the past, I nearly tricked him to death, do you think I can't do the same to you? Humph, I have neither desires nor ambition, so why should you trick me?" The duck was very annoyed with Li Qi. "So you don't want this stone?" Li Qi playfully juggled the stone with one hand and spoke, "I know you are amazing, but I'll be frank with you, I'm not afraid of you and don't care for your threats. If I really wanted to take care of you, I could have told Empress Hong Tian to destroy you for good back when she was still here. However, I didn't do so because I am merciful, right? I am someone who asks for nothing in return." Li Qi continued, "Plus, what I want is very simple. It is impossible to not pay a small price for this stone. I suppose if you want to try and rob me outright, just go for it. I'm actually curious to see how much of the petrification you can handle once you leave the stone nest in your current state." The duck judged Li Qi for a long time. Eventually, he opted to make a deal. "What do you want?" "I heard that you have a bottle of blue sky water." "I don't want anything else, just that bottle." Li Qi cheerfully smiled. "Blue sky water?" The duck pondered for a moment. "It has been quite a while, so I don't remember very well. Maybe there was something like that. It is useless though, so why do you want it?" "Huh, don't try to fool me. You might be able to trick others, but it isn't so easy to trick me." Li Qi responded, "Others might not know what you are capable of, but I know all too well. Your words have their own truth. The world does not know the use of this water, but the water, in their eyes, isn't the same as the bottle in your possession." He paused for a bit while glancing at the duck. "You know just what that bottle of blue sky water can do. However, I know even more than you. I have been to that place before, so do you actually think I don't know its effects?" "Huh, brat, you are indeed difficult to grasp." The duck laughed and shook its head. "Brat, you should know that this bottle of blue sky water is priceless to me. This stone is priceless to you too. Which do you think is more valuable, this stone or the water?" Li Qi continued to play with the stone and said, "You should be happy, if anything, since I only want your blue sky water. If I wanted to be cruel, I wouldn't only ask for the bottle of blue sky water, I'd even bring up the item you obtained from the courtyard back then." "How do you know about that?" The duck suddenly stared at Li Qi after hearing this. Even if one couldn't see its demeanor, it was clear that it had become serious. Li Qiye paid no mind to the duck's austerity. There aren't many secrets that I don't know. Plus, I've searched the courtyard for a long time, so it's understandable to learn a few secrets, right? The duck only snorted to show its annoyance towards Li Qiye. It didn't say anything else. Li Qiye stared at the duck, same as before, deal or no deal. If you are not willing to trade, then I will throw this stone away to the farthest reaches of this land. We'll see if you can find it or not. It is useless even if you have the blue sky water. The duck shook its head. The other thing is impossible to obtain. What's the point of having the water? Li Qiye said with a smile, don't forget, I am someone who has been to that other place. Moreover, you really are underestimating my abilities as the tyrant of all ages. You and I, we are different. Your eternal life relies on you turning into stone in this place, but I can travel throughout the 9 worlds. Do you still think it is difficult for me to obtain an item? The duck stared at Li Qiye for a while once more. In the end, it unwillingly threw a small bottle over at Li Qiye and said, take it, I've spent a lot of effort to get this bottle. I've always wanted to go to that place for a look as well, but I'm missing something else. You can leave this place right now. Li Qiye insipidly smiled, but even if you could, what do you think your probability is of getting that other item? How long do you think you have to wait? 1 generation. 2, maybe 3. Or 10. How long did you wait for the other one to appear back then? The duck grunted. Li Qiye smiled, that item is based on one's luck, it's very difficult to force the matter. However, I am a forceful person. It took 5 generations of waiting before I obtained it. The duck contemplated after hearing this answer. This type of patience could only be done by someone with true eternal life. Its everlasting stone form wouldn't allow for it to follow the same process. Li Qiye put away the blue sky water and threw the rock the emperor left behind to the duck with a smile. Congratulations, you have waited long enough to gather 3 souls and 6 spirits. It is finally complete. The duck snorted and glanced at Li Qiye. It pondered for a moment before speaking, brat, how about we make another deal? Give me your rock from earlier and I will give you the item I received from the courtyard, how about that? The duck was referring to the stone that drank a tremendous amount of myriad star water. No. That stone is priceless and I will trade it for nothing, unless you can bring the old villainous heavens here. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. You should know that my item is also very heaven-defying. The duck tried to persuade him, if you have this item of mine, myriad realms and their inhabitants would shake with fear once they find out. Li Qiye smiled, I know that your item is a real treasure, but in my eyes, my stone is even more precious than your treasure. Never mind then, you are too blind to realize its value. The duck resentfully grunted and could only give up. Okay, that was a good trade. I won't bother you anymore. Keep on living forever, I do hope that you can obtain rebirth. Li Qiye smiled and rode his wooden horse away. Brat, the duck called for him again. Li Qiye just spoke his bit without caring for the unresponsive duck. If you don't answer, I'm going to take it as you coming out this generation. If that's the case, you will be my rival, so should I be thinking about breaking you right now? This is not a bad idea, what do you think? The stone duck did not respond. Li Qiye rubbed his chin and smiled, very well, if someone thinks that I'm just messing around, we'll just have to see which rock is harder. Let's give this a smash. With that, he opened his fate palaces and took out his own stone egg from inside the 13th palace. This stone egg had an incredible origin. He held it in his hand and prepped it to smash the duck. Buzz. However, right before he smashed the egg down, waves of light began to float around the duck. Its stone form finally melted away and a very ordinary-looking duck emerged. Brat, you win. Just spit it out if you have something to say. The duck was speaking with a coarse and old voice as if it came from a different space. This is more like it, now we can have a nice chat. Li Qi laughed, then looked at the stone egg in his hand while saying, "It seems like my egg is a lot harder than yours." Chapter 9:15, Untraceable Past. Li Qi stopped and smiled after turning around. "You have something else on your mind?" The duck mused for a second before looking at him to say, "I don't remember many things anymore, but I do worry about some things. If I am not mistaken, you said that you have been there before, correct?" "Yes, not just once either." "What do you want to know?" Li Qi gently nodded. It continued its inquiry. I wonder, how is it up there right now?" "I understand." Li Qi smiled. "Those who have memories will undoubtedly long for something. Since you have forgotten already, I won't speak of the details. I will only say that it is prosperous. No matter the race, they are multiplying well. This is the goal of living beings." The duck went quiet after hearing this. No one could read its thoughts at the moment. "Frankly, I feel that you have done a good job in this regard." Li Qi smiled. "Though some people called you a bastard, a scoundrel, a worthless piece of scum, actually, I guess it's more apt to call you a piece of stone dreg now." Li Qi laughed at his own joke before continuing, "No matter what they might say about you, I think what you have done is pretty cool. After all, for those deities, it was harder to swallow than a fly. To tell the truth, I've never liked those bastards." He ended with a gloating smirk. The quiet duck looked back at him and asked, "What will you do in the future?" "Don't try to guess." Li Qi shook his head. "We are different. I have no responsibilities at all. Everything I do is for myself, so I have never thought about other matters." "Is that so?" The duck stared at Li Qi and said, "Even though I haven't left this place, I have heard a few immortal emperors talk about you, especially Immortal Emperor Min Ren. He said that you have been protecting the human race. Haven't you thought about taking it to the next level?" "Like what?" "Like what you did in the past, or perhaps what Immortal Emperor Fei Yang did." "Ha ha ha." Li Qi shook his head. "Honestly, I have no interest in those matters. Plus, do you want me to do those things?" The duck pondered before answering. "Perhaps Immortal Emperor Min Ren wanted you to do them." "Min Ren?" Li Qi smiled and said, "That brat is not only kind, he sometimes also acts like a woman, whether by chance or not. He likes to become involved in many different things. He must have come here before and coincidentally met you. Perhaps he confided some sad things to you." "Alas, the brat also left very quickly. If I am not mistaken, you were the one who gave him some tips." "I have forgotten already." The duck shook its head. "My memory is becoming worse and I forget some things completely as if they were mere dreams. Forgetting is a good thing. Not being able to forget is the real pain." Li Qi smiled, but his words carried a sorrow that ordinary people wouldn't be able to sympathize with. He looked at the duck and said, "If anything, you should be happy. The more you forget, the closer you will be to success. That day will come when you completely forget everything." The duck became a bit emotional and said, "Perhaps forgetting is not a bad thing. After forgetting, it will feel like being reborn." Li Qi smilingly stated, "Such an event is worthy of celebration. Rebirth, something so many people desire. If you are successful, it will be a miracle across the eons, an accomplishment that would be admired by many emperors. For millions of years now, so many have attempted it just to fail." The duck was not happy to hear his praise. It replied, "Immortal Emperor Min Ren told me that you have been through so much, can you forget it all?" "Forget?" Li Qi stared towards the distance as his eyes became lost in thought. After a while, he smiled and responded, "I have nothing to forget. Pain or happiness. Even the universal laws of the Grand Tao had been petrified. Because of this, all had been turned into stone, rendering this place completely dark. Even the dark rays of light were petrified. However, with careful observation, one would be able to find flashing glimmers in the deepest part of this dark expanse. It seemed that there was something over there. Moreover, it was an entire group of things. People who stood here would come to realize that the petrification power of the courtyard most likely came from this place. Even deities and emperors would be frozen here. Li Qiye stood before it and murmured, "What a terrifying force. The world would never believe this. Perhaps even immortal emperors would not be able to bear it after walking inside." He stared at the deepest part of this darkness. Inside was a mystery that he must try to obtain. All the immortal emperors have failed. However, I must be successful this generation, I'll never give up. Li Qiye slowly uttered while glaring at the darkness. At this point, all of his confidence from the past had no clout because he had tried again and again to no avail. In fact, he was not the only one that had failed. Empress Hong Tian had been here before, the same with Immortal Emperor Min Ren and Immortal Emperor Wan Shi. All of the emperors who came here went to this place to give it a shot. Emperors were invincible in the eyes of the world, there was nothing that they couldn't do. However, the truth was that even emperors failed to succeed in this act. Chapter 9:16 Boundless Darkness. Li Qiye took a deep breath and placed some heaven restoration paste in his mouth but didn't swallow it. This was a supreme ointment personally refined by Li Qiye that was capable of treating all injuries. It could be claimed to be number 1 in the 9 worlds. After completing his preparations, Li Qiye took a deep breath and rode his wooden horse into this dark expanse. Zzz, even though he was riding the horse, the petrification force still injured Li Qiye. It was extremely potent and overwhelming. However, the wooden horse emitted a black light to stop this force. It pushed away the particular energy from Li Qiye's body. Nevertheless, just 1 second later, the cracking sounds of stone splitting resounded, marking the start of the petrification once more. This horse was able to take Li Qiye all over the courtyard and remain unaffected by this power. Despite that it was using all of its power at this moment, it was still unable to completely stop the petrification. It was easy to imagine just how powerful this force was in this location. Zzz, the wooden horse continued to carry Li Qiye forward towards the depths of the expanse. However, each step the horse made weakened its power to repel the petrification force that was hurting Li Qiye. Open! Li Qiye cried out with all of his blood energy soaring to the sky. The world seal opened. His first attack was also his ultimate move, the Pentadeo timeless seal from the heaven sealing Pentagate. Li Qiye used this supreme sealing power to protect his body. However, even with this power, a popping sound came out as he walked forward. Even the seal that could suppress all things couldn't block the petrification and shattered. Break! Li Qiye screamed again. The world seal unleashed one invincible attack after another, the declivity mountain bells divine Mount Meru, the immortal devouring evil jars extinguish, the yin-yang immortal refining mirrors yin-yang fish citadel, the bright flame imperial cauldrons karmic flame, the divine beast zither's 9 grand supremes. One heavenly annihilation came out after another and repelled the force of darkness. However, even against such invincible attacks, the petrification always returned like an unceasing tide. In the end, even the world seal's heavenly annihilations couldn't keep the force at bay any longer. This power was beyond anyone's imagination. Keep in mind that even an imperial lineage would be destroyed under Li Qiye's unceasing barrage. However, even that was not enough here. Open! This time, Li Qiye actually took out the weapons themselves. With the Pentagate in hand, he unleashed a resplendent break. The gates instantly emitted the most brilliant wave of light in this world, the Pentadeo timeless seal. The real attack finally stopped the petrification force. Li Qiye did not stop and continued to tread forward. However, he was well aware that even this attack wouldn't be able to stop this power further in. Zzz, just as he expected, the sound came again. The petrification force finally managed to counterattack against the Pentadeo as the gates gradually lost their power. Die! With a scream, the 13 palaces soared to the sky. They opened and the Ginseng Ancestors group jumped out. Boom! Another resplendent break came out. The Yin-Yang Immortal Mirror came out. The 10 worlds started to float around gigantic citadels. Countless Yin-Yang fishes turned into an enormous Yin-Yang symbol and built a supreme grand Tao for Li Qie. This was the mirror's ultimate attack. It was capable of killing god kings as it stopped the petrifying force acting on Li Qie. At the same time, the immortal medicines were next to Li Qie. The Ginseng Ancestor poured out a torrential amount of ginseng juice. The immortal injury peony exerted itself to the utmost to cure the injuries resulted from the petrification process. The reincarnation heavenly soul vine lit up as if it was controlling a soul through the cycle of life and death so that it could protect Li Qie. The soldier tree opened its tendrils and leaves then used its endless power of life. However, the more Li Qie inched forward, the more resistance he met. Li Qie's weapons unleashed one attack after another, but it was still a losing battle. His 13 palaces were already in the sky while the 4 immortal physiques released their mightiest power. At this very second, Li Qie was in his strongest state, a state capable of killing gods and devils. Despite all of this, he couldn't stop the force of darkness that would always rear its head again and again. At this particular depth, the injuries inflicted by the petrification process were virtually impossible to reverse. Fortunately, Li Qie had prepared the Heaven Restoration Paste. With its effects and the power of the immortal injury peony, Li Qie was able to withstand the injuries. Shit, if this keeps going, we'll be drained dry. The Ginseng Ancestor had to cry. They were suffering grievous losses as well. Take this, recover for a bit. Li Qie took out a 5 immortal tendril, the oldest root from the 5 immortal ginseng. It was large and rough with a medicinal effect that was too much to bear for anyone. Even Li Qie couldn't eat a root by himself. It was the most supreme supplement. The immortal medicines were ecstatic after seeing this. They gave Li Qie one part while they divided the rest among the group. After taking in the supplement, the group became spirited once more and cried out, "Good stuff." They used all of their might to support Li Qie once more. Every single step was arduous as he rode the wooden horse forward. Nevertheless, he still made it to the center of the darkness. At this place, one would finally be able to see the true form of the glimmers from before. These were shadows that had been petrified in this place. They were majestic and peerless, forever buried in this location. They emitted boundless imperial auras. Even though they had turned into stone for millions of years, the power of petrification still couldn't conceal their imperial auras. Shadows of immortal emperors, Li Qie commented with a tinge of emotion while withstanding the onslaught. Even figures of the God King level would be astounded by this scene, to say nothing of the rest of the world. Immortal Emperor Mu Zhua, Immortal Emperor Yao Zhu, Immortal Emperor Ba Zhen, Immortal Emperor Tun Ri, the shadows of all of these peerless experts were trapped in this place. Li Qie glanced at Empress Hong Tian's shadow and only softly sighed. However, he had no time to be sentimental. He roared in order to combat the power. This many imperial shadows being sealed here was a terrifying sight to behold. For millions of years, many emperors had visited the Drystone courtyard. All of them were tempted by the thing in the darkness, they all wished to obtain it. However, even emperors were not able to do so. The ultimate force of petrification forced the emperors to retreat with great haste. However, their shadows were frozen, forever to remain buried in this place. Even emperors couldn't carry out this terrifying task. It could easily be imagined just how frightening the power within was. Li Qie came closer, but when he made it to the area with the shadows of the emperors, he finally couldn't withstand the injuries. Nirvana heavens, in the blink of an eye, Li Qie cried out and created life with a single thought. He finally used his most powerful attack. The 13 palaces began to derive their obscured profundities. A Li Qie standing above the 9 heavens emerged. The power of the Nirvana heavens loomed above myriad realms. At this second, he was comparable to an immortal emperor, perhaps he was even more powerful. This technique was met by an even stronger backlash from the force of petrification. It resumed its offense with constant buzzing sounds as if it wanted to freeze the entire nirvana heavens whole. Old villainous heavens, watch me. I will conquer all things. Li Qiye screamed. The 9 ants appeared. Li Qiye didn't have a care in the world and threw caution to the wind. 2 small vessels appeared amidst all the commotion. Rumble. Blood energy madly descended as if it wanted to destroy the entire dark expanse. Boom. 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 At the same time, the boundless light of dawn emerged and lit up the entire area as if it wanted to obliterate the darkness. The vessel of life and the vessel of Genesis, these 2 major vessels were the products of the miracle of Li Qiye's 9 ants merit law. Within the endless blood energy, Li Qiye seemed to be giving life to billions of living beings. The light of dawn continued to spread as if Li Qiye was opening a new domain, as if he was creating a whole new 9 worlds along with the countless spheres within. Under the control of the nirvana heavens, the vessel of life and vessel of Genesis were able to exert their power to their utmost limits. It was about to crack the darkness and suppress the strongest power in this place. However, the force of petrification was beyond comprehension. It still frantically fought back against the 2 vessels. Buzz. The death chapter emerged and its death energy engulfed this world of darkness. Its strands of universal laws quickly imprinted themselves onto the shadows of the emperors. Many immortal emperors had calculated the secrets within to find the particular coordinates. Because of these difficulties, no one was known to have been able to reach the source. There were naturally stories of success, but no one knew of any who actually managed to do so. Li Qiye was currently standing in a location that could reach the source. There were several locations in the stone medicine world like this. However, Li Qiye found success with this one in the past. Time to begin. While murmuring, Li Qiye took out 2 items and went to the rotten bridge. One of the items was the blue sky water that he obtained from the duck not long ago. The other was the seed taken from the alchemy fowl's body. Many people wouldn't be able to recognize this seed. He carefully dripped a small drop of blue sky water on this seed. The seed slowly absorbed the water. With the sound of something peeling, the outer layer of the seed fell off to reveal its body. A shining golden bean appeared on Li Qiye's palm. It looked like a legendary immortal bean. Even those who were unaware would know that this bean was unfathomable. A seed from the time source vine. Li Qiye smiled a little and murmured, "This really is a seed from the time source vine. I didn't guess incorrectly." Many had most likely never heard of this time source vine, but it was definitely an inestimable treasure. When its seed reached maturity, it would normally use a shell for camouflage. Whoosh! Li Qiye opened his sea of memories. One immortal emperor appeared after another. Immortal Emperor Min Ren, Immortal Emperor Xuexi, and Empress Hong Tian emerged. Their blessings came out from his sea of memories. Open! Li Qiye screamed. The vessel of life and vessel of Genesis that carried the blood energy of countless existences and the power of creation rushed into the bodies of these immortal emperors. Rumble. At this moment, the world seemed to be facing its destruction. The petrified shadows of these emperors were coming back to life. Boom. The blessings from certain emperors inside Li Qiye's memories made their shadows even more powerful compared to the others here. This was the fusion of 2 different power sources, causing their imperial auras to be countless times stronger. Even the high heavens above will be taken down by me. Li Qiye loudly cried, for he was the king of all immortal emperors, a being higher than all else. With so many blessings, it made his 2 vessels erupt with power. Each drop exuded a transcendent aura and seemed to sustain 3,000 worlds. This was not pond water but rather the legendary immortal aqua. Even if someone had never seen immortal aqua before, they would think that the best aqua in this world could not be superior to this after seeing the water in this pond. Provenance's splendor. Li Qiye gently sighed. He knew what it was even without opening his heavenly gaze. Provenance's splendor was something the world had never even heard of before. If an immortal emperor heard its name, they would start to salivate and would try to obtain a bottle by any means necessary. It was even more valuable than worldly prime liquid or any of the other supreme essences in this world. The disparity was of an incalculable proportion. Moreover, the even more wondrous aspect was that any existence could handle it, unlike the tyrannical myriad star water. There was a legend stating that the source of the 3 ancestral veins was the beginning of the formation of this world. In the beginning, countless essences gestated the 9 worlds and myriad realms. A few items did not melt during that time and fell into the worlds. Perhaps these items would form the materials found here, at the source of the 3 veins. There was enough essence here to create a new world and sustain its inhabitants. This legend had no basis. Nevertheless, the Provenance's splendor was definitely the most valuable essence in this world. No existence would be able to escape its temptation. Despite it being within his grasp, Li Qiye did not take any actions, for he knew that it wasn't so simple. This was because the Tao runes surrounding the pond were extremely powerful. Without the acceptance of these runes, even an immortal emperor would be teleported outside in an instant. They wouldn't be able to stay here any longer. Buzz! The Tao runes covering the pond began to light up. They came together with a splash. These Tao runes piled up onto each other like slow, flowing water. They began to change from one person to another. First was a handsome, burly man. Next was a mysterious person shrouded behind a cloak. Then suddenly, it was just an ordinary-looking fella. Eventually, the runes took on a complete form. A crow appeared before Li Qiye. The spreading of its wings blotted out the world, myriad realms were lost in darkness. This crow loomed over everything as it suppressed the heaven and earth. You still dare to come back to my place? The crow's speech echoed like a supreme immortal monarch's command, as if many god-kings were prostrating before him. Your derivation is wrong. This was my old crow form, my body is now a living being and not an illusion like before. Li Qiye said with a smile. It turned out that all the characters earlier were the different forms Li Qiye took to travel this world. Of course, those were only illusions and transformations rather than his true form. Buzz! At this time, the crow disappeared. A different person appeared before Li Qiye. Anyone would gasp in shock after seeing this. This was another Li Qiye. All of his gestures and his demeanor were exactly the same. A stranger would find it impossible to determine which one was real and which was fake. So you're here to trick people again? The other Li Qiye glanced at Li Qiye with a leisurely and nonchalant expression. Okay, don't transform into me or try to scheme against me. You are only a universal law without life or emotions, there's no need to learn how to talk. Li Qiye responded with a grin, your true self is the most important thing, these trivial aspects are meaningless. Buzz! This Li Qiye disappeared and a blurry shadow took its place. It carried the high heavens above and determined the fate of the universe below. All was within its grasp. There's no need to transform into the high heavens either. You are not the high heavens, and to be frank, this is not its form anyways. Li Qiye chuckled at this transformation. I'll do what I want, it's none of your business. The blurred shadow replied with disdain. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile wryly. He rubbed his nose and helplessly said, it seems like I am guilty. I shouldn't have corrupted you last time, making you derive the emotions of mortals. I am the law of this world. I can become anything, there's no need for you to teach me. The blurred shadow contemptuously stated with great arrogance. Li Qiye had come here once before as the Dark Crow. Moreover, he stayed here for a very long time. Back then, the law of this location was not like this. Later on, it retained all kinds of habits from Li Qiye's teasing. Yes, 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 you are the law of the heaven and earth, capable of transforming into all things. Li Qiye smiled. The blurry shadow suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, a woman appeared before Li Qiye. Her beauty was such that it couldn't be described with mere words. Am I pretty? She asked Li Qiye with an enchantingly scornful smile. Fuck. You dare to transform into her? You think I won't tear you into pieces? Li Qiye couldn't resist cursing. Your style is so unnatural, it really makes me want to puke. Only after being soaked in blue sky water would the time source vine seed remove its camouflage and expose its real body. No matter who one might be, they required both the water and the vine to enter the source. Both were completely indispensable. Moreover, they were both exceedingly rare since the start of time. Obtaining them was more prohibitive than reaching the heavens. Take, for instance, the time source vine. Once the vine was ripe, a seed would immediately fly away and fall into a larger world. However, this process couldn't be reversed, not even by an immortal emperor. Moreover, these vines rarely produced seeds. There would only be 3 to 5 seeds each time. Think about it, only 3 to 5 seeds being lost in huge worlds. It would be easier to find a grain of sand in an ocean compared to finding one of these seeds. Because of this, Li Qiye hunted down these seeds for 5 generations before he finally obtained one. Hard work paid off in the end and he was finally successful. He placed this seed on top of the rotten bridge by the cliff, then poured more blue sky water on it. Chapter 919, What are you? Fine then, I'll stop transforming, what's the big deal? The woman quickly turned back into the blurred shadow situated in the most secretive recess of the sky, a location above all else. What do I gain from obtaining it? Li Qiye found this to be quite problematic. If it didn't bite no matter what, then all of his plans were done for. What do I have to do for you to let me through? Li Qiye smiled. Because of our friendship, we don't have to fight till the sky collapses in this place, right? Sky collapses my ass. The shadow said with disdain, if I didn't want you here, I could teleport you away the moment you attack. Just like you said before, even immortal emperors can't do anything. Li Qiye regretted telling this thing all of this information back then. Moreover, I have no emotion, so we don't have any friendship to speak of. The shadow looked at Li Qiye with one eye. The shadow's attitude left Li Qiye helpless. He raised his hands and said, okay, I give up. State your conditions. If possible, I will meet all of your demands. You sure? The shadow immediately stared intensely at Li Qiye. Li Qiye was getting the willies from this glare. Fine, go for it. Li Qiye said with a smile. The shadow's attitude resembled Li Qiye very closely at this moment. It leisurely said, well, my condition is very simple. You will stay here and keep me company like in the past and I'll let you through. That won't do. Li Qiye shook his head, you are taking complete advantage of me. Plus, I am not the same as before. In the past, I had everlasting life, but if I get stuck here now, that means I will be completely screwed. Then forget it, I don't care. Don't even think about passing. The shadow sneered. Li Qiye chuckled and said, you shouldn't say no so fast. How about this, to make things fair, we'll make a bet. If I lose, then I'll stay behind. If I win, you have to let me through. Chapter 920, Another bet. The shadow replied with disdain to the bet, it was a bet last time too, and it ended with you throwing me into the pit. To which Li Qiye responded with a smile, that was last time, now is now. Plus, you won't be losing anything, right? If I lose, then I'm done for. I'm not immortal anymore, so staying here would ruin me. Stop egging me on. The shadow sneered, no matter what you say, I won't fall into your trap. Who doesn't know that you are a liar who specializes in fooling people? Your words do me injustice. Li Chia helplessly said, this time, I came with sincerity. Just imagine, this treasure is completely worthless to you, but if I lose, I will have to give up everything. Just think about it, how heavy is my bet? This is the greatest gamble in history. Stop acting like that. I already said I won't be tricked by you. The shadow immediately rejected. It was very cautious after already being fooled once. There's nothing I can do if you don't want to. Li Chia said with disappointment, I guess I have to leave. The only thing I can say is that this trip was such a waste. Really now? The shadow snorted, you spent a tremendous amount of effort to get here. Who would believe that you're giving up this easily? I know you don't believe me. Li Chia shook his head and reluctantly said, but I can't force you to trust me, so what else can I do besides leave? Do I have to assault this place? You know that I can't penetrate your defenses anyway. I'm not convinced at all. The shadow sneered, a lawless person like you would give up so easily. When was the last time you admitted defeat? Li Chia said with a smile, times are different now. I'm no longer immortal, I no longer have unlimited time. Time is too precious for me right now. I would rather do other things outside instead of spending 1,000 years in here. That would be much more exciting. Humph, whatever you say. The shadow snorted, still unconvinced. Li Chia grinned in response, okay then, it seems like there's no point in talking any further. Take care of yourself. Who knows if we will have the chance to meet again in the future. Goodbye, friend. With that, Li Chia turned around to leave this place. Meanwhile, the shadow grew quiet. How do you want to bet? The shadow finally broke the silence and asked Li Chia before he could get far. Li Chia turned around and looked at the shadow, if you want to bet, then how about we wager with our lives? I know of your power. Your curse will certainly end in death, even immortal emperors would suffer the same fate. Thus, I want to try using my true fate to withstand your curse. Li Chia paused for a moment, if I can't live after my true fate is afflicted, then I lose. If I can come back to life, then you lose. What do you think? Don't act like that. I know you are still immortal. Even if I curse you, it still wouldn't be able to kill you. The shadow snorted. Li Chia shook his head, you still don't believe me. You are the most profound universal law in this world. If you are still skeptical, then you can try and derive it. In this generation, I have reobtained my true body and escaped from the immortal demon grotto. I stand before you not as an illusion, but as a living being with flesh and blood. If I was still immortal due to the grotto, would you be able to derive it then? Fine, I'll do it. The shadow scowled and continued to change. Every single one of its transformations was very mysterious and profound. Even the most brilliant genius wouldn't be able to understand its transformations. After many changes, the profound law finally turned back into its blurred shadow form, still as powerful as ever as if it was the tyrant of all things. It seems like you are telling the truth. Your body is truly your original and the immortal power has disappeared. The shadow finally acknowledged Li Chia's claim. I have no need to trick you since we have always been honest with each other. Li Chia smiled, we have stayed together for so long, so how could I bear to trick you? The shadow coldly said, right, just like last time. Although it shouldn't have emotions, it still clearly remembered when Li Chia tricked it last time and was very annoyed with him. Li Chia shook his head, strictly speaking, I didn't fool you last time, it was just part of the plan. You and I both knew the conditions, I didn't lie at all. Under the circumstances back then, I only made a subtle change, that's all. What about this time then? What are you going to do? The shadow uttered, I don't believe that you are not afraid of dying. To which Li Chia responded with a smile, of course I am afraid of dying. Nevertheless, I have been enlightened with a particular grand Tao, so I am confident in withstanding your curse. I have absolute faith in it being able to stop even an immortal emperor. Come give it a try if you don't believe me. Such a big tone. The shadow was instantly annoyed. Such words were completely underestimating its power. How could it swallow such disdain? It continued on to say, even if you had accepted the heaven's will, I could still torture you to death. Come then. Li Qie provoked, I'm not afraid of your invincible curse. I will stand strong and watch it be completely ineffective against me. With that, a series of rumbles could be heard. Li Qie's true fate emerged and floated around him. He smiled toward the shadow, come, let me experience the power of your curse. Fine, I want to see just how powerful you are. Li Qie's provocation infuriated the shadow. In the blink of an eye, the Tao runes rushed forward like a flood. It turned into a very mysterious mantra with an unspeakable force. It seemed to be eternal. There was no return after being struck by its power. Zzz, the mantra quickly imprinted itself on Li Qie's true fate like a branding iron burning flesh. This sensation was extremely painful, but Li Qie still managed to withstand it. After making its mark, the mantra immediately left his true fate but didn't imprint itself at a deeper area. It turned back into the blurred shadow and angrily said, son of a bitch, you tricked me again. You got the legendary death scripture. It was a law of the heaven and earth of an extremely profound level. However, the death scripture was also born during the inception of this universe. Even if it was unfathomable, it couldn't derive or calculate the death scripture. It knew that it had fallen into Li Qie's trap the moment it imprinted its curse onto his true fate. Yes, I am cultivating the death scripture. Li Qie faintly smiled. The agony from the imprint on his true fate was too much to bear. Anyone else would be rolling on the ground in pain. However, Li Qie had suffered too many painful experiences. He was able to stand and smile without a problem. You tricked me again. The shadow repeated. Li Qie smiled in response, I didn't trick you and I never said that I didn't cultivate the death scripture either. I only said that I could withstand your curse, am I right? The shadow couldn't argue on that point, but it still coldly said, so what if you cultivate the death scripture? I can still kill you. Li Qie smiled and said, I believe that your curse can definitely kill me. However, I recall our bet was not about you killing me, but about whether I can survive or not. I never said that I would lose after dying, only if I can't come back to life. You spouted a bunch of nonsensical drivel just so that you could lead me on and distract me. The shadow finally realized that it had jumped into a hole dug by Li Qie. Li Qie gently shook his head, as a universal law, you should always be in your most focused state to derive and calculate without being influenced by emotions. Bastard, not again. The shadow was furious. I know you are blaming me. Li Qie slowly said, but it is not like I am not giving you a chance. The time has come for the thing inside, so long as I am successful. It will definitely take off and you will be free as your mission would be over. You are an extraordinary universal law, so you can go wherever you want. All of this talking doesn't change the fact that you tricked me. The shadow coldly uttered. Chapter 921, Secret in the Pond. Li Qie didn't mind the angered shadow as he explained, I don't blame you for blaming me. Honestly, I corrupted you back then by contaminating you with emotions. I'm guilty of that. All along, I've always wanted the item in this place, I won't deny what I did back then. If you want to blame me, then wait until the day you are free, then you can come at me at any time. At that moment, we won't be betting or scheming against each other. Li Qie gently sighed after finishing. The shadow contemplated in silence after hearing this. It seemed that it had accepted Li Qie's explanation. Li Qie sighed and slowly walked towards the pond. The shadow had no response and the Tao runes on the ground didn't shift at all. Without a doubt, it had implicitly given him permission to pass. Without its permission, even an immortal emperor would be teleported outside once they set foot into these thick arrays of Tao runes. Standing next to the lake and looking down at the pond full of Provenance's splendor, Li Qie immediately jumped in without the slightest hesitation. He continued to sink after entering. This pond was very deep. After a long while of sinking, he finally saw the bottom. There was a golden maelstrom at the base of the pond. It slowly swirled around to the rhythm of this world. It was unfathomable and seemed depthless. No one could tell where it led to. Li Qie floated above the maelstrom with thoughts rampant in his mind because there was a heaven-shattering secret regarding this matter. Moreover, this golden maelstrom was only a part of it. However, time did not allow Li Qie to contemplate at this moment. He took a deep breath and opened his sea of memories. With a series of explosions, a universal law that contained countless secrets flew out. Open. The universal law pinned itself against the edge of the maelstrom. While Li Qie's hands were busy forming profound mudras, he shouted and a mantra flew out. Boom! A mark emerged above the maelstrom, one that belonged to Li Qie. He had the chance to come here last time after defeating the blurred shadow. Because of this, he already had something amazing stored at the edge of the golden maelstrom. Naturally, this was something that only he was aware of. Go. Li Qie then hid another item in this mark. It disappeared inside and completely hid itself. At the same time, the mark also disappeared from the maelstrom so that no outsiders would ever find out what just happened. After doing so, his 13 palaces loudly blared and activated the Nirvana heavens. The vessel of life and vessel of Genesis emerged as well and poured down their endless blood energy and power. Let me help you so that you can come out in this generation. Li Qie poured his blood energy and life force into the maelstrom. At the same time, a silver glimmer came out from his mind. He obtained this silver glimmer from the deepest location of the ancestral realm back then. Rumble. Waves of golden swirls escaped from the maelstrom, causing the earth to spin. Right when these swirls erupted, a golden light flew into Li Qie's mind. The blurred shadow simply stood there and quietly watched the surging water in the pond. At this second, it was being its true self, emotionless and unstained by the mundane world. After a long time, Li Qie climbed out of the pond with a splash. He was very worn out at this moment and seemed like he would crumble to dust at any time. His complexion was completely pale just like how his blood had been drained. Your endurance is pretty good, you haven't fallen yet. The blurred shadow emotionlessly stared at Li Qie. Li Qie sat on his butt and smiled. However, due to his fatigued state, his smile was even uglier than crying. He leisurely said, I have always endured till the very end, even in near-death situations. The shadow only glanced at him without saying anything. Before dying, how about I bring up one more request? Li Qie was heaving heavily, completely out of breath. He didn't have the strength to speak at this moment, he was only holding on before breathing his last breath. The shadow coldly said, Speak. It didn't seem to want to argue or be angry at him. I don't know what fortune the death seal will give me, but before my final breath, can you send me to the mortal emperor world? This shouldn't be difficult, for you. Before he could finish his words, he fell flat down on the ground. At this point, he could still move a bit and spoke, I'm telling you, we will still be able to meet again. At that time, it still won't be late if why you want to deal with me. With that, his life finally faded, he died before finishing his sentence. The curse of the shadow was indeed very frightening. Although it didn't destroy Li Qie's true fate, just one imprint made his death unavoidable. Alas, Li Qie was very heaven-defying. He didn't die immediately and actually withstood it until everything was over. Too much blabbering. The shadow coldly uttered. A light began to move along with the Tao runes. Buzz. Li Qiye instantly disappeared inside the Tao runes, teleporting him away in a flash. Although it didn't give its word, it still sent him off. It was absent-minded afterward. The shadow was a universal law without any emotions. However, Li Qiye had stayed at this place for a very long time and taught it many things. Under Li Qiye's influence, it gradually changed and was no longer a pure universal law. Although it knew Li Qiye came with a goal and tricked it twice, it didn't hate Li Qiye. Because of him, it was able to learn just how beautiful this world was. It understood many more things outside of universal laws and orders. It wasn't able to derive or transform into such things. The shadow eventually murmured, "I want to be a person, someone with emotions, just like those in his stories." Li Qiye did not hear these words. This lifeless universal law wanted to see the outside world. Li Qiye, remember well. Once I am free, I'll beat the crap out of you for tricking me. The shadow laughed before disappearing. After being sent outside, Li Qiye quickly crossed the void and entered the pathways between worlds. He was instantly brought into the territory of the mortal emperor world. Buzz. His body lit up at this moment. A white flower emerged from his mind with 18 petals. This was the death seal, one of the 4 great techniques of the death scripture. 3 of the petals were bright, signifying that Li Qiye had died 3 times. Outside of the death this time, he had died to Jian Wushuang once and another time back at the beast vein. Li Qiye should have revived the moment the death seal appeared, but the seal didn't immediately resurrect him. The light on the 3 petals began to move and turned into a fate loop. The death seal had other effects outside of just revival once the number of deaths reached particular milestones. 1 fate accumulated from 3 deaths, 1 item formed from 6 deaths, 1 life changed from 9 deaths, and 18 deaths to reach the high heavens. This meant that after dying 3 times, the energy of death would turn into a fate loop, giving him a new fortune. Buzz. After Li Qiye flew to the mortal emperor world, the death seal dragged him through the spatial fabric of the realms towards the barren earth. Mortal emperor world, barren earth. It was located in the southern region of this world and spanned endlessly. As one of the 5 great realms, the territory here was no less impressive than that of the Eastern 100 Cities or the Grand Middle Territory. Although it had the name Barren Earth, it was not a parched land. It was completely wrong to think of this land as a desert because it was full of water sources. Many areas in this realm were even known for their fertility. Thus, very few people could explain the reason for the name. There were a variety of stories. One stated that during an ancient era, war of the immortal level took place here. Immortals were able to incinerate the entire realm with a swing of their sleeve, scorching this great location. Later on, under considerable efforts from supreme existences, they were able to turn this land back into a land of fish and rice. Li Qiye didn't mind the angered shadow as he explained, "I don't blame you for blaming me. Honestly, I corrupted you back then by contaminating you with emotions. I'm guilty of that. All along, I've always wanted the item in this place, I won't deny what I've done back then. If you want to blame me, then wait until the day you are free, then you can come at me at any time. At that moment, we won't be betting or scheming against each other." Li Qiye gently sighed after finishing. The shadow contemplated in silence after hearing this. It seemed that it had accepted Li Qiye's explanation. Li Qiye sighed and slowly walked towards the pond. The shadow had no response and the Tao runes on the ground didn't shift at all. Without a doubt, it had implicitly given him permission to pass. Without its permission, even an immortal emperor would be teleported outside once they set foot into these thick arrays of Tao runes. Standing next to the lake and looking down at the pond full of Provenance's splendor, Li Qiye immediately jumped in without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 922, Sky Dome. There was another legend about this realm. In the ancient era before the myriad races came about, this place gave birth to something. Right at its birth, the creature opened its mouth and devoured the heaven and earth. It siphoned the blood of the billions of existences here as well as all the worldly energy in the surrounding area. A long period later, this creature finally reached the end of its lifespan. It came back to the place that gave birth to it and met its end. After it died, all the blood energy and essences were returned to this land. Many years later, this land became verdant once more, a land of plenty. This creature was called the blood forefather. Later on, the progenitor of the blood race. Some from the blood race scattered across the 9 worlds accepted this theory while clan members denied it. The origin of the clan remains a mystery. Although the legends of this creature and the southern barren earth couldn't be proven, one thing was certain: this blood forefather truly existed, and the first branch of the blood race thrived till this very day. At the most southern region of this realm was a huge desert. Sand was flying everywhere among the dunes. If one could cross this desert, then they would be able to reach a certain location. This location was called the primal ground of the blood forefather. This location was a holy Mecca in the minds of many of the blood race. The blood forefather's primal ground was where their progenitor was born. Legends went further to state that back in that ancient era, a drop of blood from an immortal fell down to this place. It turned into the creature that ended up giving birth to the entire blood race. This legend was considered the most orthodox belief of their origin and was accepted by many. Of course, there were also other legends besides this common one. 2 of them were spread quite far. One of them stated that during a dark era, the blood race's ancestors were a group of evil creatures hiding in the darkness, monsters that relied on siphoning blood to survive. It wasn't until later that a master among these evil creatures got together with a woman. Their offspring eventually came to be the new blood race. This new blood race went to war with their ancestors and replaced them completely. The other legend claimed that their progenitor was a devil. This devil later on mated with a female corpse, and so came their race. The majority of the blood race accepted the first legend. They considered themselves to be pure and righteous, and naturally, they would deny the second and third legends. At the very least, the blood race members located at the barren earth believed that these 2 legends were fabricated by the other races to discredit their clan. Thus, the mortal emperor world mainly accepted the first legend. This made the blood forefather very prestigious and influential among the blood clan members in this world. This primal ground was controlled by a group that claimed to be the first branch of the blood race, the forefathers' direct descendants. For a very long period of time, this primal ground was able to command all the blood race's members across the 9 worlds. Today, though its prestige was not as great as it was in the past, it was still very influential in the barren earth. Many blood tribes and even the imperial lineages situated here all acknowledged the prestigious position of the primal ground. Boom! Li Qiye fell to the ground. The death seal lit up and seemed to be reversing time. Everything recovered, including Li Qiye's true fate that was imprinted with the curse. He opened his eyes and flexed his blood energy. There was a horrible feeling as if an invisible force was locking down his Tao foundation, not allowing him to activate any laws. This is too devious. It is one thing to let me die, but it even added this. This is just torturing me on purpose. Li Qiye felt that his Tao foundation was sealed and couldn't help but smile wryly. He knew that the blurry shadow was angry at him, so it did this to his Tao foundation. When he came back to life, he wouldn't be able to channel his merit laws. He would become a man who couldn't even do a good job of tying down chickens. Their existences were crucial to the race itself. At this time, they commanded the experts of their groups to guard the entrance to the Sky Dome. However, after several days, the Sky Dome had no reaction. For the baptism this time, many disciples entered but no one came out alive after all this time. Thus, when Li Qiye crawled out from inside, all eyes were immediately fixated on him. The 4 women and the experts were looking at him intensely. After several days, Li Qiye was the only person who came out alive. More importantly, he was not from the blood race, he was only a human. How could they not be taken aback by this? A human, the experts all glanced at each other in confusion. A lot of their clan members entered the Sky Dome, but no one noticed the entry of a human back then. Where are the others? One of the Skymatrons finally spoke with a voice as clear as an aureole. This matron had the yellow embellishment. The 4 matrons represented the 4 seasons. Yellow was spring, red was summer, blue was autumn, and white represented winter. Li Qiye looked at the matron and smiled, the legendary primal Skymatrons, interesting. What is going on this generation for even the matrons to run here and show their faces, I wonder. The spring matron that spoke earlier shouted, how presumptuous. Bam! A dragon-like rod immediately aimed for him and coiled around his body in an instant. Girl, take it easy. I am the only person who made it out alive from the Sky Dome, so I have become your forefather. If you do this, I'll make you clean the toilet. Li Qiye was still as carefree as always. The other 3 matrons were intrigued after hearing this. The autumn matron attacked as well. She raised her pretty hand, sending her sleeve towards Li Qiye while speaking, Lil Sister Spring, you can't have him all to yourself. The spring matron's whip suddenly shifted and lunged forth like a dragon towards the sleeve. If he is the only survivor, then he belongs to me. The winter matron also rushed forward to grab Li Qiye. Big Sister Winter, there's no need to be so hasty. The changes in the Sky Dome this time are strange. There must be something going on if he is the only survivor, so how can you monopolize him? The summer matron also smiled and attacked the winter matron. All of a sudden, the 4 matrons were fighting each other because of Li Qiye. Although none of them were truly angry, their techniques did not show any leniency. Li Qiye gently shook his head after seeing the 4 women going at it without any consideration for anything else. He gently walked forward and stood together with the experts from the 4 branches. He placed his right hand on the shoulder of one of them and cheerfully asked, are your matrons the ones in the legends, or are they part of a newer generation? The experts at this moment all looked at him in confusion. This brat was being a bit too bold, right? It was one thing to run into their primal ground, but now, he was completely undaunted. They didn't know whether the fellow was stupid or insane. They would never dare to discuss the 4 maidens openly, so naturally this expert didn't answer his question. It is said that your matrons all have extraordinary bloodlines. If they are part of a newer generation of matrons, then their actions are just too childish. They're like children fighting for a piece of candy. Li Qiye shook his head and smiled, however, if they are the generation in the legends, then that would be scary. Do you know what mortals say is the scariest thing in this world? This expert didn't dare to say anything. The 4 matrons were right in front of him, so how could he make a comment? Li Qiye continued to smile after seeing the non-responsive expert. One mortal told me that the scariest thing in this world is not the heavens, not sickness or death, but an old woman. An old woman is already so scary, so a group of old women is even worse. Such a comment left the expert speechless. Black lines could be seen on their foreheads as they looked at Li Qiye as if he was a madman. Not to mention disciples like them, even their ancestors wouldn't dare to make comments about the 4 primal Skymatrons. But now, this brat had done it. He was just a junior from the human race. The guy was either insane or dumb as a rock. Sure enough, after Li Qiye said his piece, the 4 matrons that were fighting each other immediately stopped and all glared at him. If a stare could kill, then Li Qiye would have died countless times already. Chapter 924, Origin of the Blood Race. When the matron's sharp glares came over, the expert standing next to Li Qiye cried in agony on the inside. He lamented his bad luck and why he had to be standing next to such an unlucky star. Bam! Right at this second, the 4 matrons attacked Li Qiye with their whips and sleeves. They surrounded him in a flash. Whoosh! They instantly hauled him to the sky and left him hanging there while standing in 4 different directions. It seemed that they were ready to inflict the dismemberment by 4 horses' punishment. The 4 matrons then stared at each other. None of them wanted to stop. If this kept on going, then Li Qiye would be divided into 4 pieces by them. Hey, you 4, how old are you? If you are just little girls, then the old geezers back at the primal ground are too untrustworthy. They actually sent a bunch of emotional brats here to deal with this matter. But if you are the old grandmas from back then, it would be a bit too scary. So old yet still so competitive. Let me tell you something, just calm down. My time is very precious. We should perform the baptism and the ceremonial procedures, then all of us can be happy. Li Qiye calmly spoke while hanging in the air. The crowd turned silent again. This brat was simply a lunatic. He actually dared to say such things. The 4 maidens' eyes became fierce, they seemed to be readying themselves to tear him into pieces. They also increased their pulling strength. The whips and sleeves that were wrapped around Li Qiye's body were creaking as well. Ugh! Li Qiye was in pain from their pulling. He stared at them and said, "Damned grandmas, the 4 of you actually want to dismember me? Wait until I become the blood forefather, then I'll exile you all to do hard labor, or you can be my palanquin bearers instead." The experts from the 4 branches were astounded after hearing this. Where did this crazy guy come from? He's so insensible and reckless. Anyone else would have been scared to death already. Such audacity. The 4 matrons were enraged, especially the spring matron who had a hot temper, her hair was swaying in the air. She was definitely ready to teach Li Qiye a lesson. Okay, little girls, don't get angry. Li Qiye interrupted the spring matron and said, "Do you actually want to kill me? I am the only survivor from the Sky Dome, and I also obtained a fortune from within. To be more blunt, I will be your future blood forefather. Hurry and take me to the blood pool instead of torturing me here." Such a big tone. Such words made the winter matron, who had the coldest personality here, utter, "You aren't the only one that has received the blessing across all the generations." "Of course I know that." Li Qiye leisurely said, "However, across all the generations, I am the only one who can become your blood forefather." The summer patron, who was more lively among the 4, curiously asked, "So? What kind of blessing did you receive? You wouldn't know even if I told you." "I don't care if you are the old matrons or ones from a newer generation, you wouldn't be able to understand the blessing required for someone to become the blood forefather. Even the old men from your primal ground wouldn't know," Li Qiye explained nonchalantly. "However, all of you should mentally prepare for when I become your blood forefather. I am a vengeful person, and you all have offended me. After becoming your forefather, I will definitely assign all of you to servitude." Li Qiye smiled at this point. "I personally hope that you are the generation of the legends. Yes, making the 4 of you carry my palanquin is not a bad idea at all. Stop spouting nonsense." The autumn matron, who was the quiet and graceful one, slowly spoke, "Even if you have received the blessing, a human like you wouldn't be able to become the blood forefather." Her words were reasonable. For millions of years now, countless blood disciples had entered the Sky Dome. However, none of them had received the legendary blessing, not to mention a human like Li Qiye. Even if he obtained something, it wouldn't be the legendary blessing. For the blood race and especially those in the primal ground, they didn't think that their progenitor would pick an outsider to become their new forefather. Whether I can or not will easily be determined after the baptism in the blood pool. Li Qiye calmly spoke, "For your race and the primal ground, the second coming of the blood forefather is a grand event. The forefather will be able to command the blood race. As your forefather, I am worried for all of you due to your amateurish conduct here. You 4 actually hurt your precious forefather like this and have become the sinners of the clan. Even if I pardoned your crime, it would still leave a bad mark on your bloodline." Such a remark left the 4 matrons furious to the point where they almost vomited blood. The winter matron coldly said, "It seems like you know a lot." Li Chia smiled, "Well, this is due to your lack of knowledge. As a cultivator, you shouldn't just be training all day. One should read more, understand. In your clan, the matter of the blood forefather isn't a secret or anything. Time flows by, so people would naturally write things down. The more you read, the more you know. Do you not understand such simple logic?" The matrons were quivering with anger right now. They had extremely high statuses in the blood clan, but Li Chia dared to talk like this in front of them. Where did this crazy guy come from? Li Chia relaxingly said, "Well, it doesn't matter whether you are part of the old or new generation, it seems like something strange is going on when the four of you have been relegated to this task. We shouldn't waste time, let us go to the blood pool." "Humph, you aren't in charge here." The spring matron snorted. Li Chia continued with his carefree demeanor, "Only want what's best for you four. Just think about it, if you are the generation in the legends, then you have been living for too long. How hard must it be? Sealed inside blood era stones for ages, each time you come out, your lifespan would deplete, every emergence would result in aging. Which girl isn't afraid of aging? Your beauty would wither, turning you all into old grandmas, that wouldn't be good. I am someone who is very considerate of the fairer sex, so I would have a guilty conscience if I just stand here and watch the four of you turn into old grandmas. If you blabber less, we would waste less time." The winter matron retorted. "Ha ha ha, I know now." Li Chia leisurely said, "I don't need to remove your masks to prove your identities. So the four of you really are the matrons from the legends. A's, how wonderful, how unfathomable. After so many years, you all are becoming younger and younger. It seems that your bloodline is indeed incredible. The four of you actually managed to break through the chains of your blood. A's, women who become younger as they age, even I wasn't able to recognize it." Li Chia was very proud of his discovery. The four matrons were extremely annoyed with him. The graceful autumn matron stared at him and said, "It seems like you have some ability with scheming. Spouting nonsense for half a day just to find out our origins." "Thank you." Li Chia leisurely said, "I'm only curious about the current level of your bloodline, that's all. Even though you are a bunch of old women that have lived for countless years, your personalities are still like unruly little girls. A's, what a lamentable thing. Take him away." In the end, the four of them completely lost their patience with him. They knew that Li Chia was neither crazy nor a fool. He tried to figure out their true identities several times, showing that he was more than what he seemed. The experts from the four branches came and carried him away. No matter how he was being carried, he was still as calm as ever. He lied there and teasingly glanced at the four matrons. "Little girls, it is not too late to apologize. Be my palanquin bearers and this forefather shall forgive you, or else I'll really exile the four of you to manual labor." The four matrons ignored him. If it wasn't for him being blessed, they would have made sure to dismember him. "A's, it seems like all of you don't believe that I can become the blood forefather." Li Chia leisurely stated, "I'll let you know something. Once I become the forefather, I'll use that thing in the blood pool to spank your butts." When the matron's sharp glares came over, the expert standing next to Li Chia was crying in agony on the inside. He lamented his bad luck and why he had to be standing next to such an unlucky star. Bam! Right at this second, the four matrons attacked Li Chia with their whips and sleeves. They surrounded him in a flash. Whoosh! They instantly hauled him to the sky and left him hanging there while standing in four different directions. It seemed that they were ready to inflict the dismemberment by four horses punishment. The four matrons then stared at each other. None of them wanted to stop. If this kept on going, then Li Chia would be divided into four pieces by them. "Hey, you four, how old are you? If you are just little girls, then the old geezers back at the primal ground are too untrustworthy. They actually sent a bunch of emotional brats here to deal with this matter. Chapter 925, Blood Race's Secret. The rude teasing enraged the four matrons once more. They glared at Wuxia, wanting to tear him into pieces. Alas, they had to endure this anger. The winter matron said, "You alone actually want to take it? No one has ever been able to. Stop daydreaming." Wuxia slowly said, I'm now relieved. So that sword is still there, very good, I'll definitely take it. The four matrons immediately turned silent as if there was an egg in their mouths. They didn't know whether to be angry or go crazy. Wuxia was simply toying around with them. They scowled and chose to ignore him. The other experts didn't say anything either. This seemingly insane fellow was trying to find out more information by provoking them. When I was studying back then, I heard this one legend. It says that your blood primal ground isn't the direct branch of your progenitor. It states that it usurped the original blood race. Wuxia was being carried by his limbs by four experts. However, he didn't seem to care at all while leisurely talking to the four matrons. This vexing attitude towards the matrons made others think that he wanted a beating. The matrons learned their lesson and chose to turn the other way. They knew exactly what he was up to. Although no one paid attention to him, he still kept on going. I saw in an ancient scroll that you guys made up the legend about the immortal blood turning into a spirit, your blood forefather. Another one claims that your real progenitor was a devil that mated with an old female corpse that gave birth to your race. The autumn matron immediately shouted, "Nonsense. Watch your tongue." Wuxia didn't care for such a threat and lazily went on, "I'm not the one who said it. There is evidence for this. You four are the matrons in the legend, so you should also know about these old matters. Outside of the mortal emperor world, some blood members believe these theories. Even if you cut off my tongue, you still won't be able to stop the rest of the world from talking about it. It isn't a big secret at all. Back when the different groups competed for the main lineage and caused a big commotion, the entire 9 worlds found out about it." The autumn matron scowled. Although she was reluctant to admit it, it did cause a huge uproar back then. Immortal blood turning into a spirit. Wuxia pondered for a moment before speaking, "How should we go about this theory? You know, if your primal ground really wants to prove your bloodline, it isn't that hard. First, immortals must exist in this world. If there are no immortals, then everything is wrong and your theory has no basis, right? There are immortals." The spring matron looked at Wuxia and sneered, "Just how vast is this world? How could a junior like you imagine its immensity? Your vision is limited to the 9 worlds. So there are other locations outside of the 9 worlds." Wuxia said, "I have read millions of volumes, so how come I didn't know about these places?" Wuxia quickly calmed her down, "When I become your forefather, I will definitely take off your masks to look at your faces for a bit." The 4 matrons only stared at him coldly while the experts here didn't dare to say anything. However, they were curious about what the 4 matrons looked like as well. Very few people in the primal ground had seen their real appearances. Perhaps not even the ancestors had had this privilege. "Okay, since you guys have such a negative impression of me, if I don't show off my talents, you would really start to think that I am just bragging." Wuxia leisurely said, "Go ahead and ask your questions. I'll let you see my peerless talents." The 4 matrons really didn't like this narcissistic fella, but they had to admit that he was a bit talented and knew quite a few things. They glanced at each other and eventually, the autumn matron broke the silence, "Very well. You said that you had seen the different theories regarding our blood race in an ancient record, so I'll test you about that. Since that legend created such an uproar, it won't be any secret anyway." Devil? Are there real devils in this world? That was only a fake accusation. "Oh, little girl, you are trying to fool me. But I don't mind, it can only be said that you are not knowledgeable enough." Wuxia leisurely added. This was met with an angry glare from the autumn matron. He continued on cheerfully, "You certainly know a little bit about this, but you're not completely certain. In fact, even your primal ground itself is not sure about this. Back then, the supporters of the other theory of the blood race's origin had an unfathomable item. I won't say more about it. Li Qie coughed here before resuming. According to the ancient records in a distant era, there was a corpse left behind that was full of evidence. You. The four matrons' expressions quickly shifted after hearing this. Li Qie chuckled. There's no need to be alarmed. You four as well as the rest of the blood race in this world have never seen it, you all only know of the corpse's existence. However, just like the others, you do not know what this corpse proves. Chapter 926, Blood Pond. The matrons were shocked after hearing this because very few were aware of this secret, yet Li Qie was about to spill it so easily. They couldn't help but take a more careful look at him. They no longer dared to look down on him. This brat knew too many things and would flaunt his knowledge in such an astonishing fashion. Really now, maybe you and your primal ground will ask for my help. After I become the blood forefather, I will gladly lend you a hand. Li Qie was as relaxed as always. Of course, although I am a nice person, I still wouldn't offer my assistance for free, even if we are family. I have to charge something because if I provide my service for free, others would start asking and my legs would break from all the running. At this time, the four matrons were no longer willing to test Li Qie because some secrets couldn't be discussed carelessly. They, along with the experts, carried Li Qie to the blood pond. Recently, this period of time was very different for the primal ground, so it had no outsiders. The entire location was closed off and all worship was suspended. The blood pond was a very important location to the primal ground. Legend states that the sky dome was the skull of the progenitor while the blood pond was his ocean of blood. Inside were many secrets of the blood race. For millions of years, the primal ground and the entire race had wanted to obtain something from this pool of blood. However, across the generations, although many disciples were baptized and they obtained quite a few things, they still couldn't obtain the legendary item. The baptism was very popular and many disciples willingly participated, especially those with humble backgrounds. The cultivators from weaker backgrounds would become great after receiving the blessing as well as the baptism. They could then choose to stay at the primal ground or join the imperial lineages of the blood race. These imperial lineages would be happy to accept such disciples due to their unlimited potential. Thus, this was a great opportunity for lowly cultivators. It was akin to a carp jumping over the dragon gate. Of course, a few geniuses had experienced the baptism as well because they wanted to prove themselves. After the ceremony, not only did they get amazing treasures and heaven-shattering creations, they also managed to prove that they were the heaven's proud children, those that were accepted by the progenitor. The dual ceremonies had a great significance for the tribe. It showed that the person's bloodline was extremely noble. The blood pond was located in a dark region. It was a heavily guarded old palace. Outsiders simply couldn't enter. A human. After Li Qie was carried into the palace, a hoarse voice came about from within the darkness as if they were very surprised by this development. Each baptism was presided over by some ancestors from the primal ground from the dark because they wanted to see how talented the disciples were, as well as what creations they would obtain. If the disciples were amazing, then the primal ground would hold them back for training. Until now, only the blood race was able to exit the sky dome, so others could only dream about participating in a blood baptism. For the primal ground as well as the entire race, the baptism was too important, so it should naturally only belong to their blood disciples. But now, a human came out of nowhere. How could the ancestors running the baptism not be taken aback? A human, is this possible? Another old voice appeared. He was suspicious of this matter as well. This was not to say that there were no humans in the primal ground or the other sects of the blood race. In fact, many sects, including even imperial lineages, had human disciples. Some human disciples held power as well. But this was different when it came to the two ceremonies. This was an internal affair of the blood race. The appearance of a human was too sudden. No, that's all. It doesn't mention what happened exactly. It seems like the wise sage who wrote the scroll didn't know either. Li Qiye shook his head. The four matrons glared at him, aiming to find some clues from his demeanor. However, they couldn't notice anything and could only scowl. An ancestor in the darkness inquired with a serious tone, "Who is this kid?" No one, not even the four matrons, could answer this question because no one knew how Li Qiye got into the sky dome. Li Qiye shook his head and said, "Who I am is not important, wouldn't you say? The important part is my baptism right now. Kid, you know this is the blood pond, but you are a human." A different ancestor reminded him. The person was not malicious, he only wanted to remind Li Qiye. Li Qiye smiled in response, "If I am not mistaken, there are no rules forbidding humans from participating in the blood pond in your primal ground." The ancestors in the darkness pondered for a bit. An ancestor eventually responded, "Although there are no rules about it, the baptism's guidelines are up to our primal ground to decide." "I know." Li Qiye added, "However, have you thought about this possibility? Why is it that after millions of years of baptisms, after millions of years of receiving blessings, your primal ground has yet to produce a blood forefather? How is it that your progenitor still hasn't passed his lineage down to a blood disciple? Or maybe this is the reason why your primal ground does not want to have other races involved." An ancestor thunderously shouted, "Preposterous." Li Qiye only smiled in response, "How could you know without trying at all? Only a baptism will show whether I am speaking the truth or not." "So, you think you can become the blood forefather?" Another ancestor coldly uttered. A human coming out of nowhere completely disrupted the expectations of the ancestors. They thought that an extraordinary blood disciple would come out of the sky dome and would receive the supreme blessing. "The other one says that your progenitor mated with a female corpse to give birth to your race. Only your version avoids talking about your matriarch. Don't you think this is quite interesting?" The winter matron coldly uttered, "So what?" Li Qiye smiled, "This makes me think that your older ancestors are privy to the origin of your matriarch, so they purposely avoided it. Although descendants like you might be unaware, your ancestors probably know this secret. Despite the writings in the ancient record about the change in your blood pond back then, a human descendant like me has no way of knowing. However, one thing is certain, you all have found something that relates to the secret of your bloodline, or at least formulated some guesses. Otherwise, the four of you wouldn't have been able to break the chains of your bloodline. With that, things get interesting. You all don't actually dare to deny the existence of the other half of your bloodline, a bloodline that may even be human. Because of this, the anomaly in the blood pond forced the four of you to come out and take control. And I, a human, fits your speculations perfectly, it is just that you don't want to admit it. Young man, you have quite a rich imagination." An ancestor interrupted him and coldly said, "This is only your one-sided speculation. You're merely indulging your rampant imagination. Fine, we won't talk about this anymore." Li Qiye did not deny the accusation. "Then we'll get to the point. Everyone is here right now, so is it time for my baptism to begin?" The ancestors once again turned quiet. Letting a human participate in the baptism was completely unprecedented. This was not in accordance with the rules of their primal ground and their race as a whole. "I am a straightforward person, especially with threats. If you let me participate, then everyone will be happy. If not, however, then my apologies, I will do so anyway." Li Qiye smiled and said, "Will all of you accept a human as your blood forefather?" "Of course, I am well prepared to break all formalities. I hope all of you are prepared to accept your new forefather as well." Li Qiye was not longer joking around this time. He carried an aggressive momentum that gave no room for negotiation. Such a big tone. An ancestor's eyes turned fierce like a lamp in the night. "These are not empty words." Li Qiye interrupted him and coldly uttered, I am only stating facts to all of you so that you can mentally prepare yourselves. When I become the blood forefather, all of this would be deemed as a disrespect. To be frank, I do not need your primal ground, it is the other way around. His eyes swept through the rest of the ancestors in the darkness. Without a blood forefather, do you think your primal ground is worthy of its title? All I need to do is to run outside, and I'm sure many lineages in the blood race would be willing to worship me as their forefather. Once that happens, do you think your primal ground can maintain its untouchable position in the blood race? If you want to command the blood race, you will definitely need me as your blood forefather. Li Qiye appeared quite forceful at this time. You think you can become the blood forefather? An ancestor stood up in the darkness. A terrifying aura engulfed the sky like the awakening of a god monarch. Is it time to play hard? Li Qiye's eyes narrowed as he slowly spoke, I don't care either way. Although I am weak, destroying all of you won't be hard as your forefather. No. At this point, the autumn matron gently shook her head, ancestors, let him have his baptism. An ancestor asked, is that appropriate? After all, a human undergoing the baptism was an unprecedented matter. Let him be. Even the winter matron added with a serious tone, he is not guaranteed to become the forefather. This is a type of fate since he has been blessed. I agree. We won't lose anything by letting him undergo the baptism. The spring matron nodded in agreement. A human blessed by the progenitor, let us see just what kind of blessing it is. The summer matron stared at Li Qiye with curiosity in her pretty eyes. The ancestors also privately exchanged their opinions. Eventually, an ancestor spoke, fine, Junior, you can be baptized. Since you are blessed, it is your own fortune. As for what that fortune is, that will depend on your own fate. The four matrons had agreed, so the ancestors didn't have a reason to oppose them. Moreover, they also wanted to see what kind of gift an outsider like Li Qiye would get. At this point, the four matrons were staring intensely at Li Qiye because they knew more than the ancestors. It was just like he had said, they had a few speculations in their minds. However, this inexplicable appearance of a human boy that was so arrogant and lawless left the ancestors slack-jawed. A human receiving the blessing was completely outside of their expectations. Li Qiye only smiled towards this ancestor, if I become the blood forefather, are you all ready to have a human take this role? Such sharp words left the ancestors thinking. This was indeed a problem. They were not prepared for a human to become their blood forefather. How could they face the blood race after this? This issue left these experienced ancestors silent. That is impossible. An ancestor stressed, how could the bloodline of our progenitor be passed down to a human? This will never happen. Li Qiye smirked, is that so? Chapter 928, Dao Sword. The spring matron eventually spoke, begin. If you can't become the blood forefather, we'll teach you a nice lesson. Prior to this, Li Qiye repeatedly teased the four of them and even tricked them. They had been wanting to teach him a lesson for a while now. Little girl, don't worry, you guys won't have the opportunity. Li Qiye smiled, just be ready, I am a petty person. The four of you have offended me, so prepare to become my palanquin bearers. The four matrons were not happy with this response. However, they ultimately endured it and only scowled. Li Qiye looked at the blood pond and smiled, the dream of so many across millions of years. My turn. With that, he stepped inside the pond. Boom! Him entering the pool made the entire blood pond erupt like a volcano. A boundless amount of fiery blood rose and swallowed him whole. What's going on? Both the matrons and the ancestors in the darkness were shocked by this development. Open! Li Qiye roared in response. He opened his mind and a universal law flew out. This was the law he obtained from the sky dome. It split itself at an unbelievable speed. Different Dao runes came out, thinner than strands of hair. These silk-like Tao runes quickly pierced all the fiery blood that erupted from the pond and integrated into it. If the rivulets of fiery blood were strings of yarn, then the Tao runes were needles. The Tao needles seemed to be under the control of a masterful pair of hands. They quickly came together to form a pattern. The entire process was too fast and ended in the blink of an eye. Buzz. After the Tao runes finished weaving the fiery blood together, they started to withdraw. Their withdrawal resulted in all of the blood forming a huge sequence of runes. This scene made it look like the Tao runes were weaving a huge net that they then started to extract the fire from. After doing so, the boundless blood fire frantically soared towards Li Qia's body as if it wanted to tear him apart. Absorb! Li Qia cried out and opened his fate palace. His cauldron of life jumped out. With a huge explosion, it swallowed the fiery blood. It seemed to be bottomless and aimed to devour the entire blood pond. How is this possible? All the spectators gasped at this scene as they stared on in disbelief. For tens of millions of years, many disciples had undergone the baptism process from one generation to the next. However, their baptisms all consisted of slowly refining the blood. It was a very gentle process, like a type of training. An attempt as violent as Li Qia's had never happened before. Moreover, they didn't know that a rune sequence like that was hidden in the blood. Rumble. The pond and even the palace started to shake with Li Qia's devouring. It seemed that the sequence hidden in the fiery blood was gigantic, like a net being thrown into a vast ocean. The Tao runes crazily dragged out the sequences as if they would never give up until they got the very last one. Meanwhile, his cauldron of life continued to absorb the fire. In just a short period of time, the pond was drained dry by Li Qia. However, it didn't end there because of the monumental size of the sequence. Li Qia had pulled out a lot, but the other half of this sequence was still hidden within the blood pond. At this time, despite the valiant efforts of the frenzied Tao runes, they couldn't take out the other half. Li Qia shouted, "Open for me." One palace soared up after another. With a series of explosions, all 13 jumped out and lined up. At this time, everything became hazy. Li Qia had disappeared along with the blood pond. What? This is impossible. All the ancestors were frightened. Even the matrons were aghast and took several thumping steps backward. For the cultivators of this world, having 12 palaces was already virtually unique across the eons. 13 palaces was simply unimaginable. However, this unimaginable sight was right before their very eyes, leaving them horrified. A person eventually appeared from within the vast nothingness. It was Li Qia. Strictly speaking, this was not his real body, it was the Nirvana heavens. This figure was even more frightening and powerful than the current Li Qia. Buzz. His Nirvana heavens attacked and sealed the world. All the ancestors and the matrons felt an urge to prostrate. Before the Nirvana heavens, all beings would tremble in fear and reverence. At this moment, Li Qia was the high heavens, the ruler of all. He was the lone sovereign of the universe and myriad realms. Boom! The Nirvana heavens dragged out the remaining half of the sequence buried below the blood pond. Rumble! After doing so, the entire pond exploded. The initially withered pond spewed out even more fiery blood. Without a doubt, there was even more blood hidden beneath the pond. Li Qia's cauldron of life continued to devour the billowing blood. Eventually, the blood was gradually depleted by his cauldron. At the same time, the sequences had been completed. They became a complete heavenly chapter that was truly profound. No one could see through it, as if it was the origin of the myriad Tao in this world. This is. An ancestor stood out and exclaimed after seeing this complete chapter while all of his peers were shaken. Eventually, this complete chapter buzzed and imprinted itself into Li Qia's cauldron of life. It was an eternal engraving, forever indelible. This is a great feeling. Li Qie emotionally said after devouring all of the fiery blood and engraving the chapter deep into his cauldron of life. This supreme and comfortable feeling made it seem like he was controlling the myriad Tao. Zzz, at this moment, thick universal laws came out from the bottom of the pond like serpents. Li Qie reached out with his hand and the chapter that was imprinted on his cauldron lit up. These laws that resembled spirit serpents swam into his hands and slowly coiled together. Dumb. Finally, all the universal laws came together to form a sword. This sword exuded a glow as dark as ink. However, with a careful observation, one would see that it was made from an incredible amount of Tao runes. Li Qie sighed with the sword in his hand. The myriad Tao were in his tyrannical grasp. Li Qie pointed his sword at the sky and emotionally muttered, "Tao sword, just like the legends say." With this sword in his hand, he became invincible across the eons. What? An ancestor lost his mind and couldn't speak for a moment. Eventually, he managed to blurt out, the legend is real." Everyone was astonished at this moment since Li Qie had drained the pond dry. From now on, the pond would only be a dry pit. He didn't only obtain the entire blood pond but also the legendary treasure. There was a secret within the primal ground. Inside the blood pond rested the most profound and ultimate chapter of their origin. All the ancestors knew that those that could obtain the chapter would be recognized by their progenitor and obtain the real legacy to succeed the blood forefather. Today, Li Qie didn't only obtain this chapter, he also obtained the legendary item. Their primal ground had always coveted this sword, but they had never been successful. Clank! The Tao sword turned back into universal laws and disappeared into Li Qie's body. Li Qie slowly set his gaze upon the four matrons and then the darkness. He leisurely asked, "Now, do you think I am qualified to be your blood forefather?" Suddenly, the entire palace went quiet. Even the four matrons had nothing to say. If, say, Li Qie wasn't qualified, then no one else in this world would be. He had obtained everything from the blood race, including its origin chapter and legendary treasure. But you are human. After a long silence, an ancestor finally spoke. The primal ground was caught in a dilemma. Letting a human become their blood forefather was unsuitable no matter how they looked at it. Chapter 929, Void Trap Desert. Li Qie smiled in response to the hidden ancestor. "Yes, I am a human, nothing can change this fact, and there is no need to change it. Right now, you will either worship me as your blood forefather or get out of my way and we won't owe each other anything. Don't think I don't know just because all of you are lurking in the shadows. Please be more courteous with your words." An ancestor unhappily replied. "Courteous?" Li Qie couldn't help but smile. "It should be all of you acting courteously towards me. If I'm in a good mood, then I'll think about being your blood forefather. If not, then I'll decapitate all of you like chopping watermelons. Even if I'm weak right now, I can still cut down all of you with the Tao sword in my hand. Want to try me?" The ancestors looked at each other to plan their next step since Li Qie was so overbearing. The four matrons, at this time, had reached an agreement. The autumn matron revealed their decision: let him go. An ancestor eventually responded from the darkness: "If Sir is willing to stay behind, then our primal ground welcomes you. Sir can stay as long as you wish, but as for the matters of the blood forefather's role, we must discuss it. We hope for a perfect solution." Chapter 930, Heavenly Tao's beginning. After cultivating two immortal physiques and surpassing the life reduction, one would be able to cultivate these domains. This was due to having the sufficient blood energy required to support these domains. The world had always thought that cultivating multiple immortal physiques was impossible, but this was far from the truth. Of course, only existences like Li Qie were able to spend enough time and effort to create a heaven-defying merit law like the one thought, myriad physiques. At this time, there was a bright radiance in front of his chest. All 4 inner physiques appeared in 2 pairs. When these pairs were made, they would give birth to the absolute domains. Li Qie let the hell-suppressing and soaring physiques go together. This created the stagnation domain while the void imperfection and sky destroyer physiques combined to form the demise domain. Since the start of time, perhaps no more than 3 people had been able to cultivate these domains. One of them was the Black Dragon King. Of course, in the end, only the king was able to reach grand completion with 2 immortal physiques. The stagnation and demise domains kept on rotating until Li Qie could use them at his whim. He withdrew his inner physiques and the domains disappeared as well. Next, he opened his fate palaces and the Pillar of Life and Cauldron of Life emerged. Li Qie then began a process that caused a rune to appear on the Pillar of Life that was crackling with lightning. The rune changed once more to reach an unfathomable level. There seemed to be an endless ocean of lightning inside this rune. At the same time, the chapter imprinted on the Cauldron of Life was also laid out. The universal laws inside the chapter changed again and again. Eventually, a full system came into being. There seemed to be myriad Tao inside. No geniuses would be able to understand their profundities. After both sides finished transforming, the rune and chapter finally resonated. Both of them erupted as if they were being led by an unknown power. However, there was something missing and a true form couldn't emerge. After seeing this complete evolution with reactions from both sides, Li Qie finally sighed and murmured, "Yes, just like the legends." The rune was taken from the Void Gate and hidden in the Pillar of Life. The chapter was taken from the Blood Pond and was imprinted on the Cauldron of Life. Before obtaining the chapter, Li Qie had always thought about how to use it together with the rune. However, he lacked past references despite knowing an ancient legend regarding the myriad Tao in this world. Despite his calculations, he couldn't perfect this rune due to a lack of information. However, with the chapter, he was able to see the real mysteries inside, allowing him to complete the evolution. Ancient Void Rune and Heavenly Tao's Primal Chapter. Li Qie murmured, "I am still missing something, I have to find the missing part somehow to complete it." The Heavenly Tao's primal chapter left behind by the blood progenitor was not about the origin of the blood race at all. It had nothing to do with the race, it was just that the progenitor managed to obtain it later on. However, his descendants didn't know this and assumed that it was their origin chapter, the focus of all of their cultivation. They were completely unaware of the truth. According to the geographical divide, the Void Trap Desert should belong to the blood primal ground. However, the primal ground was special and ignored the events of the world. They focused on passing down their legacy instead of competing with the world. Because of this, it simply didn't consider the desert to be part of its territory despite the abundance of minerals and ores below. Thus, many cultivators came to the desert and established mining camps. Although there were many sects here vying for these resources, conflicts were rare. The approachable old man replied, "Our Suong country has a mine here in this desert. This old man is taking these young ones out to broaden their horizons. This is a good thing. Although the Void Trap Desert can be dangerous, it is not too life-threatening. It is a good place to train." Li Qie nodded. The old man was the royal lord of Suong, his name was Yi Chuan. After hearing this, Yi Chuan had to take another look at Li Qie. Although the fellow's appearance was ragged and reminiscent of a beggar, his demeanor was relaxed and carefree. His dirty state didn't seem to bug him at all. Yi Chuan had the feeling that this young man was not walking on a desert but rather his own garden. "You're just a mortal, what do you know about training?" The young man named Abeo coldly snorted. Li Qie's answer annoyed him since he felt that it was not the place of a mortal to make such a comment. Abeo's attitude was not too strange. It was already pretty good that he wasn't treating Li Qie, a mortal, like an insect. Li Qie didn't mind the young man's words and only chuckled. Yi Chuan was still curious and asked, "Oh. So you are also a cultivator? What sect are you from?" Li Qie smiled, "You guessed wrong, I'm not a cultivator. I simply picked up a few random merit laws and trained them casually. You stated some clear logic, so I thought you had a good teacher. So it was all talk and nothing more. Abeo snorted. He was not hostile towards Wuxia, but he couldn't stand Wuxia's bragging style. Abeo, don't be rude. Yi Chuan stopped the young man and shook his head again. He glanced over at Wuxia to say, so, you came to this desert to train. After cultivating 2 immortal physiques and surpassing the life reduction, one would be able to cultivate these domains. This was due to having sufficient blood energy that was required to support these domains. The world had always thought that cultivating multiple immortal physiques was impossible, but this was far from the truth. Of course, only existences like Wuxia were able to spend enough time and effort to create a heaven-defying merit law like the one thought, myriad physiques. At this time, there was a bright radiance in front of his chest. All 4 inner physiques appeared in pairs. When these pairs were made, they would give birth to the absolute domains. Wuxia let the hell-suppressing and soaring physiques go together. This created the stagnation domain while the void imperfection and sky destroyer physiques combined to form the demise domain. Since the start of time, perhaps not more than 3 people had been able to cultivate these domains. One of them was the Black Dragon King. Of course, only the king was able to reach grand completion with 2 immortal physiques in the end. Chapter 931, The Secret Within the Secrets. Wuxia nodded in response, yes, I happened to be passing by this desert and found that it was very suitable to train the body, so I chose to do so. Cultivation is about refining the Tao foundation. What's the point of training the flesh? Even if your body can become stronger, is it going to be as strong as a weapon? Abeo wanted to go against Wuxia. Wuxia looked at Abeo and smiled. The pain of the flesh is the most direct type of pain. Only when one can withstand the pain of the flesh would they be able to bear the pain of the mind. If one can't even withstand pain, then there is no need to talk about the Tao heart. The Tao heart is the true foundation of cultivation. Yi Chuan couldn't help but praise after hearing this. Little friend is still young and not from a famed sect, yet you have such wisdom, truly extraordinary. The phrase, Tao heart is the true foundation of cultivation, is quite enlightening, just like the morning bell. Back then, the old man was a very heaven-defying existence with extreme confidence. He believed that Wuxia would never be able to escape his grasp. He didn't expect for Wuxia to endure for such a long period of time, so long that Wuxia eventually fooled him completely and stole all of the secrets in his mind. Wuxia paid a huge price at that time, but he was rewarded with many great secrets. He even wanted the ultimate secret from the old geezer. Back then, he thought that this secret was hidden in the old man's memories, but he couldn't force it out. After this trip, the old man revealed that he had already obtained it. Alas, he still didn't know where this ultimate secret was hiding right now. Because of this, Wuxia was going through all the secrets he squeezed out from the old man to figure out that ultimate secret. Old man, you're really something special. I didn't notice it at all. Wuxia flipped through the dust-laden memories and murmured, although you destroyed my body back then, you allowed me to massacre that place because of your secrets and preparations. When I'm fully ready again, even without your ultimate secret, I would still be able to make rivers of blood run across that land again. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't find the ultimate secret. However, he was sure that the old man was not lying to him. The issue was that he was overlooking something. Nevertheless, he was not in a rush. He gazed at the sky and told himself, maybe the real trick to unlocking this secret requires me to make my way back there. I'll definitely do so this generation no matter what. Just wait, those false gods will tremble beneath my feet. On the next day, Wuxia continued on barefoot with the sun's rays scorching him from above. Chapter 932, Suan Countries. Yi Chuan. This was a long journey since Wuxia took his time. This barefoot walk might be a type of torture to others, but Li Qiye was enjoying it. He was able to let go of everything in this desert. His goal, at the moment, was to leave the desert. All else was left behind. Little friend, we meet again. A carpet appeared above Li Qiye again. It was Yichuan's group. Li Qiye looked at them and smiled. It seems like all of you had a fruitful trip. Without a doubt, the juniors behind Yichuan were a lot more lively than last time. They must have had a good training session. The excited Ali smiled and blurted out, we obtained a lot of ores. Ali, you can't just expose having treasures to others or they'll be tempted. Abeo, as the senior brother, quickly reminded his junior sister. In his eyes, Li Qiye was only an outsider. Such information naturally couldn't be revealed to an outsider since it might bring about unnecessary problems. Li Qiye smiled and told Ali while ignoring Abeo, I was talking about your Tao heart and spirit. Compared to these benefits, the ores are just external materials. There will be many chances for treasures later on, but Tao heart training is not only a process, it is a type of fate. Such gains cannot be found all the time. Little friend, that is quite profound. Yichuan couldn't help but praise. He looked at Li Qiye with growing skepticism. These weren't words that should come from a young man. It sounded like something a weather-beaten and experienced man should say. Just a casual remark. Li Qiye smiled without complacency. Such phrases truly were casual remarks to him. That's all theoretical. Abeo snorted. He was dissatisfied with Li Qiye regardless of what he said due to having some prejudice against him. Yichuan smiled and asked Li Qiye, are you still training? Do you want me to bring you the rest of the way? Li Qiye looked ahead and shook his head, no need, it doesn't look like it'll be long until I'm able to leave this desert. I'll just go by myself. Not bad. Yichuan gave him a thumbs up and said, walking barefoot through the void-trap desert is not a difficult task for cultivators. The hardship lies in the trouble, how many cultivators would be willing to bear this burden as a mortal? It requires great perseverance, it's definitely not easy. Cultivators were able to do many things. However, they would usually grow used to being high above others. Many of them would not be willing to act as a mortal again. All of you should be learning from this Tao brother. Cultivation is not just about honing your merit laws, it is also about training your willpower and determination to sharpen your mind. Yichuan turned around and told his disciples. He wanted to use Li Qiye as a role model. The disciples were quiet. They could only listen to their senior. Of course, they didn't pay Li Qiye's words any mind. In their eyes, Li Qiye was only a nobody, someone not much better than a mortal. There was nothing worth learning from him. The majority of them considered themselves to be much better than him. They came from a great sect and had trained in powerful merit laws from a young age and took in wondrous medicines. In their eyes, learning from Li Qiye, who was basically a mortal, was a shameful matter. Little friend, I won't bother you any longer. May we meet again in the future. Yichuan bid his farewell in a very polite manner. He had a noble status as the ruler of a country. However, he was exceptional in one regard. His vision was not something the disciples behind him could compare to. In his eyes, although Li Qiye was a vagrant cultivator, he would have a colorful future due to his Tao heart and determination. He really liked young people with great perseverance like Li Qiye. These were the ones who were most likely to have big success. Li Qiye smiled and also bid farewell to Yichuan before continuing on his way. After walking for another long period of time, he finally made it out of the desert and was met by a wave of humidity. Right outside the desert was a land full of water. There were rolling green hills and rivers all around. One could see boats setting sail and rowing on the currents. Under the sparkling waves, the fat fishes jumped out of the water while herons swept by across the surface. On both sides of the river were green puffs of smoke as if this was a paradise. The contrast between a desert and a land with a great river made it seem like two different worlds meeting here. It gave the sensation of stepping from an arid land to a prosperous location that could only exist in a painting. Anyone would become relaxed while walking in this land of paradise. Li Qiye emotionally commented, Jiangnan River, southern border. This was indeed a nice and refreshing location. Each time he came by here, he would stay for some time due to his adoration of the place. The desert was next to the primal ground while the southern border was next to the desert, a rich land full of water. Anyone would feel that creation was such a magical thing. A land with a mighty river and a desert separated by only one path, this was quite difficult to believe. The southern barren earth was huge and contained many things. The entire place was quite fertile, especially the most southern region. This southern region was called the southern border or land of the southern Tang. As long as one had a boat, they would be able to go anywhere in this city. There were many huge trees here offering their shade. Flowing water was everywhere and gave a pleasant yet all-encompassing feeling. Li Qiye was quite tattered at this moment with dirt all over his face. He looked like a mortal in the city. At best, people would only consider him to be a beggar. Cultivators wouldn't give him a second glance, only mortals would throw him a few coins at times. Li Qiye didn't have to go too far before receiving a lot of coins. The reason was quite simple, this was a land of plenty. People had homes and jobs, so the mortals here were quite well off. They were willing to give to a beggar like Li Qiye. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile while looking at the coins in his hand. He put them away anyway. As he walked by a huge tree that blotted out the sky, a familiar voice rang out, "Little friend, care to come for a drink?" This towering tree grew near the river. There was a finely crafted winehouse in its shade. It was clear that not just anyone could come here to drink. There were more than 10 cultivators next to the street of the restaurants. They could be considered Li Qiye's acquaintances since they were all part of Yichuan's group. Each one held a wine cup and greeted Li Qiye in a polite manner. Li Qiye smiled back and strode inside before sitting down confidently before each one. This forced the disciples sitting next to each one to make some room. A few disciples were very unhappy to see Li Qiye acting so disrespectfully before their royal lord. However, each one didn't mind at all. He had taken quite a liking to this young man ahead of him. Deference is no substitute for obedience. Li Qiye sat down and said with a smile. Li Qiye's downtrodden look and his confident attitude conflicted with each other. However, it seemed so natural when it was Li Qiye doing it. Chapter 933, An Old Acquaintance is Coming. Each one called someone to fill Li Qiye's cup. Li Qiye drank it down in one gulp and sighed with emotion, "This is the taste. Great wine with great waterside sceneries, this is definitely different from other places. I always want to drink whenever I come by here." Each one smiled and asked, "So little friend must not be from southern Tang?" "The 4 oceans are my home." Li Qiye leisurely answered, "However, southern Tang is indeed a place worth remembering. It gives a very relaxed feeling and soothes the soul." Each one continued, "You haven't had thoughts about staying here? To find a sect and embark on the path all the way to the door of the Grand Tao? Are you saying you want to take me in as a disciple?" Li Qiye set his cup down and smiled while staring at each one. "Humph, don't act so impudently in front of His Majesty." Abeo couldn't help but scowl after seeing Li Qiye acting so condescendingly. Each one gently waved his hand to stop Abeo. He smiled and said, "To tell the truth, I do have such a notion. If little friend is willing to join my sect, I won't dare to say that I can help you reach the top of this world, but I can definitely give you a stage to display your abilities." After she gained control of southern Tang, she began going on these inspection tours every few years to alleviate the disputes between the countries here. She just so happened to be passing by this time. The many sect masters and royal lords of this region are organizing a banquet for her tonight, so I'll be bringing the juniors to see her. Li Qiye came up with an idea, so he asked, where can I meet her? Humph. The unhappy Abeo immediately said, the great lord is our ruler. She is supreme and noble and not someone you can meet as you please. Abeo, do not be rude. Yi Chuan stopped him, the leaders are holding the banquet at the waterside garden. From what I've heard, Her Majesty should be coming today. Does little friend want to see Her Majesty too? Li Qiye only smiled and didn't reply. Meanwhile, Ali chuckled and added, it is understandable that you want to see Her Majesty. At our southern Tang, everyone says that her beauty is peerless. Her Majesty is not only a virtuous paragon, she is also incredibly pretty. Who knows how many young geniuses lost their minds because of her. If you go see her, maybe you will be awestruck by her beauty as well. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile at the innocent Ali. He gently shook his head in response, little miss, you are mistaken this time. I'm afraid there are not many women who can charm me. Please. The few male disciples looked at Li Qiye with one eye, especially Abeo. He spoke with disdain, no woman can charm you. That is because you haven't seen any beautiful ones. Just wait till you see Her Majesty, your soul will leave your body. Abeo, stop your nonsense. Yi Chuan couldn't help but wryly smile at the conversation between the youths. He gently shook his head and told Abeo to stop. This ridicule was met with silence from Li Qiye, who continued to drink. Oh. Isn't this royal Lord Yi? What is it this time? Your Suan country has no inheritor, so you have to stoop to recruiting a beggar. At this time, a group came down from the upper floors. The leader was a young man wearing an imperial robe decorated with a four-clawed dragon. He had an imposing appearance and a threatening aura. His entire entourage consisted of powerful experts. It was easy to tell that their background was extraordinary. Minor form Crown Prince. Yi Chuan wasn't angered by this provocation. He only dismissively said, a hero is a hero regardless of his background, material possessions, and sect. This young man was the Crown Prince of the Minor Form country, one of the 10 nations under Southern Tang's jurisdiction. Minor Form and Suong neighbored each other. Both sides had been at odds even till now. Although there had never been a bloody conflict, these provocations upon the meeting were too common. Is that so? Then feel free to continue recruiting these beggars. I hope that you can find a descendant from the bunch of them. The Minor Form Crown Prince looked down at Li Qiye and laughed, hopefully, it will be someone excellent. Otherwise, your mediocre disciples over there shouldn't even dream about competing with me. Royal Lord Yi, before you grow old, you better find someone before it's too late. Such words made Abeo's group glare at him, but the prince didn't mind at all. He let out an arrogant laugh before leaving with his entourage. The juniors behind Yi Chuan were incensed as they watched the prince leave. He purposely humiliated them. Yi Chuan called someone to fill Li Qiye's cup. Li Qiye drank it down in one gulp and sighed with emotion, this is the taste. Great wine with great waterside sceneries, this is definitely different from other places. I always want to drink whenever I come by here. Yi Chuan smiled and asked, so little friend must not be from Southern Tang. The 4 oceans are my home. Li Qiye leisurely answered, however, Southern Tang is indeed a place worth remembering. It gives a very relaxed feeling and soothes the soul. Yi Chuan continued, you haven't had thoughts about staying here? To find a sect and embark on the path all the way to the door of the Grand Tao? You are saying you want to take me in as a disciple? Li Qiye set his cup down and smiled while staring at Yi Chuan. Humph, don't act so impudently in front of His Majesty. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.